The Bharat Jodo Yatra entered Kashmir Valley in its last leg on Friday after the Congress alleged a serious security breach and inadequate arrangements by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Rahul Gandhi said that amidst thronging crowds that had broken the cordon around him, his security team, he is provided Z+ security cover by the CRPF, were uncomfortable with him walking any further, and he was then escorted in a vehicle to Anantnag. The Jammu and Kashmir police, however, have denied any security lapses, saying the organizers of the Yatra had not intimidated them by the large crowds that would join from Banihal and had not consulted them on the discontinuation of the Yatra either. Let's listen in to what the Jammu and Kashmir police said after these allegations were put with regards to a security breach.
This morning we had quite a large crowd that had gathered and we were looking forward to walking on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but unfortunately the police arrangement completely collapsed and the police people who were supposed to manage the crowd and hold the rope were nowhere to be seen. So my security people were very uncomfortable with me walking further on the yatra, so we had to I had to cancel my walk. The other yatris, of course, did the walk. I think it's important that the police manages the crowd so that we can do the yatra. It's very difficult for me to go against what my security people are recommending. So that's basically what I wanted to say. I'll repeat it in Hindi as well.
Deployed as per the agreed arrangements between the police and the security establishment and the organizers of Bharat Jodo Yatra. Only the identified crowd duly frisked were allowed to be part of the core of the yatra. It has been learned that contrary to the arrangements worked out between the organizers and the security establishment, a large portion of the crowd from the Banihal side who were supposed to have returned to Banihal rushed to the Kashmir side. Needless to say, security-related resources were deployed, visualizing the size of the anticipated crowd after discussions with the organizers. As per the
All right, so you just heard the J&K police speak on the matter. My colleague Ajay Jandal also joining us on the broadcast for more on the story. Ajay, of course, now yesterday Rahul Gandhi has alleged that there was a breach during his Bharat Jodo Yatra. The J&K police, however, says that no such thing has happened. The fact that full arrangements were in place, and in fact the Congress party did not intimate the police of the fact that there were going to be multiple people joining the Yatra from Banihal. Is that right?
It is the responsibility of the administration that they have to ensure the security of the Rahul Gandhi and other, people, those who are walking there. So if, as per the administration, R.K. Goyal, who was Principal Secretary, he, when speaks to media, he clarifies that the reason of, not allowing Rahul Gandhi for Pathayatra at Kulgam when he entered Kashmir and crossed the tunnel was that number of people, those who have gathered there from the different locations, they were not identified, because earlier what was happening, that people were identified and they were moving with Rahul Gandhi. But in Kashmir, when they have reached there, the National Conference leader Umar Abdullah and his supporters, they also joined Rahul Gandhi. So large number of people, they have gathered there, and that was the reason that it was very tough for the limited number of security forces to identify people and allow them to meet Rahul Gandhi or join Rahul Gandhi. So that was the reason that they have not allowed Rahul Gandhi to move, by foot there, and that was the reason that he was not allowed. Whereas other the leaders and the people, those who joined Rahul Gandhi, they walked in that area also, and there was no issue. But as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, he raised question and claimed that he was not allowed, and it was responsibility of the security forces to identify people and control the mob, but it was not done.
All right, Ajay, thank you for joining us on the broadcast and getting us all of those details. Of course, viewers, as more developments come in with regards to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, we're going to track them for you. But for now, some more news that we've been tracking from the national capital. A 41-year-old scooter rider lost his life while the pillion rider got injured in yet another case of a hit and drag in the national capital. The incident was reported from the Keshavpuram area of northwest Delhi in the wee hours of January 27th. According to the police, the car managed to drag the victim for close to 350 meters before being intercepted by a PCR van. All 5 occupants of the car who were under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident have been arrested by the Delhi police. According to the DCP Northwest Usha Rangnani, the incident took place at 3 a.m. in Keshavpuram when 2 PCR vans were on night patrol near Prerna Chowk. My colleague Manohar Kesari with us on the broadcast for more. Manohar, help us understand this case that has now come to light. We've been given to understand that a scooter was hit. There were 2 people on that scooter and 1 person at least was dragged for close to 350 meters by the car that hit the scooter, causing the accident.
देखिए बिल्कुल काफी चौंकाने वाली घटना है, क्योंकि देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में इस तरह के मामले हिट एंड ड्रैग के हमने का नाम नहीं ले रहा। लगातार आप अगर 15 डेज की हम बात करें तो 2 से 3 घटनाएं इस तरह की आ चुकी है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में एक और घटना आई है नॉर्थ वेस्ट दिल्ली के केशवपुर इलाके में, जहां सुबह 27 जनवरी को 3 o'clock अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग इस तरह की घटना का अंजाम दिया गया है। बताया जा रहा है कि जो गाड़ी में सवार लोग थे वो सभी जो है सो हेवी ड्रंक थे, जिसकी वजह से ये घटना घटी है। और फिलहाल एक की मौत हो चुकी है और एक घायल है जिनका इलाज अस्पताल में चल रहा है।
जी मनोहर, आपने हमको बताया कि जो 5 लोग अक्यूज्ड हैं जो कि अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, दे वर अंडर द इन्फ्लुएंस व्हेन द एक्सीडेंट टुक प्लेस।
जी बिल्कुल, दिल्ली पुलिस की पीसीआर वैन उसे चेज की है, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से डीसीपी ने बताया है कि वहां पर 2 पीसीआर वैन खड़ी थी, तो जब वो ट्रैक करके ले जा रही थी, क्योंकि 1-2 मीटर का सवाल नहीं है, उनको 350 मीटर ट्रैक किया गया है। मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं कितनी दूरी पे ले जा करके उसको घसीटा गया है 2 व्हीलर पैसेंजर्स को। तो ऐसी स्थिति में जो भी सवार लोग थे उनको पुलिस ने चेज करके गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और मामला दर्ज कर लिया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल है, एक को इसमें जान चली गई, एक को अपने जान से हाथ धोना पड़ा और एक जिंदगी और मौत की भी जूझ रहा है।
जी मनोहर, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑफ कोर्स व्यूअर्स, एज दैट probe continues to take place, we will get you updates from the national capital. But let's also have a look at the poll-bound state and what appears to be yet another poll surprise. Former Trinamool Congress Tripura President Subal Bhaumik and disgruntled CPIM MLA Mobasar Ali joined the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital. Both leaders are reportedly going to get BJP tickets for the 2023 assembly elections. The two joined the saffron camp in presence of BJP Northeast Coordinator Sambit Patra, Chief Minister Dr. Manik Saha, as well as the BJP State President Rajiv Bhattacharjee, as well as Tripura Prabhari Dr. Mahesh Sharma. Both newcomers described Prime Minister Modi's vision for the Northeast and welfare schemes for the poor as the reason behind them joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. However, party insiders believe that they have joined the BJP in pursuit of party tickets. Joining us on the broadcast, my colleague Vijay Sharma for more on the story. Vijay, can you help us understand this latest defection, so to speak, that has happened? We've been given to understand that 2 leaders have now joined hands with the Bharatiya Janata Party ahead of the polls.
देखिए, निश्चित तौर देखिए 16 फरवरी को त्रिपुरा में जो पहले चरण का चुनाव होने वाला है, जिसको लेकर चुनाव प्रचार जो है पूरी तरह अपनी चरम सीमा पे है। और जिसके बीच में इसी बीच में एक बड़ी खबर त्रिपुरा से निकल के आई है, जो त्रिपुरा तृणमूल कांग्रेस के पूर्व अध्यक्ष सुबल भौमिक और जो सीपीआईएम के जो असंतुष्ट जो विधायक थे मोबसर अली, शुक्रवार को दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी में योगदान किया है और दोनों नेताओं को कथित तौर पे 2023 में जो विधानसभा जो इस वर्ष जो होने वाला है उसमें टिकट देने की बात सामने आ रही है, इसलिए उन्होंने बीजेपी में योगदान किया। दोनों भाजपा के उत्तर पूर्व में संबित पात्रा मौजूद थे, मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मानिक शाह मौजूद थे, भाजपा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष राजीव भट्टाचार्य मौजूद थे, त्रिपुरा के प्रभारी डॉक्टर महेश शर्मा और लोग भी वहां उपस्थित थे। और जो त्रिपुरा का जो चुनाव इस बार जो होने वाला है, अगर मैं कहूँ पिछले 20 वर्ष वहां सीपीएम के वहां पे सरकार थी, उसके बाद बीजेपी ने अपना परचम लहराया था और इसके बाद इस बार जो चुनाव जो होने वाले हैं वो काफी अहम चुनाव होने वाला है, क्योंकि इस बार सबकी नजर त्रिपुरा में टिकी रहेगी, क्योंकि इसलिए जी त्रिपुरा में इस बार तृणमूल कांग्रेस भी अपना पैर पसारने की कोशिश कर रही है।
All right, Vijay, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and getting us all of those details. We're going to, of course, continue to track developments as they pour in from poll-bound states. But for now, let's also talk about a statement that was put out by the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur yesterday, as he condemned the boycott culture targeting films and said that such incidents vitiated the atmosphere of the country at a time when India was keen on enhancing its soft power. He also asserted that there should be no restrictions on creativity. Thakur suggested that an aggrieved party could take up the issue they had regarding a film with the concerned authorities instead of spreading hate and spite. He also said that the government in its turn would take up the issue with the filmmakers if needed. Thakur made the comments while inaugurating the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Film Festival, which showcases 58 films from the regional grouping of 8 Eurasian nations. Pakistan has skipped participation in the SCO Film Festival. However, a statement coming out from the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting is now making the rounds. And the statement, of course, is with regards to the boycott culture for films that is trending on social media. Let's listen in to what it was that the Union Minister said.
तो मुझे लगता है भारत जैसे देश में जहां एक और हम कहते हैं कि हम अपनी सॉफ्ट पावर को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, हमारी फिल्में आज भारत से लेकर दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में अपना एक नाम और पहचान बना रही हैं, तब इस तरह की बातें आने से निश्चित तौर पर कुछ प्रभाव पड़ता है वातावरण पर भी। और अगर किसी को कोई शिकायत है तो निश्चित तौर पर डिपार्टमेंट के साथ अवश्य करनी चाहिए और डिपार्टमेंट भी उसको प्रोड्यूसर और डायरेक्टर के साथ उठाता है, उस हाउस के साथ। लेकिन वातावरण खराब करने के लिए कई बार तो पूरी जानकारी हुए बिना भी कई लोग कमेंट करते हैं, तो उसका भी नुकसान होता है, नहीं होना चाहिए।
Joining us on the broadcast now, my colleague Abhishek Sharma for more in the story. Abhishek, a statement coming out now from Anurag Thakur. Anurag Thakur is saying that, the boycott culture needs to be stopped. This, of course, comes, Abhishek, after we've seen multiple calls for boycotting films such as Pathan in the recent past.
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। बिल्कुल देखिए, जिस तरीके से लगातार बॉलीवुड की तरफ से एक बड़ी मांग भी उठी, और आपको याद होगा कि जिस तरीके से जब उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ से मुंबई आए तो उस वक्त सुनील शेट्टी ने किस तरीके से आवाज उठाई थी, और वह एक दो नहीं करीबन कई जो फिल्मी सितारे मौजूद थे, और उन्होंने साफ साफ कहा था जो कि बॉलीवुड हैशटैग जो चलता है बॉयकॉट का, वह किस तरीके से उसको कहीं कहीं बंद करने की जरूरत है, उसके लिए अपील करने की जरूरत है। और कहीं कहीं ये लग रहा है कि बॉलीवुड में लोग चाह रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से उनके ऊपर जो टैग लगा है बॉयकॉट का, और लगाया जाता है, कहा जाता है कि नहीं वो सब के सब गलत है, वह समझ में आ रहा है। और यही कारण है कि अब जिस तरीके से सबसे अहम बात है कि उसके बाद सबसे बड़ी फिल्म पठान फिल्म आई है, और कहीं लग रहा था कि सर इसको भी बॉयकॉट किया जाएगा, और हालांकि बॉयकॉट चालू भी था, लेकिन उस वक्त में बयान आया है जबकि पठान काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म सिनेमाघरों में कर रही है, और विरोध होने के बावजूद भी। तो यह कहीं कहीं उन लोगों के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा एक सपोर्ट है बॉलीवुड के उन लोगों के लिए कि जो बॉलीवुड में अच्छा काम करना चाहते हैं, अच्छा काम है, और बॉलीवुड का अच्छा नाम है, इतना ही नहीं बल्कि देश में बल्कि विदेशों में नाम है। और उसी में अगर इनका बयान आता है, सरकार का सपोर्ट मिलता है, तो कहीं कहीं उन तमाम जो फिल्मी कलाकार हैं या फिर प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, डायरेक्टर्स हैं, उनको जरूर एक बड़ी राहत मिली है, कह सकते हैं राहत की सांस ली है उन लोगों ने। कि यह एक अच्छा कदम सरकार की तरफ से है कि सरकार अगर आप हमारे बारे में अच्छा सोच रही है तो हम भी अच्छा क्यों न करें। तो जरूर यह चीजें हुई और उन्होंने ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात कही है कि अगर किसी को शिकायत है कुछ है तो वह ऑफिशियली तरीके से वह कंप्लेन करे जहां पर कंप्लेन होनी चाहिए, और कंप्लेन के बाद हम जरूर उन सिनेमा यानी कहें प्रोड्यूसर से, डायरेक्टर से या फिर जो भी फिल्म हैं उनसे हम पूछेंगे, बातचीत करेंगे या फिर उनसे हम जवाब मांगेंगे। ऐसा नहीं, और हम पूछते भी हैं। तो कहने का मतलब वो यह भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर कोई गलत कर रहा है तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी की जाएगी, लेकिन इस तरीके से विरोध करना है, इस तरीके से बॉयकॉट करना है और सोशल मीडिया के तहत इस तरीके से पूरे माहौल बना देना, वह कहीं गलत है। जरूर एक बहुत बड़ा बयान जरूर इस पूरे मामले पर लेकर आया हुआ है।
जी अभिषेक, हमको ये भी बताइए कि जहाँ तक कि इस बॉयकॉट कल्चर का सवाल है, हमने हाल ही में ये भी देखा है कि देयर वर मल्टीपल फिल्म स्टार्स दैट मेट चीफ मिनिस्टर योगी आदित्यनाथ also and made the same request. After the boycott Pathan calls, we also saw Shah Rukh Khan reach out to the Assam chief minister and talk about the same issue. So obviously this is an issue that is now somewhere hitting the wrong spot as far as Bollywood is concerned, especially because so many boycott trends have been emerging in the past couple of weeks and months, to say the least.
एग्जैक्टली बिल्कुल। देखिए जिस तरीके से ट्रेंड शुरू कब से हुआ है अभी लोगों को, व्यूअर्स को समझना चाहिए। सुशांत सिंह राजपूत की जब डेथ हुई थी 2020 में, 2020 के बाद एक नया ट्रेंड बना, एक नया ट्रेंड चला कि जितने भी बॉलीवुड में फिल्में आ रही हैं वह फिल्में सब गलत हैं, वो उनके लोग जो है गलत आदतें उनकी हैं, गलत चीजों में इन्वॉल्व हैं, और यही कारण है कि उनके सभी फिल्मों को बॉयकॉट किया जाए। एक बड़ा ट्रेंड चला। अब इसके पीछे एक बड़ा उदाहरण भी है। अगर हम आमिर खान की फिल्म की बात करें, इसके पहले तमाम बड़े बजट की फिल्में आई हैं, सब के सब कहीं कहीं बहुत बड़ा उनको नुकसान उठाना पड़ा है, फिल्में नहीं चल पाई है। तो यह जरूर एक बड़ा कमबैक कह सकते हैं बॉलीवुड के लिए है ऐसे समय में कि जब शाहरुख खान की जब पठान फिल्म आई है, और पठान को लेकर आपको पता है किस तरीके से कई महीनों से लगातार बड़ा विरोध चल रहा है उसको सफरान कलर को लेकर कि कहीं कहीं बॉयकॉट किया जाए उसके बाद। लेकिन हालांकि सेंसर बोर्ड ने पहले ही नोटिस दे दिया था, उसमें कई बदलाव भी किए गए थे, और उसके बावजूद बीएसपी ने साफ साफ भी कह दिया था कि हम जो भी बदलाव मांगे थे कुछ हो गए थे तो हमको विरोध करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। लेकिन बावजूद इसके कई संगठन जो है लगातार आज भी विरोध उनका लगातार देश में कई हिस्सों में चालू भी है। तो जरूर एक बड़ा अच्छा स्टेप सरकार की तरफ से सरकारी स्टेप होना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि इससे क्या देश की छवि खराब होती है और तमाम जो देश के अच्छे कलाकार जो हैं उनको कहीं नुकसान होता है। और एक फिल्म कहें बनाने के लिए कोई एक आदमी उसमें नहीं काम करता है, यानी अगर कोई भी अगर उसमें गलत आदमी इन्वॉल्व है कुछ अगर है तो उसको बिल्कुल कार्रवाई भी होती है और हुई है। लेकिन उसके वजह से पूरे जो फिल्म के ऊपर कहें हम अगर 300-400 लोग अगर एक साथ काम करते हैं, उनकी यूनिट पूरी होती है, उसमें कैमरामैन होते हैं, उसमें कैमरा होता है, उसमें इंजीनियर्स होते हैं या फिर तमाम डिपार्टमेंट्स होते हैं, वह जरूर उनकी कहीं कहीं नुकसान होता है, आज जो उनकी जीविका होती नहीं चल पाती है। तो तमाम चीजें सोचने की आवश्यकता है, और जरूर इस समय में सरकार का सपोर्ट बॉलीवुड के उन तमाम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा वरदान है जो अच्छा काम करना चाहते हैं और इतने सालों से करते भी आए।
जी अभिषेक, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और हमें सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑफ कोर्स वी गोइंग टू कंटिन्यू टू ट्रैक डिटेल्स एज दे इमर्ज on this, but for now we shift our focus to some more news that we've been tracking for you. The Pakistan High Commission in New Delhi has informed that India has now repatriated at least 17 Pakistani nationals via the Atari Wagah border. These individuals were under imprisonment in India and have completed their sentences. The Pakistan High Commission in India has tweeted that we will continue our efforts for early repatriation of those Pakistani prisoners who have completed their sentences. Earlier this month, India and Pakistan had exchanged the list of civilian prisoners and fishermen in their custody in line with a long-standing agreement between the two countries. Joining us on the broadcast, my colleague Ajay Jandal for more on the story. Ajay, can you help us understand this repatriation that has taken place? Do we know anything about these former prisoners, rather, who have been repatriated back to Pakistan?
Pakistani nationals, those who were in jails for different crimes, they have been, they have been repatriated to Pakistan yesterday on 26 January, Republic Day, and this is why we can say that what Indian government have done to the people, those who have completed their sentence here in the country. They were released and handed over to Pakistan. They were handed over from the Atari Baga border, which is a link between India and Pakistan, and Pakistani High Commission, they have informed about the same, and they also said that we will try to get other prisoners, those who are in India, like fishermen and others, and they will, those who have completed their sentence, they will also be handed over to Pakistan in the coming days. And India and Pakistan this month had changed the list of civilian prisoners and fishermen in their custody in line with the long-standing agreement between the two countries.
All right, Ajay, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and getting us all of those details. On that note, viewers, it's a wrap on this bulletin. We'll see you on the other side with more news and updates. Thank you for watching NewsX. Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadhan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality. Do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Canada has today appointed its first anti-Islamophobia advisor. Journalist and activist Amira Al-Ghawabi has taken the role. Justin Trudeau hailed the appointment as an important step in the country's fight against hatred. While there should be no objection to Canada's steps against Islamophobia, this again shows us what a hypocrite the Canadian Prime Minister is. Time and again, Indians in Canada have raised harassment from Khalistanis in Pak in the form of temple defacements, festival hijacking, sham referendums and rallies, but Trudeau has done nothing about it. Not just that, India too has issued a démarche to Canadian officials to stop these provocations, but nothing has been done so far. Well, the big question, of course, is what is really the Canadian Prime Minister doing to stop this India phobia and Hindu phobia? But joining us at this point is a special panel. Colonel Sanjeet Sirohi, International Affairs expert, is live with us. Colonel J.S. Sodhi, Foreign Affairs expert, is also live with us. Major General Yash Moore, Defence Analyst, is joining the broadcast as well. Major General Moore, let me begin with you first on how you are viewing these incidents coming in from Canada, which have offended many. Major General Moore, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost that connection with him. But Colonel Sanjeet Sirohi, coming to you, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Colonel Sirohi? Okay, I think we've lost him as well.
I can hear you.
Do we have Colonel Sodhi with us?
I can hear you.
Do we have Colonel Sodhi?
Yes, Uday, I'm there.
Colonel Sodhi, can you hear me?
Uday,
Okay,
I'm here.
I think we
Can
are
you hear
having
me,
trouble
please?
there with Colonel Sodhi's connection as well. But these, of course, are the latest updates. We are continuing to... Okay, I'm being told Colonel Sodhi is back with us now on the broadcast. Colonel Sodhi, if you're finally able to hear me now, these incidents in Canada, these decisions are offending many. What explains why they've gone ahead with them?
Jai Hind, Uday. It's my honor to be on a news channel and a privilege to be with the esteemed co-panelist. Last year, when on 15 March, the United Nations had declared that every year 15 March will be observed as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, the Indian ambassador to United Nations that time, Mr. T.S. Tirumurti, had stated that the resolutions on phobias based on selective religions will divide the United Nations into religious camps. There are phobias against the Hindus, the Buddhists and the Sikhs also. His words have been proved correct. With Canada, dedicating an ambassador to combat Islamophobia, well, all religions deserve the equal respect. But my point here is, why has nothing been done for all the hatred against Hindus? There have been so many, incidents in Canada where Hindu temples have been desecrated. The Hindu, people have been told all wrong things. There have been anti-Sikh things also happening there. And there's two referendums which happened last year. The Canadian government has done nothing. Uday, till couple of years back, till few years back, it was a known fact that developing nations or underdeveloped nations like Pakistan, Afghanistan were the epicenters of hatred against India, hatred against Hindus, hatred against Sikhs. But what is surprising is that in last few years, the developed countries have become the hub centers of hatred against India, hatred against Hindus, hatred against Sikhs. And surprisingly, none of the developed country governments are doing anything, be it USA, be it Canada, be it France, be it Germany, be it the United Kingdom also. This clearly shows the double standards of the West, the double standard of the whites, where when it comes to anti-India, anti-Hindu, these governments don't take any action. In my view, all religions deserve equal respect. The Canadian government should appoint senior officers to look against the hatred against the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Sikhs also.
Okay, let me take that straight across to Colonel Sirohi as well, because Colonel Sirohi, the fact, of course, clearly is that this is being read as hypocrisy by Justin Trudeau, saying something else on one hand and treading a different line on the other.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Uday. I agree with what Mr. Sodi, Colonel Sodi has said. The point is that wherever you go, the people are there to appease the Muslim community. But when it comes to Hinduism or Sikhism, then even the most developed countries with whom we have got very good relations, they shy away in taking any action against anti-Hindu or anti-Sikhism or anything anti-Buddhism. But when it comes to Muslim, I don't know, either the terrorists and the extremists are from that community, that's why they are scared, that's why they want to appease them, that's why they want to keep them happy, and thinking that by doing that they will be able to neutralize them. But I think that is totally hypocrisy and it should not be accepted. And on the side of the Indian government, they must take a clear stand and they must tell in no uncertain terms that this is not acceptable to the country like India, where we have 35 crore people and there is anti-Hindu hatred which is going on in Canada, and the government of Canada is not doing anything, and they have appointed the anti-Islamophobia.
Yes, let me in fact quickly get in Major General Mode as well at this point, because Major General Mode, I mean, why simply for Islamic religion? Why simply one anti-Islamophobia advisor? That too, it's the first in the country. Why not for other religions which also feel persecuted?
Firstly, thank you for getting me on the show. I do speak a lot on interfaith harmony, and interreligious harmony is an issue very close to my heart. Look, every country has its own issues. Canada, Europe, they have their own issues, and we are seeing the kind of turmoil that has taken place in these nations based on certain narrative, which you may call it Islamophobia. While our issues are little different, our issues are little different, and we should not compare ourselves with Canada or with Europe. What Canada has done for themselves, they are the best judges, and if they feel they have appointed somebody to take part of this, to set the narrative right, it is their choice. Where we have an issue is, we have issue with people who have been supporting secession in India. Those people who are Canadian citizens, they supported an insurgency in our state of Punjab. Those people continue to be belligerent, and they need to be identified. And I'm sure that was a message when Justin Trudeau came last time to India. He wasn't given a very, very warm kind of a reception which a head of a state is generally given. So that coldness was visible, and the message was very clearly given to them. Look, India has its concerns. So we have our security concerns when it comes to Canada, where they do not put a tight leash on anti-India organizations, I would call it. So I don't want to relate it to religion per se, but people who are inimical to India's interest, who work against India's interest, that is where we have issues with Canada. And I'm sure at the diplomatic level, this is an issue which our diplomacy must be dealing with Canada. And that is how I look at it. I don't want to clearly, and being an army for 40 years, I look at all religions absolutely without any, kind of colored vision.
Right. But do you find it, curious, Major General Mode, that there is simply an advisor for one religion or one phobia of a religion?
So see, now you have to go back to previous time. If you see, I've studied this between Christianity and Islam, the kind of fight that is taking on. Now, there was a time when Islam was on a strategic offensive, and then this Islamophobia has started, and partly some people were responsible to create this kind of a thing because of the terrorist activities emanating from certain sections of Islamic society. And why should a normal Muslim who are normal, hardworking like you and me, they be targeted? So if they have appointed somebody from that, but I don't see this kind of anti-Hindu hate anywhere. There might be minor incidents here and there, but by and large, we have amalgamated ourselves into the societies where we live. Our diaspora are people who, they are really, we have a very good diaspora, and people really respect the Indians. Our Indian passport is highly respected. So I look at Indians as Indians. I don't want to divide them into sections of religion or caste or creed, and that is where strength of our country also lies. So Canada has an issue if they have appointed somebody. I don't see why should we have an issue that they should now appoint somebody to take care. But it is anti-India sentiments, that anti-India people who work against Indian interests. Those who want to have an secessionist activities here, or who have who were there active earlier in state of Punjab, they are the people we need to target. But otherwise, I don't see there is any kind of a problem we should have with this.
Yes, let me take that back to Colonel Sodhi. Colonel Sodhi, do you find this curious that there have been several, alarm bells by the Hindus there in Canada, which have said that they feel harassed by Khalistanis. Their temples have been defaced, their festivals have been hijacked, but yet nothing done for them. But yet this advisor appointed, yet Amira al-Ghawabi taking up this newly created role?
Definitely, Uday, we see a pattern in last few years. All these developed countries have become strong hotbeds. We saw in last about 15 days in Australia, thrice a Hindu temple was desecrated. The Australian government has done nothing. Even if justice has been done, or strong action has been done, I've not read anywhere in the media. I follow so many news channels. I read so many newspapers. Nowhere is it. The point is that every religion should be respected, no doubt. But then why single out one? Look at India. India has got a Minister for Minority Affairs. This minister looks after all the minority communities. Canada should take a leaf out of India's book and see how India treats its minorities. Everyone is given equal respect. This is not happening in Canada. Canada is having a blind eye towards the Hindus, towards the Hindu temple, towards the Sikhs. So this is what is my point of concern, that, and I echo what our ambassador to UN had told last year too. This divide which is happening, I think it will create more troubles to come, because on one hand, these developed countries preach all religions are equal, but when it comes to action on ground, they are totally hypocritical in their deeds on ground.
Okay, let me take that to Colonel Sirohi as well. Colonel Sirohi, now, do you believe there should be parity? If like Major General Mode is saying, these decisions should be welcomed, then do you believe that in parity there should be another advisor for Hindu phobia also appointed, particularly given the examples I just cited earlier?
Exactly. Although what General Moore has said, I respect his views. I have also served in the army for that long, maybe not for 40 years, for 35 years. And we as in the army, we respect all religion, and the religion of an officer is the religion of the troops. I also believe in that. But we should not be shy in saying what is right, what is wrong. If Canada has appointed somebody for anti-Islamophobia, then there are so many things which are happening against the Hindus, against the Sikhs, especially against the Sikhs. And the people who are doing are also Sikh, and they are sitting from Canada. They are creating problem in Punjab. They have created earlier. They are creating now. So it should be taken at the very highest level, and it should be told to them that it is not acceptable to us. You have appointed. We have got no objection to that. You please go ahead with that. But you cannot have this thing, hypocrisy, that on one hand you say that all religions are, rather you always talk about India as the emerging economy, everything else, but when it comes to religion, other thing, you don't take Hindu as very seriously. So I think we should be asking that, and I think it will be in the interest of both the countries that anti-Hindu, this thing, ambassador or something is also appointed by the Canadian government.
Okay, let me take that to Major General Mode. Major General Mode, do you believe parity should be done by Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, I'm sure we have our ambassador there, and we have our people, and also a large diaspora. Indian diaspora is very strong in Canada, US and Europe. I'm sure they are very sensitive to if there is specifically a section of Indian society is being targeted, whether it is Hindus or Sikhs. I'm sure it must be addressed, and we have a very strong government, and today India is taken very seriously. India is taken very seriously with the kind of diplomacy, the kind of status we have in the world today. So, because India is an amalgamation of so many religions, and we, the people of India, if we start speaking in religion specific, that may not be for a country like India. So we must speak about anything done to an Indian in Canada or anywhere else, we must speak against, whether it's a Sikh, it's a Hindu or a Muslim. So that is what India is all about. So I wouldn't like to, divide this debate into a Hindu versus Muslim or, Sikhs and this side. I would like to stay away from that kind of a narrative. I would say any Indian, whether whichever class they belong to, they must be protected, their properties must be protected, their jobs must be protected, their place of worship must be protected.
No, absolutely. But if this was an anti-India phobia advisor, then I would take that point. Islamophobia advisor doesn't mean that they're thinking about the Indian Muslims, does it?
I'm really, I've just got to know about this. So I don't know how much of anti-Islamophobia is there in Canada.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it must be existent.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Colonel Sodhi, many would wonder as to how much Islamophobia there really is in Canada that would merit such an advisor.
Uday, the point is not measuring in terms of percentage or milliliters or kiloliters, how much is the, phobia. The point is that last year the United Nations passed a resolution which declared 15 March as an international day to combat Islamophobia, which was sponsored by 60 countries of the Organization of Islamic Countries. Now, what Canada has done, it has taken a step, what the United Nations did. Soon we'll have many other countries doing so. The point which I said earlier also, it is a good step, it's a welcome step, but the point is, why neglect the other religions who have been facing, a lot of insult on the Canadian soil? Whether Hindus, whether Sikhs, so many temples have got desecrated there. The point is that treat all religions equally. Uday, I've also served in the army for 21 years. In my unit, like in all the army units, there's a Sar Dharm Sthal in which the temple, the Gurdwara, the mosque, the church, all are under one roof. We in the Indian Army, we respect all religions equally. I have equal respect for all the religions. But the point is that when a few religions are being targeted abroad, why aren't those governments acting? Why aren't those governments taking those steps? This is my point of concern. And I totally agree with you, Uday. Had Canada appointed an anti-India phobia, advisor, it was a welcome step. But they have done on religious basis, neglecting that the amount of hatred against Hindus, Sikhs is much, much more. So many media houses I follow, I have not even heard of one or two cases of any, big cases happening in Canada against this particular religion. But the point is, every other day, either some Hindu temple is desecrated, some Hindu is attacked. We have seen in Australia, 15 days, 3 Hindu temples have been desecrated. The point is, when the other religions are also facing so much of insult, why isn't the Canadian government acting for them too? They are, after all, a government for all the religions, like the Indian government is a government for all the religions. Justin Trudeau is also the Prime Minister for all the religions. My only point is that why single out one? Why not have an anti-phobia advisor for all the religions?
Yes, indeed. Let me take that to Colonel Sirohi. Colonel Sirohi, many are asking how much Islamophobia actually exists in Canada that would merit a separate advisor. And yes, Colonel Sodhi, of course, raising that point, then why should not there be an advisor, one advisor for all religions or multiple advisors for different religions? Or do you believe this is being done for vote bank reasons?
It is basically vote bank reason. Otherwise, I don't think there has been not any major. Yes, there has been incident like there was family was mowed down by a truck. 4 Muslim family members were mowed down. That is one odd incident had taken place, but that does not warrant for appointing an anti-Islamophobia. Number 2 point is that since 1920, the hated groups in Canada have increased. But it is not increased and not been only with one community. It has been increased in other communities also. So what Colonel Sodhi is bringing out and what I am also trying to bring out is that we are not talking about religion as such. They have appointed, we welcome it. It should be appointed by, in fact, every country, anti-Islamophobia. But point is, wherever there is the hatred group against the Hindus or maybe Indian Muslims or Indian Christian or Indian Buddhist, anywhere, those distinct people should also be appointed with, like Canada has appointed anti-Islamophobia. So it should not be that only one community, and I am 100% sure this is because of only political stunt. There is nothing else in that, to make sure that they get the votes. But if they want vote only, then they will get more votes if they have the anti-Hindu ambassador also appointed.
Okay, let me take that straight across, of course, to Major General Mode as well. Major General Mode, many are saying it's being done simply for vote bank reasons. Is that an assumption you would make as well?
Could be. It could be. Politicians could do anything to stay in power. So it can be a political stunt. I don't follow Canada politics much. I only know the anti-Indian sentiments in section of community there who have been supporting the Khalistani movement there. And that is an issue I've studied closely. Those are the people who are under watch. Otherwise, Indians are very well respected everywhere. There may be incidents, and yes, I'm sure our embassy is capable of taking
up that's what has been disappointing as well, because there have been demarches issued in the past too, but nothing really seems to change there, or it's not being taken as seriously as it should.
Then it must be, more aggressive diplomacy is required. If, in spite of demarche and in spite of, if the incidents continue to happen, then we must take it up more strongly. And today we have a very, very vibrant Indian diplomacy, and the External Affairs Minister is one of the most active ones that I've seen for quite some time. So I'm sure with his understanding of the issue, and we have a large High Commission in Canada, and a large and see the number of Indian students who are going to Canada for studying is really, the figures are startling. The amount of, if this was the scene, then our young boys and girls would be wanting to go to Canada for studying. We have large number of children going to US, Canada and Europe and Australia. These are favorite destinations for Indian students to go abroad. That means overall the atmosphere is good. They find going there will, give a flip to their career, and they find that place safe and good for learning. So I think the ground situation is not that bad against Indians or any section of Indian society or Indians as such. We are highly respected, and just because somebody has been an ambassador for Islamophobia has been, it should not unnecessarily bother us. It should not bother us. We must welcome it if that is a scene, and see how our Indian interest taken care. We must talk of our Indian and as interest of Indians as such. So we should avoid dividing, because it affects our home narrative also. So that is why I always speak that we should speak as Indians and not bring a narrative which divides us on religious lines or then finally caste lines. And what is happening with the last 20-30 years, the ideological leanings have been hardening, surprisingly. With internet, the world has become flat. But through internet is where people are getting indoctrinated, and the minds are going rewired, the brains are getting rewired through internet. So that is a danger. And it's happening across. It's happening across the globe. It's happening in India also, and happening in many places. That is a danger. That is a danger I see. And for us, as we must look as India as Indians, and all Indians are equally dear to us, respectable to us. And that is a narrative as an army man I like to give wherever I speak.
Okay, quick closing comment, Colonel Sodi.
Uday, while the step of the Canadian government is welcome, definitely all religions need to be respected. The point is that the Canadian government should not turn a blind eye to the persecution being suffered by the other religions, be it Hindus or Sikhs on their soil. It has been happening quite some time now. Their soil is being allowed to be used for anti-India activities. There's nothing on that. I think it's high time that our government, step up its aggression towards the Canadian government. And there are various steps in international diplomacy. If demarches are not working, there are various other steps, like sending the first officer back, sending the second ambassador back, something we have to do drastically.
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dachayani Velayadhan. Nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality. Do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dachayani Velayadhan. Nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this.
Welcome back from the break. You're joining us on NewsX. I'm Parati Bhanot. Some headlines. Prime Minister Modi set to make his third visit in 4 months to the state of Rajasthan. Reach out to the Gujar community on the cards. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive in poll-bound Karnataka's Hubli, Dharwad and Belagavi today. Massive roadshow slated as BJP looks to woo Karnataka ahead of the 2023 polls. As Bharat Jodo Yatra enters the Kashmir Valley, Rahul Gandhi alleges security breach. J&K police maintain no breach. Yatris joined without prior information. Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur deplores the boycott culture targeting certain films. Says such instances vitiate the atmosphere at a time when India is keen to enhance its influence as a soft power. As visuals of clashes over flower on the streets amid a shortage of wheat highlight the grim reality of the hunger crisis looming over Pakistan, Finance Minister Ishaq Dar says, and I quote, Pakistan's progress is Allah ke zimme, as he leaves economic revival to God. Meanwhile, viewers, Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is in its last leg, has resumed from Chursu village in Nambal, Avantipura. We've been given to understand that the yatra was suspended yesterday after the security breach allegation by Rahul Gandhi as well as the Congress party. And now we've been given to understand that the yatra, in fact, is resuming. My colleague Ajay Jandal on the broadcast, more on the story. Ajay, from Chursu, Avantipura, Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is all set to resume. Are security arrangements now adequate, adept, ready for the yatra?
Well, yes, Bharat Jodo Yatra will once again is going to resume in next few minutes, and from Chula Nantana, Avantipura, this yatra will resume, and Rahul Gandhi and other the people, those who are joining him for yatra, they are ready also to go with adequate security measure. Yesterday, Rahul Gandhi alleged that there is lapses in the security, and that's why he was not allowed to walk from Banihal to on the further when close the tunnel. But authorities, they clarified in the evening that there was no breach of security, there was no lapses, as the people in when Omar Abdullah joined Rahul Gandhi and the workers of National Conference and the supporter of Omar Abdullah, they also came, those who were not identified by the security personnel, and that was not, feasible for the authorities, for the security personnel to allow each and everyone to join Rahul Gandhi and reach near to the Rahul Gandhi. That's why he was stopped to walk by foot, and but he was allowed by the authorities as far as other people are concerned, they were allowed by the authorities over there. But now, once again, Yatra has been resumed. Let's see that what they will say. What about the security arrangements? Because when we spoke to the officials over there and authorities, they clearly say that there were enough security arrangements for Rahul Gandhi, as it is a set norm for the authorities to provide security to Rahul Gandhi and his Bharat Jodo Yatra.
All right, Ajay, I appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and, of course, getting us all of those details as far as the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned. Remember, viewers, the Bharat Jodo Yatra started from Kanyakumari, all set to culminate in Jammu and Kashmir. We're going to see that happening in just about a week. But for now, let's also talk about the poll-bound state of Karnataka and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to the poll-bound Karnataka's Hubli, Dharwad, as well as Belagavi districts today. We've been given to understand that the Home Minister is going to be attending a series of public events, including a roadshow as well as a public meeting. And the visit to what is known as Kittur, Karnataka, which is Mumbai, Karnataka region, is a stronghold of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, is an attempt to consolidate votes in the region. This is Shah's second visit to the state, where elections to the 224-member assembly will be held later this year. In December end, the Union Home Minister visited Bengaluru, Mandir, as well as Bengaluru rural districts in order to woo the public. During the previous elections, the BJP won 104 votes in Karnataka, of which 30 were from the Kittur, Karnataka region. This time around, we've been given to understand that, of course, the rallying by the Bharatiya Janata Party is underway as far as Karnataka is concerned, in the second visit of Home Minister Shah to the state of Karnataka since the announcement of the poll dates. My colleague Madhu Sharma with us on the broadcast to give us more details. Madhu, tell us everything that is on the cards today as far as Home Minister Shah's visit to Karnataka is concerned. Also help us understand, Madhu, how important is it that the Home Minister is going to be visiting an area that is, that is close to the Mumbai border, a place that has, of course, been marred in controversy in the past as well?
Yes, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will tour Hubli and Dharwad and Belagavi in Karnataka today, and also is likely to attend various events and take part in a roadshow organized by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The visit is what is known as Kitturu, Karnataka, the Mumbai Karnataka region, where the BJP is considerably strong and has, has been seen an attempt to consolidate the party's vote ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections in 23. And Shah had visited Bangalore, Mandir and Bengaluru rural districts during his earlier trip in the state in December end, and Amit Shah, will be arriving today in Hubli, and there are two programs. One is KLE's BVB College 75th anniversary and the inauguration of Indo Stadium, and they will be laying foundation stone of Forensic Science Laboratory, and also he is likely to participate in a Vijay Sankalpa Abhiyan in Kundagol. He will also be offering prayers at the ancient Shambhulingeshwara temple in Kundagol, which is about 300-year-old, after which he will go to number 7 and booth number 7 and booth number 50 of Kundagol to launch Vijay Sankalpa Abhiyan there, and doing thereby a wall painting is what we are learning. And he is also likely to visit Basavanna Devara Mata. There he will be taking part in a massive roadshow, about 1.5 kilometer stretch organized in the Kundagol assembly segment, where comes under Dharavi Dharawad rural area, for which all the preparations are in place. And also pamphlet distribution program and membership drive have also been organized by the BJP unit. And from Kundagol, Amit Shah will proceed to MK Hubli near Kitturu Belagavi district to participate in a rally, which is a part of ongoing Jana Sankalpa Yatra. And we are learning from the sources that a large number of people are likely to gather as this party is mobilizing workers and supporters from Kittu, Khanpuru and Bhaglosana and other assembly segments. And Khanpur and Bhaglosana segments currently represented by the Congress legislator. After the rally, two party meetings are organized in Belagavi district, and both will be attended by Amit Shah and Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, BJP State President Nalin Kumar, and other senior leaders and party leaders will be participating in all the programs alongside Amit Shah.
All right, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and getting us all of those details. Madhu, shifting focus now, viewers, to yet another controversy that is brewing after Congress leader Digvijay Singh questioned the surgical strike, which the Congress termed as ridiculous, and his personal opinion. Rashid Alvi, another Congress leader, raised the same issue and said that there was nothing wrong in what Digvijay Singh said. Alvi said he is not asking for proof of the strike, but the government should show the video it claimed it had, or the government should apologize. The statement is the latest flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress, as several BJP leaders condemned Rashid Alvi's statement. Joining us on the broadcast more on the story, my colleague Ajay Jandyal. Ajay, help us understand what exactly is it that Rashid Alvi has now come out and said?
Well, it seems that the Congress senior leadership, especially the senior leaders like Digvijay Singh, Rashid Alvi and all, they don't want Rahul Gandhi to, achieve his target by Bharat Jodo Yatra, what he's trying to do. As after Digvijay Singh, now Rashid Alvi created new controversy by saying that what Digvijay Singh has said is nothing wrong, but if government is having any video of surgical strike, they should release it, as claimed by the Sushma Swaraj and Amit Shah. So it seems that after Digvijay Singh's statement, Rahul Gandhi called him ridiculous, and now once again Rahul Gandhi has to come out with the new words and what he will call Rashid Alvi, as he is on the same line and asking for a proof of a surgical strike.
All right, stay on with us, Ajay. We also have Mr. Bajpai joining us of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Thank you so much, Mr. Bajpai, for speaking with NewsX. In the latest, we now have Congress leader Rashid Alvi, who's making a statement over the surgical strikes. What does the BJP have to say about first Digvijay Singh's statement and now the statement that is coming by Rashid Alvi?
देखिए, लगातार कांग्रेस का इस तरह का चलन रहा है। उन्होंने हमेशा सेना के ऊपर सवाल उठाए। पहले दिग्विजय सिंह ने उठाए, राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि मुझे सेना पे विश्वास है, अब राशिद अल्वी ने उठाए। ये एक तरीका है, एक स्ट्रेटजी है कांग्रेस की कि आप बोलते रहो, मैं सामान्य करता रहूंगा, और ये खास करके पता नहीं किस वोट बैंक को खुश करने की बात कर रहे हैं। लगातार चुनाव दर चुनाव हारते कांग्रेस उत्तर प्रदेश में विलुप्त हो गई, देश में संख्या सेंचुरी आधी हाफ सेंचुरी के बराबर रहेगी, उसके बाद भी इस तरह के बयान देना, सेना के मनोबल को तोड़ना, अपन भारत जिसकी दुनिया तारीफ कर रहा है, मान रहा है एक सैन्य शक्ति भी है अब आज की डेट में, उस पर भी एक सवाल उठाना, मुझे लगता है कांग्रेस अपने दुर्दिनों से गुजर रही, इसीलिए इस तरह के बयानबाजी कर रही है।
मिस्टर वाजपेयी, आपका क्या मानना है कि क्या जो सरकार है वो कोई प्रूफ देंगी, जैसे कि कांग्रेस लीडर्स अब डिमांड कर रहे हैं? इज इट पॉसिबल द बीजेपी इज नाउ गोइंग टू बी शोइंग सम सॉर्ट ऑफ अ प्रूफ ऑफ द सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स दैट टुक प्लेस?
देखिए, लगातार वो ये भी कहते रहते हैं कि हमें सेना पे भरोसा है, और इन सब चीजों को कल को तमाम चीजों के प्रूफ मांगे जाने लगेंगे। अगर कोई पीछे चला जाए कि जब हमने पाकिस्तान से वार जीती थी, उसमें आप बताइए कि क्या प्रूफ है, आपने कहां कहां बम गिराए, आपने क्या प्रूफ है, जब पूरी दुनिया मानती है। अभी आपने देखा होगा अमेरिका के विदेश मंत्री की किताब आई है, उन्होंने खुद बोला है कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई थी और उसके बाद पाकिस्तान में बहुत झमेला खड़ा हुआ था। तो ये इस तरह की बातें हैं जिसको ये लोग उठाते रहते हैं। मुझे लगता है इसी के कारण कांग्रेस उत्तर प्रदेश में विलुप्त हो गई, देश में कांग्रेस हाशिए पे चली गई। कांग्रेस नेतृत्व को और कांग्रेस के पुराने लीडर अपने को बनाए रखने के लिए मीडिया में अपनी हैसियत दर्शाने के लिए इस तरह के अनर्गल बयानबाजी करते हैं। उनको भी पता है कि जो भारत ने किया है वो हुआ है, और पाकिस्तान इसीलिए अपने दबाव में, पूरे विश्व में भारत की, देखिए आज ही पुतिन ने बयान दिया है कि भारत बहुत बड़ा देश है, और उसके बावजूद इस तरह देश के अंदर कांग्रेस पार्टी जो बहुत ही पुरानी पार्टी है, उसके नेता इस तरह की अनर्गल बयानबाजी करें जो देश हित में नहीं है, जो राष्ट्र हित में नहीं है, जो सेना के ऊपर सवाल उठाती हो, भारतीय सेना के ऊपर, जो विश्व की बहुत बड़ी सेना है और आज माना जाता है कि बहुत शक्तिशाली है, उस पर सवाल उठाकर मुझे लगता है कि भारत को, भारत की सेना को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं। इसी में कांग्रेस बहुत नीचे होती चली जा रही है।
जी मिस्टर बाजपेयी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Of course, viewers, this is the latest that is erupting between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party. But let's also not move too far away, and let's also talk about another interesting story that is coming out. India has now signed an agreement with South Africa to translocate 12 more cheetahs to the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh. A senior official in the Union Ministry said, in the Union Environment Ministry, has now come out and said the pact was signed last week and 7 male and 5 female cheetahs are expected to reach Kuno by February 15th. The South African Environment Department in a statement has said that the plan is to send 12 cheetahs every year for a decade. India has not released any statement in this regard so far. However, it is expected that the South African authorities will soon receive an export permit and a certificate under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora for the transfer of the cheetahs. India, of course, has completed all formalities for the same, is what the statement coming out from African authorities tell us. And soon, the Kuno National Park is going to be seeing at least 12 more cheetahs being added to the 8 cheetahs that had earlier been flown in, that were released by the Prime Minister on his birthday at Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh. Joining us on the broadcast, we have TK Roy. TK Roy is an environmentalist, and he is going to be speaking with us to make sense of what this means. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. Of course, you know, the latest that is coming in tells us that there are at least 12 more cheetahs that are expected to come our way. By February 15th, India is going to have at least 12 more cheetahs at the Kuno National Park. Sir, how important is this with regards to the wildlife, with regards to the ecosystem, with regards to establishing an ecological balance by getting these wildcats into the country?
This is very surprising for me that even the word using the reintroduce, this is a wrong word, because the earlier cheetah was in different species in the country that has gone. That won't come back. Reintroduction word is wrong. Here introduction is okay. Again, there earlier the cheetahs they have introduced over here. These are not Indian species which has already gone. And before introduction of this cheetahs, they didn't do any kind of thorough studies living 1 or 2 over here. How is their sustainability over here, their adaptation, other things. But anyway, they released over, and after that, the few months, many months already passed. But I do not find any kind of the say about these, that what is the status there, how much they are adapting over here, their sustainability over here. And after that, they are thinking another 12 cheetahs will be very surprising to us. Those are basically ecologists or environmentalists or in this field. This particular place, how can this earlier, which not yet get the status over here, that whatever earlier 6 or 10, I forgot the name already, last year they introduced, what is the status, how much their adaptability, how much their surviving rate, or how much their suitability over here, no more these things, but immediately within a year, not yet within a year, there another 12 cheetahs more. And the read through Times of India news that basically every year, very surprising, every year there will be 1 dozen for 5 years as per their agreement with Africa and several other international organizations, that every year there will be 12 cheetahs, dozen cheetahs will be introduced. Why it is so? And particular one side, their aim shows, I understand, not this the susceptibility of
but
these.
Sir, do you not agree with the basic premise that if there is a species that is endangered, if there is a species that is not there in the country anymore, then translocating species from other nations is the only way in order to get the species back in, you know, the Indian hinterlands, for instance? Is that not the only way to do it? What is the other way, sir, in order to get cheetahs back to the country, back in India? If not this, then what, sir? Mr. Roy?
Good point. Yes, because even could be a conflict of among animals also, because here the news nicely covered it. Yes, could be of other species, could be a conflict. And secondly, this is not at all this African cheetahs without their earlier any kind of experiment that how much their reaction, their adaptability, their survival over here, and without doing for at least for a year or so or more, they could have think of how much is over there, their suitability over here. And before that they're coming, and the agreement says that every 5 years, 12, every dozen for 5 years keep on introducing over it. What does it mean? And indirectly also says that their local economy to increase, as well as these local people's, their kind of economy, other things. That means indirectly the tourism is the main thing. Now again on the point I can say, whatever wildlife already in our country, very viable condition, very degrading condition all over the country. If you see the wildlife biodiversity issues, already a lot of species already totally extinct, lost, and several species are under certain condition. So without considering those are already existing in our country, we're not thinking about that, and we're thinking that another particular species and more number to introduce particular one destination. This is the Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary. Very surprising. And instead of ecotourism, this by name. Now government, we are seeing, observing people openly that by name ecotourism, they are making kind of, it's not ecotourism, very sensitive conservation tourism. But indirectly it means so. The like kind of tourism means tourism simply that lot of revenue comes, people livelihood. That doesn't mean particular, because every kind of limitation on the ecology, other kind of aspects. Here, instead of doing their focus is the tourism, not ecotourism. By name ecotourism, it's converting to amusement tourism. Amusement tourism is again destructive. It's largely destructive. A lot of our sanctuaries, the protected areas, already due to this, the revenue coming, but in other way, directly, indirectly, it's destroying the habitat, disturbance of this species. So it won't help that way. I don't think it will be helpful that way. That only on the perspective of this livelihood of the people and economy. It doesn't mean so. This the conservation issues overall. And in the country already are in very degrading conditions. Several species already, so many we have for more than about 600 protected areas. This is one of these. How does
So, Mr. Roy, in your opinion, there should be some more research that should be done before flying in the cheetahs to Kuno. Of course, a point well made. We do hope that due diligence is done before the cheetahs are flown into the country, in fact. But viewers, for now, the big news is that earlier India and Namibia had signed an MOU, after which there were at least 8 cheetahs that were delivered to the Kuno National Park. They were then released by the Prime Minister on his birthday at Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh. Now, there's yet another pact between India and South Africa to send 12 more cheetahs to the Kuno National Park. My colleague joins us on the broadcast. Prabhu Pateria joins us on the broadcast for more on the story. Prabhu, help us understand details of this MOU with South Africa. There are at least 12 cheetahs to be flown in by February 15th. Is that right?
जी बिल्कुल, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एक एमओयू साइन करी साउथ अफ्रीका के साथ, और 12 चीता का जो दूसरा बैच है, इसके पहले 8 चीता नामीबिया से आए थे, इनको मध्य प्रदेश के कूनो नेशनल पार्क में लाया जा रहा है। यहाँ पर इनको रखने की पूरी व्यवस्थाएं की गई है। इनको 6 महीने तक क्वारंटीन रखा जाएगा। और मैं बता दूं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के जन्मदिन पर 17 सितंबर को नामीबिया से 8 चीते यहाँ लाए थे, जिसमें 5 फीमेल थे, 3 मेल थे। उन चीतों को यहाँ पे रखा गया है। 4 महीने हो गए हैं, वो अच्छे से हैं चीते यहाँ पर, और अब उनको बड़े बाड़े में छोड़ दिया गया है। वो अपना शिकार भी कर रहे हैं। और यदि हम कहें कि कूनो नेशनल पार्क का जो एनवायरनमेंट है, हैबिटेट है, वो बिल्कुल साउथ अफ्रीका की तरह है। चीते यहाँ पर अच्छे से रह सकते हैं, उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है। उनके लिए पूरा प्रे बेस वहां पर है। तो एक तरीके से ये कहें कि चीता रिलोकेशन का जो प्रोजेक्ट है, वो मध्य प्रदेश के कूनो नेशनल पार्क में पहली बार ऐसा दिखाई दिया है, सफलतापूर्वक जारी है। और इसका दूसरा बैच अब आने वाला है। मध्य प्रदेश वो राज्य है जहां पर पन्ना नेशनल पार्क में टाइगर इंसेक्ट हो गए थे, वहां पर टाइगर रिलोकेशन किया गया, और आज वहां पर 50 से ज्यादा टाइगर है। तो मध्य प्रदेश के जो वाइल्ड लाइफ के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, वो लगातार इस मामले को देख रहे हैं। WII की टीम भी इसमें जुड़ी हुई है, और उनकी ही सलाह पर कूनो नेशनल पार्क को चुना गया। इसके अलावा मध्य प्रदेश के 2 और पार्क हैं जहां पर चीतों को बसाने के लिए अगले चरण में रखा जाएगा। एक तो नौरादेही है, जो दमोह जिले में पड़ता है, और दूसरा गांधी सागर। वहां पर भी इन चीतों को रखा जा सकता है। तो धीरे धीरे मध्य प्रदेश में जो चीते जो भारत से विलुप्त हो गए थे उनको फिर से बसाने के लिए मध्य प्रदेश की धरती का चुनाव किया गया है और बड़े अच्छे से यहाँ पर चीतों को रिलोकेशन का काम यहाँ पर हो रहा है।
हमको ये भी जानकारी मिल रही थी प्रभु के जहाँ तक कि जो 8 चीते हैं जो कि ऑलरेडी फ्लो इन करे गए हैं कूनो नेशनल पार्क में, उनमें से एक चीता जो है साशा, शी हैड फॉलन इल, उनको कुछ जो चीता था उसको कुछ साशा, जो चीता का नाम है साशा, शी वाज फेसिंग सम किडनी प्रॉब्लम्स एज वेल। कैन यू टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट हाउ द 8 cheetahs that are already there at Kuno National Park are surviving? Are they healthy? Are they all right? Are they being able to adapt to this environment, to the surroundings? What is the situation of the 8 cheetahs that are already there at Kuno National Park?
देखिए, जो 8 चीते लाए गए थे उनमें से केवल एक साशा जो है फीमेल है, उसमें कुछ दिनों से इलनेस दिखाई दे रही है, उसका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। बाकी चीते स्वस्थ है पूरी तरह से, वो अपना शिकार कर रहे हैं वहां पर। और जो बड़े बाड़े में रखा गया है उनको, तो वो वहां पर जैसे अफ्रीका के जंगलों में, नामिबिया के जंगल में जहां वो थे, जिस तरीके से वो खुले में घूमते थे, बिल्कुल उसी तरीके से यहाँ विचरण कर रहे हैं। और बाकायदा उन पर नजर रखी जा रही है, सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगाए गए हैं पूरे उसमें, वाइल्ड लाइफ के एक्सपर्ट्स लगातार उनको देखते रहते, निगरानी कर रहे हैं, एक एक गतिविधियां उनकी देखी जा रही है। डॉक्टरों की टीम वहां पर तैनात है। तो वो शासा की हेल्थ में अब सुधार हो रहा है, ऐसा दावा वाइल्ड लाइफ के एक्सपर्ट्स के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। और बाकी चीते पूरी तरह स्वस्थ हैं, यहाँ कोई उनको दिक्कत दिखाई नहीं दे रही।
जी प्रभु, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, हमें सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Of course, viewers, we're going to continue to track details as they come in with regards to the cheetahs being flown in once again to the Kuno National Park. But for now, let's talk about our neighbor and the economic crisis that is looming in Pakistan. As Pakistan reels under a severe economic crisis with its currency in shambles, the forex reserves at an all-time low and inflation at an all-time high, the country's finance minister Ishaq Dar has now come out and made a shocking statement that is going viral all over social media. The Pakistan finance minister has said that if Allah can create Pakistan, then he can also protect, develop and make it prosper. As the cash-strapped nation faces an acute balance of payments crisis, this statement by the finance minister comes as a major shock, with the finance minister pinning all hope on God in order to alleviate the crisis that the citizens of Pakistan are in. Before we rope in my colleague Ajay Jandal on the story, let's listen into what it is that Ishaq Dar has said.
पाकिस्तान दुनिया में रहने के लिए अल्लाह ताला ने कायम किया है। ये एक वाहिद मुल्क है जो कलमा शरीफ के नाम पे बना था। इवन सऊदी अरेबिया कलमा शरीफ के नाम पे नहीं बना था। तो अगर अल्लाह ताला ने इसको क्रिएट किया तो इसकी हिफाजत, इसकी तरक्की, इसकी खुशहाली भी अल्लाह ताला की।
Ajay Jandal joins on the broadcast for more on the story. Ajay, help us understand. Ishaq Dar, the Pakistan finance minister, is now pinning all hope on Allah in order to alleviate the crisis that is currently underway in Pakistan. Can you give us details, Ajay, with regards to what it is that Pakistan is currently facing with the wheat shortage, people lining up, fighting for food, food shortages, electricity blackouts? Can you tell us, Ajay, what is happening in Pakistan, the backdrop to Ishaq Dar's statement?
Well, yes, this is something really shocking that a finance minister of a country who is expected to provide food, shelter, electricity, and who has to ensure the countrymen could, survive in any situation. He is speaking like that instead of providing food and wheat to the people, those who are dying in the queues, those who are running behind the trucks, those who are facing the toughest time in Pakistan and facing the shortage of electricity. They have been told, and finance minister is saying that Allah Ta'ala will provide, God will provide, everything. God will ensure that how Pakistan has to survive, how growth will take place. He must understand that this is the responsibility of the government and the ministers to ensure that the way the crises are taking place, that has to be covered up. The food grain and the wheat has to be provided to the civilians of the country. But instead of doing anything as far as the shortage of wheat and electricity, other things are concerned, he is giving such statement that is really shocking and they are trying to make their mockery of their own government. Already they are facing the criticism from the PTI, ministers, as well as from the PTI political party of Imran Khan and their leaders. They are continually targeting the government, and when they are giving such statement during this crisis, that is really shocking, because we have seen the visuals of civilians in Pakistan and Pakistan of Kashmir. They are dying and crying for the food. They are crying for the wheat, and that they are also crying for the electricity, because there were totally blackout in Pakistan for several days in last few weeks.
All right, Ajay, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and giving us all of those details. As far as Pakistan's economic crisis is concerned, remember, viewers, Pakistan is reeling under an economic crisis like no other. And of course, this is the latest statement coming in from the side of the finance minister, who's pinning all hope on God to alleviate the crisis. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. It's all the time that we had. We'll see you on the other side with more news and updates. Thank you for watching NewsX. Stay tuned.
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadhan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Hello and welcome to Cover Story. Today we are in conversation with Dr. Jitendra Singh. He is the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office. He is also the Minister for Personnel, Public Grievances, Science and Technology, Atomic Energy, and apart from that, he is also a doctor himself. Congratulations and welcome to this conversation. Dr. Singh, before, I would really like to use this occasion to talk to you a lot about, there's a lot being asked about the way the Modi government does its governance. Unka governance with a difference hai, citizen-centric governance. And you are on ground and implementing a lot of his schemes. But before that, I would like to focus also on your home state, because you're also a two-time MP from Jammu. There is also talk of elections in the Union Territory. What is happening in Jammu Kashmir?
No, I think in the last few years, if you would have noticed, the level of terrorism, level of violence has come down remarkably, and the active lifespan of any average terrorist is also come down very drastically. Today you hear of a new name in the world of terrorism, and within 2-3 days you find that it's been liquidated. Unlike earlier times when they would make a Robin Hood out of this. So that has also been possible because under Prime Minister Modi, there has been a very decisive approach as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, both in terms of bringing down the militancy with the approach of zero tolerance towards terrorism, and at the same time replicating all the good practices of governance which have been prevalent in the rest of the country, but they were not being implemented there or exercised there on the levy of Article 370 or whatever, because the governments there found it convenient not to implement all those rules and laws and then have their own fiefdom. So I think it's been, and of course, third part is the development. Many of the projects which had got stalled, halted in the earlier years have actually been reinvented and reinstalled during the last 8-9 years of the Modi government. I think one of the most distinguished examples is that of a project called Shahpur Kandi project, which is an irrigation power project located on the borders of the Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. Both the areas are going to be benefited, the border districts of Punjab as well as the border districts of Jammu and Kashmir. But for certain political reasons, the project was halted for the last about almost 3.5 decades. It was Prime Minister Modi's personal intervention which revived it. Among the best practices, now I see the Kashmir-centric political party, the Congress party, its allies who've been in governance over there, always raise the bogey of identity, special status, etc., etc. Right. But the rules and the laws that they were holding back in the garb of that were actually the ones which were meant for social welfare. Like, for example, the Dowry Act, the Child Marriage Act, the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse. Now, this is nothing to do with the political identity or the stature or the status or the special...
so you mean under 370 they were still...
Absolutely. So all these laws, because they were following... Absolutely. Because they were following a policy of appeasement, appeasing a certain section which was their vote bank. Similarly, also for their convenience. Now, I think there's one very notorious example. If you recall, during emergency, Mrs. Indira Gandhi brought in an amendment which increased the term of the Lok Sabha as well as the state assemblies from 5 years to 6 years, because she had received certain intelligence inputs that the election was, not compatible at that period of time. So she extended it through an amendment. I think that was again 42nd or 43rd amendment. Then, but in 1977, the government changed. The Janata government, led by Prime Minister Morarji Desai, came in, and it was decided that this was undemocratic. It was reversed. I think that was 45 or 46. So all the state assemblies and all the and including the Lok Sabha reverted back to 5-year term. Now look at what happened in Jammu and Kashmir. First time when they increased it to 5 years, from 5 years to 6 years, you had the Chief Minister from National Conference, Sheikh Abdullah. They immediately adopted that rule because they had that prerogative of deciding what to adopt, what not to adopt. But it got reversed. They took the LEB of 370 and it allowed it to continue until the territory turns into a union territory and Article 370 gets abrogated on the 5th, 6th August 2019. The term of Jammu Kashmir Assembly, ironically, continued to be 6 years. So you see, this was almost a misuse or abuse of Article 370 for their own vested interests.
But around 6 years, your government is not holding elections only.
No, that is for reasons that because of earlier there was COVID, then there is security situation, because Jammu Kashmir is a sensitive territory. So I think at an appropriate time they'll take a call.
Will it be this year? Because there is now the delimitation has also happened.
I can't be saying that. It's out of turn for me to actually give an opinion on that, because the prerogative lies with the Election Commission of India, and of course the security agencies decide about the security part. But as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, of which I happen to be a Karnataka, we are always ready for any election for that matter, whether it be the local body or the Lok Sabha or the Assembly, and that applies across the country.
But it's interesting the examples you gave of 370, because we only know about the broader things, the right to own land or whatever, but these little...
See, now even for Pakistan refugees, they were deprived of their citizenship rights, voting rights. Now, the interesting fact, which I'm sure the history will sometimes try to ponder about, is that 2 persons from this refugee clan went on to become prime ministers. Dr. Manmohan Singh, he belonged to Jhelum district of Pakistan. Dr. I.K. Gujral also came from Pakistan. And sometimes I wonder, if they had chosen to settle down in Jammu Kashmir, destiny would have deprived them of the opportunity to become prime minister, because they were not even granted citizenship rights for several long decades. Nowadays, even if you go and settle abroad in a Western country, and after a couple of years you get a green card or something like that. So this was done by a design to hold on to a small voter section, which would keep, repeating them again and again, so that they could perpetuate their dynasty rule from generation to generation.
Speaking of one of the dynasties, Omar Abdullah recently, he joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo. I'll come to that in a bit. But he says that Kashmir mein aaj bhi jamhuriyat ki bhi kami hai. And he pointed out that, this government talks about, internationally you reach out to Muslim countries. But when it comes to Kashmir or Muslims within India, you don't even have an MP.
No, see, I would not make a very personal comment, because but talking of the issue per se, I think today we live in an evidence-based era. So we have to support what we say with a certain amount of evidence and substance. The evidence is otherwise. For example, for 65 years, Jammu Kashmir did not have district development councils. Now, who would answer that? And all these half a century or so, the government was run by National Conference Congress. Why, when the rest of the country you had this situation, it was only under Prime Minister Modi that in 2019-20 we got first ever distribution. People had never heard. And on the contrary, these Kashmir-centric political parties were raising slogans like autonomy, like self-rule. Now, what is self-rule? If to my understanding, the self-rule is the rule which emanates from the bottom, from the grassroots, rule of the self. So here, the self-rule meant the rule of the dynasty, but not allowing rule of the local bodies to happen.
Correct.
Similarly, in Panchayati Act, we have 73 and 74th Amendment. Ironically, again, the amendment was brought by the Congress government at the center. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister.
Shankar Iyer.
Yes, and that, in a way, it's an enabling amendment. It allows the central grant to go straight to the local body budget. It was not implemented in Jammu and Kashmir on the levy of 370. If had that been allowed, it would have led to the empowerment of the block development councils, the sarpanchis, the panchayats. So these governments had deprived the empowerment of the grassroots. Even the grassroots panchayat elections were not happening for years together. Corporation elections stalled for over a decade. So I don't know who's talking of democracy.
But a little before I go into politics, you're also from Jammu. You're a doctor, endocrinologist. But you joined the BJP, I think, in 2012, and fought your first election in.
No, I joined earlier. I fought my first election in 2014. Yeah.
So what made you, turn towards the BJP?
No, it's just like that. I had been associated with them right from the beginning. In fact, the larger, the ideology family, they were actually, in a way, my guardians also when I was in the college in Chennai. So I was an active participant in most of their programs. Even if you see the Vidyarthi Parishad offices here, they have photographs of me in the early 90s when Mr. Kedarnath Sani was there.
From the...
So, no, I was associated with all these programs, Bharat Vikas Parishad, etc. But I was not actually into a political wing or an active politics. And then when I was asked to take over as an office bearer in the party, then I had to put in my papers from the government job. And I continued my practice.
Okay, no, it's interesting that,
I mean, that was the time when nobody resigned from a government job to join BJP, at least in my area, because for years together, nobody...
Which year was this?
This is around 2008-9, later. But you see, those days nobody ever visualized the BJP government happening at the center. BJP happening at Jammu and Kashmir out of question. So even those who retired from the government service chose to join Congress or some of the local regional parties like National Congress. Never at all. Even after retirement, people didn't look at BJP. So, in fact, you asked me a question at this time when, everything is going good. That time people would laugh at me. Some of them thought there's something gone wrong with him. So,
that's one thing. What made you, look towards,
because
from the valley, from the state of Jammu?
But I had been with them moving on for a long time. So, when they said I had to take up this one, I said, now it's been all my life, following a particular path, and I wouldn't have been comfortable elsewhere.
Not in the Congress. But this Bharat Jodo Yatra, now Rahul Gandhi is going to culminate it in, in 2-3 days. He's right now also in the Srinagar side. He was in your constituency area also, Banial ke baad. So, what do you make of the Bharat Jodo Yatra?
No, I think I wrote that in a piece which was recently published in one of the national days, much discussed about the Congress party, also held a press conference. See, the Congress party has actually, if you see from the historic perspective, I also said once in Parliament, history will one day decide who was right on Kashmir, Nehru or Mukherjee. And I think now the time has come, history has delivered its judgment. Because Congress party has actually missed the opportunity in Kashmir. It had opportunity to integrate Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir in the manner the other states were being integrated. But I think it didn't happen also partly because Prime Minister Nehru decided to take over Jammu Kashmir in his own hands and did not allow his own Home Minister Sardar Patel to handle the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the manner he was handling the other princely states, 560 odd. And then maybe allowing this 370, which was a transitory provision. In fact, when in one of the discussions in the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Sama Prasad Mukherjee pleaded to Pandit Nehru to have a second thought on 370. And Pandit ji said, Dr. Mukherjee, don't get worried. Ye ghiste ghis jayega. I mean, this will vanish in the course of time. And there was in bracket it was written temporary position, but the temporary position was again allowed to continue permanently because they found themselves getting more and more beneficiary of that small vote bank that they had nurtured. So all these things, they missed the opportunity to allow or to enable a complete integration of Jammu and Kashmir, which has happened only after Prime Minister Modi took over, because it required tremendous amount of courage and courage of conviction. So now, doing all these things would not undo that missed opportunity. It would rather be adding to, one of another misdoing. Secondly, even if you see from the point of view the yatra per se, let me not get into the ideology part of it. Whenever BJP tried to take out a yatra to Kashmir, it was stalled, it was halted, it was oppressed. I'll give you 3 main examples. In 1953, Dr. Sama Prasad Mukherjee wanted to enter Jammu and Kashmir. He was arrested right at the border, put under arrest. He died under mysterious circumstances, in spite of the fact that he had intimated Sheikh Abdullah in writing that I am coming, I am the Member of Parliament from South Calcutta, so whatever courtesy to be extended or whatever. And he also inquired beforehand if he was going to be arrested. He was arrested by deceit, I would say, because, that time the Supreme Court of India jurisdiction had not extended to Jammu and Kashmir. So there is a bridge where half of which falls in the Punjab territory, half of it Jammu and Kashmir. So once he crossed that half of it, he was arrested on the other side. Because if he had been arrested this side, it's very interesting, often not discussed, because Punjab was then part of the Supreme Court. They were already ready to go to the habeas, for the habeas corpus petition in the Supreme Court. So he was arrested by deceit. He remained behind bars for about 30-40 days and passed away. Secondly, in 1992, when Murli Manohar Joshi ji, Modi ji was with him, again the yatra was stopped. Thirdly, in 2011, Mr. Arun Jaitley, Sushma Swaraj, Anurag Thakur as the youth president, he's just become president of the BJYF, and these senior leaders, Jaitley ji, Sushma Swaraj, Anant Kumar, they were arrested right from the airport in Jammu and sent back to Punjab. So, unlike that, BJP has not followed the practice of stopping yatras to Jammu and Kashmir. We've allowed them. So, I think this is a huge contrast. That is different. There's a huge contrast. So, I think they should rather be drawing some lessons from that.
Yeah, but Rahul, very interestingly, in his speech, doesn't talk about the revocation of 370. He talks about restoration of statehood. Usko leke bhi Omar se kafi sawal hue the, I saw at a press conference. So
no, in fact, soon after 5th and 6th of August 2019, when the article was revoked, and somebody said, what would be Congress stand? I said Congress should rather be thankful to BJP, because it was they who inserted that phrase, temporary provision, but they could not live up to it. So we have actually completed their unfinished task, which Nehru and the successive governments could not do. So if at all they respond, they will have to respond to BJP with gratitude.
Well, that one you can wait for. But I'm going to take a break and continue this conversation. Lots more anecdotes coming up, so stay with us.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
Hello and welcome back to a cover story conversation with Dr. Jitendra Singh. Dr. Singh, before the break, of course, we were talking about politics of Jammu and Kashmir. One last question on that is the question of statehood. Is the government serious about it?
I think I hardly need to retreat what has been already said on the floor of House, not once but more than once by Home Minister Shri Amit Shah. He said at the appropriate time, the statehood will be reverted to back. So I don't think I need to add anything to that after it's been stated by none less than the Home Minister of India.
We also, at a time where there is a lot of furor over this BBC documentary, the decision to ban it. Now, people are saying, biased hai, I'm not going to that debate, but why ban something? Because that shows, India strong enough to take any
No,
criticism.
that's no, that apart. Now, the point is that you cannot allow a handful of anarchists to create mayhem with a vested interest. Criticism, if it comes from the right quarters with sincerity, with conviction, is always been welcome, has been said once and again by Prime Minister Modi. But if it is motivated, and in this case, on the one hand, they say BJP doesn't respect the judiciary. On the other hand, they are actually showing by default the contempt of judiciary by favouring a documentary which has about which the judgment of the Supreme Court is otherwise. They have given a clean check to the then Gujarat government. So I think they have many answers to, many questions to answer. And the people who are actually supporting it are the ones who are not doing so with a very clean background record. If you see their past record, they have always been anti-Modi, anti-government, and anti-Modi to the extent of becoming anti-India. So I think they are very hardcore sadists there. So the reason here is entirely different.
So you don't think ignoring it, because the minute you ban it, sab jaake dekhte hain. Aaj you know how it is today. You will get a copy of the movie whether you see it on social media or on WhatsApp. So why give them the attention? Just ignore it.
No, I think no, absolutely. The public has ignored it. See, here we have a head of the government who's been the head of the government for the longest period of time. First as Chief Minister, now as Prime Minister for the almost 22 years. And besides that, today, I add to that, he's also the longest serving head of government, one of the longest serving head of government the world over. You see, you have seen so many presidents changing in USA, so many prime ministers changing in UK in short span of time. But and he has defied the principle of diminishing returns. Instead of anti-incumbency, he's getting pro-incumbency day by day. So in a milieu like this, when you have a huge support from the people of this country across, north, south, east, west, northeast. I think this is the first time you have a prime minister who's become a cord uniting the entire diversity of India. Anywhere he goes, he's welcomed with the same kind of enthusiasm, which was not so in many other prime ministers.
It's ironic, because diversity is what is being challenged in this.
Yes, absolutely. You see, for example, I was there in Northeast. So in the early prime, and he's worked very hard for that. In his first term as Prime Minister, from 14 to 2019, he travelled to Northeast as many as 50 times, which no other Prime Minister. So he has actually united the entire country in a single cord. And that is why he has a pan-India presence as well as a pan-India acceptance, which was not so in case of any of the Prime Ministers in the past.
So, Dr. Singh, you got a ringside seat into the way the Prime Minister works. You're also in the PMO. So, give us some examples. We all hear there is this citizen-centric governance, participation is more, less government, more governance. Uske thode examples, anecdotes that we don't know about.
No, I think you would recall, soon after he took over, he gave us the mantra maximum governance, minimum government. So, many people were trying to figure out what this is all about. I think all it means is that you have a governance where the government is a facilitator, not an intimidator. कि अभाव नहीं है लेकिन प्रभावी नहीं. आपको पता है वहाँ है वसीला है, लेकिन
जितने raids हो रहे हैं CBI के तो intimidate भी हो रहे हैं.
नहीं, that is happening. I mean, that is a different case altogether. I mean, the law is taking its course and CBI is an independent body. But that apart, because if you go by that, then I rather you would say that in the last 10 years there's not been a single member of the ministry who has invited any kind of a charge, which was happening earlier as a normal phenomena. But I think what is the hallmark of Prime Minister Modi's style is that he has the courage and conviction to take path-breaking decisions wherever required. He has the courage and conviction to break the taboos of the past. Like, for example, soon after he came in, within 3 months, that dubious rule which had persisted since British Empire of getting the certificates tested by the government officers, guested officer, was done away with. Then, when I say taboos, also space, for all these years, the Space Department, the ISRO, was working behind a veil of secrecy. Now it's been opened up, which the media described fancifully as unlocking of space. We have private public participation there, private startups. Within just 3 years, we have more than 110 startups in ISRO itself, drawn from all parts of the country. This has all been happening because he has the capacity to go beyond status quo. And that also after doing due diligence, due study, because he's a consistent thinker, and he also gets into the micro, research of every subject. If you go to him with a presentation, you would, I'm sure, come back with 2 or 3 added suggestions to what you had prepared for. So that way he gave a governance model in Gujarat, and I think the hallmark of this governance model of Prime Minister Modi, or the Modi model as you say, is that it's a sustainable model of governance. Nowadays when we talk of sustainable goals, it's a sustainable model. It's sustained for 22 years and it holds the promise of sustaining in future as well. Second, as I said, it defies the principle of diminishing returns. Any model would, it's rather becoming more and more, widely accepted. And third, it becomes stronger with every challenge. As Chief Minister, when he was faced with the challenge of the earthquake, as Prime Minister with the challenge of pandemic, that's because he's so focused. And that kind of sincerity, commitment has also enabled him to earn the trust of the people. See, it's not easy to earn the trust. There's a lot much of hard work, sacrifice gone beyond. So whenever he says something, the people of this country across, whether it's north, south, north, east, they feel that Modi ji ne ye kaha hai, to ye mumkin bhi hai aur isme hamara koi bhala bhi hai. So that is, I think, a great asset. He's a great asset for India.
No, that I agree, because a lot of, he is the only person, they say, unki niyat theek hai. You may not agree with demonetization, you don't agree with a lot of his policies, but you don't question his niyat.
Not only niyat, I would also add, Priyaji, he is also open to inputs. He's a great listener, unlike many of us. He has the capacity to, maybe our response time falls short. But he can, if he finds there's something meaningful being told to him, he would, if your appointment is 15 minutes, it might last 1 hour. So he takes, of course, then the final inference drawn by him is in his own, which of course is very well done. He's very well worked out with a lot of homework. But he is open to take the inputs from all quarters. So that is also something remarkable about him.
A lot of people say that, you are saying that he consults everybody, but the impression that we on the outside get is that it's a very one-man central decision maker, and all of you...
I don't think he has the capacity to carry the team with him. Of course, he being first among equals, as is known in the Westminster model of democracy, he ultimately enjoys the prerogative of taking a decision, which of course he is doing with a huge lot of objectivity, not with any personal bias or malice. But before that, he always is open to receive inputs, which he's been doing.
What would you say is the, one of his most successful game change? I know you'll say most are, but most successful is it the Jan Dhan account, Digital India, the reaching out to the poor?
I think what is not, of course, you rightly said, besides the merits of these individual schemes, the undertone of these individual schemes is something which is not discussed about. I'll tell you what I'm trying to mention. Through these schemes, he has tried to change the political culture and the work culture of this country. Like, for example, when the Ujjwala was rolled out, the gas cylinders had to be given to the housewives. List was drawn by the administration of the collectors, of the needy, of the poor, of those who required. And the cylinders were distributed regardless of who the family was. Caste, creed, religion, region, nothing taken into account. We have been saying this, we've been asking.
Yeah, in fact in UP, they were saying a lot of Muslim families voted for you.
No, I tell you, I was just recently back from Mainpuri, in Uttar Pradesh.
You're also in charge of those 3 states. In
there, I found one of the bastis called Sikandrabad. The whole basti has been the beneficiary of Shauchalayas. The entire Muslim basti. So, his mantra was, reach out to the last man in the last queue. We would reach out to them who need us the most. We will provide what has not been provided by the earlier governments. We will not ask them, what is your caste, what is your creed, what is your religion, did you vote for us last time, will you vote for us next time? We will leave it to their wisdom, their discussion. So this political, otherwise what was happening earlier, you have been a veteran journalist, you would recall, if tomorrow you make me railway minister, first thing I do is construct a railway station in my village, regardless of whether there is a passenger or not.
Correct.
All sorts of these subjective things were happening. He brought in a lot of objectivity and also scientific angle to it. Like, for example, aspirational district is one example. In the earlier governments, we had something like backward district. So backward district means if I am in charge of that GOM or the group of ministers making, I'll make sure that 1 or 2 districts from my constituency get elected. Now, here what is happening is you have laid down parameters 40, 41, sanitation, health, education, accessibility, transport, etc. Depending on that, which district stands where, vis-a-vis the first district in that parameter in the state, vis-a-vis first district in that parameter in the countrywide mapping. You have a dashboard time to time. It tells you which is down, which is up. So no subjectivity at all. So I think he has introduced a different kind of a culture, which is and technology has been used to bring in transparency and objectivity, which was not happening. And now with the Modi era, you know, having made its footprint, I'm sure whichever the other parties also will have to follow this culture, because now the grassroots participation of the citizen is being realized only after Prime Minister Modi has come in. So that kind of new political culture, which is based more on the people, or which is more people centric and not vote centric, is something which will be which the other parties also will be compelled to emulate if they have to survive.
Okay, last question, we're out of time, is this has been called as one of the most powerful PMOs since Indira Gandhi. And now comparisons with Indira Gandhi hoti hain zyada rather than with Vajpayee, who was another BJP Prime Minister. How do you react to these comparisons?
No, I think if the word is being used as strong PMO from a negative sense, then I would not appreciate. But yes, it's a decisive PM.
Okay.
It's a decisive PM. It takes decisions with due diligence. And all these decisions, whether it's Article 370, whether it's Ram Janambhoomi, you know, about Ram Janambhoomi, the popular slang, the popular satire about for BJP, the Congress always held out कि अब ये manifesto लिखेंगे, इसमें लिखेंगे मंदिर जरूर बनाएंगे, तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. So that kind of satire. For 370 also they would say, अरे हमें तो पता है क्या. So he has the capacity to take decisions and to execute decisions with a timeline. So if that is, then also in the international platform, he has changed the discourse. Now the entire world is looking up to India. Rather, I was saying the other day, I sometimes feel the world is ready to be led by India under Modi. They're looking up to him for clues, whether it's COVID pandemic, whether other issues. So this kind of, and that has given a lot of self-esteem to an Indian, common Indian. Before 2014, you would recall many of our youth would actually hire their identity. I've seen many of my students going abroad, and then somebody would ask them, are you from India? Where are you from? They would say, I'm from Asia. You wouldn't hesitate saying India, because so much of lowering of the esteem had happened before 2014.
But I thought Dr. Manmohan Singh was a well-renowned, at least I thought he was better known outside than within India.
No, that apart. I'm not talking of individual. Of course, he has his own. But as a country, India has gained esteem across the world now.
Under Modi.
So, under Modi. And that has been possible because of a very decisive, resolute approach happening. But it's not arrogance. It's not also autocratic. Like, for example, if it would not be fair to compare with Mrs. Indira Gandhi, because she has that dubious record of having got the emergency paper signed in the middle of night
from the
from the Rashtrapati.
Yeah.
That kind of things don't happen in this regime. So, I think this is in a positive way, a government which has given India a position of reckoning in the world arena.
So, strong in Modi's era means decisive. In Indira Gandhi's era, it probably meant arrogance, says Dr. Jitendra Singh. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you, Priya.
And
I
hope
really
to do more
enjoyed it.
interviews.
Thank you.
Thank you.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना सेना का मार्च और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadhan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years being a
Welcome back from the break. You're joining us on NewsX. I'm Paradhi Bhanot. On the broadcast, we have Professor V. Kamakoti from IIT Madras to discuss a revolution in the mobile operating systems. An IIT Madras incubated startup has now developed India's first indigenous mobile operating system to take on Google's Android and Apple's iOS. Data is the new gold in this digital age, and those who collect and store your data have an upper hand. Giants like Google as well as Apple have had no successful alternatives for decades, allowing their mobile operating systems of Android and iOS to rule our phones. Given this reality, Government of India wanted to develop an indigenous mobile operating system that could go toe-to-toe with Google's Android OS and have the added bonus of prioritizing privacy and being safe. BharOS is just the answer. Let's understand how and why with Professor V. Kamakoti, who is the director of IIT Madras and who's also joining us on the broadcast now. Firstly, thank you so much, Mr. Kamakoti, for speaking with NewsX, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations are in order, sir, for having developed India's first indigenous mobile phone operating system. If you can just tell us a little bit about BharOS, sir, how the app is going to work on a BharOS enabled smartphone.
Okay. So today smartphones are becoming quite close to day-to-day living. A lot of our data are recorded in the smartphone. It was not just in 1990s or late 90s when mobile phones came to India. We thought that we will be using it only for talking, but today we are using it for a lot of things other than talking, and that makes the phone more closer to human living, and a lot of data about ourselves are recorded in the phone. It can also be health data. It also means when you are getting up in the morning, your alarm data, from everything is there. And where you go, so the locations where you go, everything can be logged in today. Given that, and that lot more of commercial transactions are happening over the phone today, and a lot of confidential data in terms of emails and messages also get exchanged. Your OTPs are, the second factor authentication happens over mobile. There is a need to have a lot more security against, apps that can basically steal the data, against operating systems which can be hacked into and, data can be taken out. So in this direction, IIT Madras had been working on concepts like, can I have a software? Note that operating system is a software.
Yes.
Can I have a software that can run on a mobile that can never be manipulated? Manipulated in the sense, even if you change a bit of it, the mobile phone should stop working. And this is one thing that we have achieved using BharOS, wherein we are using something called a root of trust and a chain of trust that we have established, wherein if you even a small bit of the software gets changed, the phone will not boot. The second thing is, today we are also giving what we call as PaaS. PaaS is private app store. So an organization, for example, NewsX, decides to give to all its employees a secure communication network. NewsX can create a PaaS, a private app store, and the phones can be given to your employees, can be configured in such a way that only the apps in this app store can be downloadable there. So that means other apps which you have not certified as an organization cannot go into those official phones.
Very interesting. Very interesting, sir.
The last thing I want to tell you here is that this BharOS doesn't come out with any default apps. Some of the operating system today, when you install
they do,
in the mobile, default apps come in, and so this BharOS doesn't come. So this gives us a fair playing field for startups who are doing this, mobile app development to actually compete and make their apps, sell those apps and make them prevalent in the mobile network.
Very interesting. Mr. Kamakoti, you've just talked about competition, in your concluding remarks. I want to pick up from there, sir. We already have two operating systems that are in place. There's the Android system, of course, and then there's the iOS. But, the fact remains, sir, that they do have legacy advantages, whether or not we like it or we don't like it. How do you think that BharOS is going to be challenging that, and how do you think that BharOS can then overcome these legacy advantages that the operating systems that exist right now already have?
Okay, so the way we are looking at this today, the main objective of development of BharOS by the startup company J&K Operations Private Limited, which is an IIT Madras incubated company, was to give all these security features to an organization to start with. So we would be looking at organizations who are surely needing a secure communication network between their employees because of the confidentiality and privacy of the data that they are circulating, especially the confidentiality. So that way, there are many organizations which would like to give mobile phones to their employees and make them install a customized BharOS version on these mobile phone, which will use their app store, and they will only put whatever apps that they desire in that app store. By this, they are very sure that the software that is running on the mobile phone, namely the operating system, is what they have certified as an organization, and whatever apps that are going to be installed on that is again certified by the organization.
So from what I understand, you're saying that this is going to be for organizations specifically. But what about a commercial rollout, sir? Is that also something that you're thinking of maybe in the later stages?
Yes, absolutely. Once as a concept this comes out very well. So first and foremost, we are very clear that many organizations will take it in large numbers. The next thing is that an organization, say with 10,000 employees, is one, we call it as a company, for example. If an organization with say 4 crore people actually becomes a consumer product. Yes. So more and more as and when the people actually start wanting this type of a security, which we feel will happen in very quick future because of lot more of internet, mobile-related hackings that are happening. This type of a security requirement will come, and that time we will have a very important commercial rollout across India and also globally if needed for a secure operating system and a secure app store.
So interesting, talking about taking BharOS not only in India but also globally, giving it a global platform. Of course, that's going to be the need of the hour after it has already established itself in India. But, sir, I want to ask you, why do you think that attempts in the past, to take on Google as well as the Apple operating systems have not succeeded?
Yeah, see, the main issue is security as a big issue has come up very recently. And establishing a root of trust and a chain of trust is extremely important, and we have successfully not only done that but actually tested it successfully. As you know, Honorable Minister of Education and Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Railways, both of them actually tested this call that day. So half an hour, there was around 20 minutes.
I understand there were also calls that were made, sir. There were audio calls that were made by the minister
and
in order to check the system.
Video calls that were made just to demonstrate that it's working. So a working system with complete security is now demonstrated. And I'm sure that, and with a clear goal, right? We are now talking of PaaS, private app server. We are talking of no default apps. We are also talking of this entire security with no rootkits and other things possible. I think this is a comprehensive offering that we are giving, and at the right point of time, right? So we also have certain observations made by the Honorable Supreme Court in the recent judgment. And now this is a time where, even our own startups need to have a fair playing field. So this type of an understanding has come of recent times, where this has actually the security on the mobile phone is now becoming a major issue. That is what we are seeing.
Yes.
And I think this is the right point where we have pitched it. So our objective is not, predominantly our objective is to give a secure environment, right? And and whoever wants that environment can take it.
So, talking about data privacy, data protection, that of course is the need of the hour, in today's day and age. So then, sir, how does an indigenous mobile operating system change data protection as well as privacy, at least in India, with, with BharOS now coming into the picture?
Absolutely. So now what we are saying is that you are an organization, like again I come back, NewsX has a private app server, private app store, and you have your own phone. All the data that is flowing is between your app server and that phone, okay, and the apps that you are using. So, and if you have certified those apps, that apps will also protect the necessary data. So otherwise you are not going to certify that app. So it is entirely up to your organization, NewsX, to see what data you can share and what data you need not share. And that way, it is completely, the data is well within your network, and all that is there in these mobile phones being certified, and that the mobile phone is configured in such a way that if something gets changed, the phone itself will not boot. That is where you get the full confidence that the data that you have is within yourself, and it is within your network, and it is up to you to use the data or collect the data or not collect the data. Everything is given to you as an organization. So that is where the entire privacy and security of the data can be ensured.
All right, so sir, help me better understand this, and I just want to understand this from you, since you're telling us this in so much detail. So if, let's say, like you've given the example already, if let's say NewsX decides to get on BharOS, NewsX will be in control of putting on the application store whatever applications it wants on the mobile phones, on the devices of their employees. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. And
that is what we call it as a private app store.
Okay.
It's private to you.
So this will then range from every organization to organization that then takes BharOS on their systems.
Correct. So so I'm not bounded to one app store. So for example, another thing is that this phone can work on this app store. So you can decide on some app, right? You as NewsX can decide on some app and put. It will not be a default app, right? You can decide. You have the choice to decide on that app. And then, so one of the things that, JNK operations will also try to help you is on to see whether that app has the required security, right? That's sort of a human security check, right? So today, some of the organizations do an automatic security check, and sometimes it works, it doesn't work. And as you see, many apps are to be removed because of, some vulnerabilities, etc. This will give you, they'll also create an infrastructure where there can be a human check for every app, and then that can be put onto the.
And then what about the compatibility, sir, of applications with BharOS? Can that be an issue?
No, actually, so very interestingly, if you look at the testing that was done by honorable ministers that day, Map My India was there. So Map My India as an app was actually ported within a couple of hours into this, and so the compatibility of any new app to this is not going to be an issue, and that is a simple proof, because it's a very complex system because it uses many of the peripherals. But that was ported very easily.
Okay, and so one last thing with regards to the details of the operating system itself before I move on. So what about applications that are already compatible with, let's say, iOS or Android? Are they also going to be able to work on BharOS, or are they going to need a new compatibility system, more user interfaces, user checks? How is that going to work?
Yeah, so some of the things are, if the APIs need to be tested once, and if the APIs are tested, then these software can be ported. It will not be an issue. Of course, there will be one test that need to be done because ultimately many of this, all of this are originating from a Linux kernel, right? So there is a native Linux kernel from which Android came up, right? So
yes.
Many of the things are compatible across this platform because the underlying mother kernel is a Linux kernel. So there is not going to be a big issue in porting any of these softwares onto any of these applications onto BharOS.
Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for so patiently explaining that to me as well as our viewers watching this. It's very interesting. So, moving forward now, I want to ask you, and the government as well as the private sector have shown so much interest in the application. I've been going through news articles after news articles about how the private sector is also so interested in the software itself. So, shown this increased interest in the operating system, how is the team now looking to harness the opportunities that are coming their way?
Yeah, so one of the first and most initial thing that we would like to take up, the team JNK Operations Private Limited, is to basically start working with some of the organizations because that will be, as you know, this is a start, right? So we have just tested, and so with the organizations and see that they could give a private network for these organizations, right? So that will basically, freeze a clear process of how to roll out. There is no doubt that this can scale up to crores of users, right? But we would like to do it for thousands or tens of thousands of users to start with. I think that is what they will do in the next 6 to 8 months. And once that is successful, I think this will move on to the next stage. Right?
Talking about the consumers, sir, talking about the people that you expect to reach out to, India, sir, as a fact, is the second largest consumer markets as far as the smartphone industry is concerned, in the world, only after China. So what potential does our market space then serve for indigenous mobile technologies such as BharOS?
Yeah, so the main issue in a full consumer scale rollout is the basic usage of this operating system should be friendly, and the type of apps that are going to be loaded has to be quite versatile. These two are from a user perspective, and the last one is that there should be a trust that is built on that this system will work correctly. And to actually reach these three goals, namely usability, the variety of apps, and also the trust, the initial exercise of trying to work with individual organizations will give the company a lot more of insight based on which they can roll out faster. But I'm very sure, as a professor of teaching information security for quite some time, the time is not quite far off when there will be a need for a very, very intricate security on the mobile phone, even for general consumers like us, and is not necessary for strategic, but even for civilian purposes. And that day is not very far off. And that day we will have one indigenous answer, Atmanirbhar answer from India.
We already have an answer, sir. Thanks to you as well as the team for getting us this answer. By when can we expect private organizations or some few organizations to get the BharOS software, sir?
In my opinion and in my wish and pray that in another 2 to 3 months, there should be at least a couple of organizations who are running full-fledged on it.
So before we let you go, is there any possibility that NewsX can get a sneak peek of this software before its rollout? Is that possibility there, sir?
No, I am director of IIT Madras. This whole thing is done by a IITM incubator company, so I cannot answer this question there.
No worries, sir. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, sir. More power to IIT Madras as well as IITs all over. More power also to the incubator, to the team that has worked on this. And of course, under your supervision, sir, it has been possible. That was Mr. Kamakoti. He, of course, is one of the key persons who's been responsible for getting us the BharOS operating system in India. And where from here is the big question that we're going to continue to track for you. With that, we shift our focus to some more breaking developments that we've been getting on the broadcast. We've been given to understand that a 2-day meeting of the Ram Mandir construction committee is all set to take place. It is starting today onwards, and the meeting, of course, is going to take place today. It is going to be a 2-day meeting of the Ram Mandir construction company starting January 28th, and a decision on the shape of the idol of Ram Lalla that is to be put in the temple is also to be discussed as part of this committee meeting that is to take place. Breaking developments coming in, viewers. We've been given to understand that a meeting of the Ram Mandir construction committee is to take place. The meeting is going to be held for 2 days. It's going to start from today onwards, and it's expected that for at least the next 2 days the meeting is going to take place. We've also been given to understand that an idol of Ram Lalla and the shape of the idol rather is expected to be discussed in this meeting. That is all set to take place. Is going to start today. It's going to go on for 2 days. Remember, viewers, construction of the Ram temple has been underway for months now, and in the latest, of course, a promise has been made by the Home Minister stating that in January of 2024 the mandir is going to be ready and open for devotees. So that, of course, is the big statement that had come out from the side of the centre just a couple of weeks ago. And now we've been given to understand that there is a 2-day meeting of the construction committee that is going to be taking place. My colleague Ravi joins us on the broadcast for more on the story. Ravi, can you quickly help us understand what this meeting is going to entail? Why has this meeting been called?
देखिए, जाहिर है राम मंदिर का जिस तरीके से लगातार निर्माण हो रहा है उसको लेकर जहां राम भक्तों को इंतजार है उसी को लेकर अयोध्या में आज से राम मंदिर निर्माण समिति की 2 दिवसीय बैठक शुरू हो रही है। राम लला की स्थायी मूर्ति के आकार और उसमें इस्तेमाल की जाने वाली सामग्री पर फैसला लिए जाने की भी संभावना है। हालांकि जिस तरीके से लगातार राम मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है वो पूरे देश और दुनिया की नजर इस राम मंदिर पर लगी हुई है। सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की जहां तमाम सारे इंतजाम है, वहीं आपको बता दें कि लगातार जिस तरीके से निर्माण कार्य चल रहा है और लगातार राम भक्तों को इंतजार था कि राम मंदिर किस तरीके से तैयार होगा, क्या भव्य रूप होगा। चाहे सरकार की बात करें, चाहे केंद्र सरकार हो या उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार हो, लगातार राम मंदिर को लेकर जहां पूरी तरीके से जरूरी कदम उठाने निर्देशित करती रही हैं। और वहीं अभी एक अहम बैठक हो रही है, 2 दिवसीय ये बैठक होनी है जो कि राम मंदिर निर्माण समिति की तरफ से आयोजित की जा रही है। और माना जा रहा है कि रामलला की जो स्थायी मूर्ति के आकार और उसमें इस्तेमाल की जाने वाली सामग्री क्या कुछ होगी, उसको लेकर ये फैसला है वो लिए जाने की संभावना है इस बैठक के जरिए।
जी रवि, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, हमें सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑफ कोर्स व्यूअर्स, a two-day construction committee meeting is going to be taking place as far as the Ram Mandir is concerned. Remember, countdown of course is to Jan 2024 when the Mandir is expected to open for devotees. On that note, we dip into a very short commercial break. That's all the time that we had for this bulletin. We'll see you on the other side with more news and updates. Stay tuned to NewsX. Thank you for watching.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Hello and welcome to Policy and Politics with me, Tarun Nangia. Today, we are going to discuss the very important issue of how to push wellness tourism in India, how this industry can earn precious foreign exchange, and the need of certain standards. Now, what are those standards? World-class Ayurvedic products, when mated with world-class wellness offerings, will lead to, in a sense, a certain boost in tourism, because people will be assured of a certain quality, and how that can be done, and how the Ministry of Ayush is also helping take India's name to the global scale on the issue of Ayurveda and wellness. I have a very interesting mix of panel today with me. I have with me Pradeep Multani, who's chairman of Multani Pharmaceuticals Limited, and he's the president of the Association of Manufacturers of Ayurvedic Medicines of India. He's not an unknown face. You've seen him on my show many times. He was in his earlier iteration also the chairman of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. Good to see you, Mr. Multani, and looking forward to some interesting inputs from you. I have with me Manoj Nesri. Now he brings in the ministry angle because he is advisor Ayurveda Ministry of Ayush. Good to see you, Nesri ji. And on the third end, we've got somebody who runs wellness resorts all over India. He's Siddharth Dominic. He's managing director of CGH Earth Wellness. That's where the products go into and as a human interface, because they are used in his resorts. So Siddharth, good to see you on the show and looking forward to some interesting inputs. At the outset, may I request Mr. Pradeep Multani, who's the president of the Association of Manufacturers of Ayurvedic Medicines, to lay the ground of this issue before we move ahead to the panelists. Over to you, Mr. Pradeep Multani.
Good evening to everyone, and to you also, Mr. Nangia. Firstly, let me just say that the COVID pandemic further gave the message to the world that we cannot only rely on the allopathic system of medicine or the modern system of medicine. There is a great role of the traditional medical system, which is Ayurveda in India. We saw that with the huge population which we have, 140 crores plus, the number of deaths were minimal as compared to the most advanced countries. Now, this further increased the awareness that, look, apart from modern, we need other things. Now, this has given a big boost to the traditional medicines and our Ayurveda, and also the active support of our Honorable Prime Minister and Ministry of Ayush, where fully realizing that India cannot have universal healthcare, that we cannot have healthcare for all the Indians unless we give a major role or an equally important role to the Ayush systems. And of course, the best thing is to let the healthy remain healthy, and preventive healthcare is the best thing possible. So the Ayurvedic medicines and our Ayurvedic wellness treatment centers, these will play a major role in India as well as abroad.
Point well taken. I'll go across to Siddharth Dominic. Now, Siddharth, you've been in the wellness space for a long time now. You run a chain of hospitality, in a sense, resorts, but now you got into this sector, which is wellness. Could you just delve into this for a bit before I go to Nisriji to get the policy angle?
Yeah, thank you, Tarun. As Pradeep was just stating, that in a post-COVID era, what is playing itself is, I think, very evident. People have come to the realization that, health is something that is holistic, and you cannot just pop pills and get immunity and all of that. It comes with, and India is probably the home of all of this holistic sciences, which today I think has gained recognition. Especially all the holistic sciences have suddenly gained importance. For us in CGH Earth Wellness, we have seen a huge spike in demand from the internal Indian audience, who have suddenly realized that, yes, we need to look at our Ayurveda with a new eyes, because there is so much of goodness and science in that, which was forgotten. And you see, in the pre-COVID era, our clientele was 80% international, but we have seen a complete transformation during the COVID and in the post-COVID era, which I think is a great sign. And the world is taking notice of the science of Ayurveda.
Point well taken. You said the world is taking notice of the science of Ayurveda, and we will go to somebody who represents the government, the Ministry of Ayush. Manoj Nesriji is an advisor, Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush. Manoj, if you see, the government of India under this government has made a lot of efforts to push the Ministry of Ayush. We saw renewed efforts and a lot of initiative from the government. Do you think that is also contributing in a way to this industry, and that is why we may be able to unleash the potential of the wellness sector for Indians? Because this is a unique asset which we have. Ayurveda is our brand. Ayurveda is something unique to India. Could you just explore this idea for a bit?
Yes, Tarun, very rightly said that the the new government has very strongly focused on the indigenous sciences, the indigenous knowledge system, and one of that is Ayurveda. And for that purpose, the erstwhile Department of Ayush, it got elevated to the status of a separate ministry in the year 2014. Now, having said that, it is not only actually the elevating and creating a new ministry, then also it followed up by the various policies as well as the rules and regulations. So one of that is the National Health Policy 2017, which is a very landmark policy, I would say. And this National Health Policy 2017, it actually clearly made the roadmap for the integration of the total Ayurveda systems, Ayurveda, Yoga, and other systems in the public health healthcare delivery. So that is one aspect. The second aspect, which is very important, that the government also recognized that there is strong potential in the Ayurveda and Yoga sector in contributing to the economy of the country. And the Prime Minister actually set the goal of 5 trillion economy. And in that, one of the identified area is the Ayurveda and the Yoga, which has a very strong potential. And having identified, then actually there are two aspects into it. One is the export of the products and another is the export of services. So this export of services is a very strong focus of the government of India, along with the export of products. And for that purpose, the government of India and the Minister of Ayush, so we have engaged very heavily with dialogue with the various international partners. There are many countries at the international level, at the same time various organizations and the academic institutes. So in last 7 years, I would say the government of India, Ministry of Ayush, we have signed the MOU with more than 25 countries in the world. At the same time, this is I'm talking about the government-to-government MOU. That is the MOU between the Ministry of Ayush and the Ministry of Health of the respective country. So that is one aspect which is very important. The second aspect is that the at the academic level, because for the purpose of research and for the purpose of academic training, so we have signed more than 40 different kind of MOUs. We have also established the Ayush Information Cell in various countries. At the same time, at the country level, in the domestic level, various policy issues have been taken. One of that is the Ayushman Bharat. So as the name itself indicates, so Ayushman is basically long live India. And in that now the Ayush is integrated in the Ayushman Bharat as well. And there are many health programs which are now promoted. At the same time, the government is also focusing on promoting the infrastructure in the healthcare services. In that, the champion sector of services is one of the schemes that the government of India launched, especially to encourage the private sector. And through this your channel, I would again appeal to the private entrepreneurs to actually approach to the Minister of Ayush, submit their proposals, where actually we provide the interest subsidy to the entrepreneurs in establishing the healthcare services. And at the same time, the government has also focused on the quality of the services and the quality of infrastructure. And that's why the NABH accreditation, the NABH standards for the various hospitals and the daycare centers, so they have been established. And now many hospitals and daycare centers, they are coming forward to take these NABH standards. At the same time, the benchmark standards for the Ayurveda treatment, the benchmark standard for the Panchakarma treatment, so they have been now developed and they have been published by the WHO, World Health Organization. So these are the various issues of the various areas that the government through the Ministry of Ayush has focused. So in a brief, it is the encouraging the private sector, it is encouraging the government sector, it is encouraging the infrastructure. At the same time, it is also ensuring the quality of services. So we are working on all these areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing all these insights with us on what the ministry is doing to push Ayurveda. I'll go to Dr. Pradeep Multani. Sir, if you could explore this idea for a bit, what is the potential you see of Ayurveda and wellness married together in terms of the potential to earn foreign exchange for India? Because India, they associate with Ayurveda. All they need is trusted brands who they can trust, because these are products you use on your body yourself. So how do you marry the two? And then what is the potential? Not say having 50 resorts in India, but much more. What do you think is the potential for this?
See, in today's day and date, when we talk to our friends and colleagues who are in the hotel and other, resort businesses, we will find that I will not be able to give the precise percentage, but the majority of them have now are providing quality Ayurveda treatment there. Treatment for diseases as well as for mental stress, and also to keep the healthy people remain healthy. Now, what is happening is, from the world over, like I was mentioning previously also, That awareness is very clear. Today, our medical tourism with special focus on Ayurveda, I think sky is the limit for it. If you look at other countries, like, of course, Thailand, where they have their own traditional Thai spas and all, we know, of course, that it is very popular for it. But we have a 5,000-year science which is backing it. We have the most competent Ayurvedic physicians, doctors, and now we have also got very, very outstanding quality medicines which are here, which are being produced by our companies. The companies, the systems which the Ministry of Ayush has basically introduces, we've got WHO GMP certified plants, which means W Health Organization, good manufacturing practices, certified plants at par with the best. We've got Ayush Premium Mark quality to certify quality. Then apart from that, drug testing laboratories, which are Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare approved, and also NABL accredited. Now, apart from that, R&D facilities are there, which are approved with the DSIR. And also today, industry is also getting into medicinal plant cultivation, because 70% of the ingredients, the raw material for the Ayurvedic medicines, are herbs. And all these herbs, what I was saying was 70% of these herbs which are there are from cultivation. So increasingly good quality, outstanding quality cultivated plants are coming in. And overall, the level of our Ayurvedic products are at par with, I would say, the best in the world.
Okay, our Ayurvedic products par with. I'll go to Siddharth. Dominic, Siddharth, you come from Kerala. Kerala also is a repository of a lot of herbs and a lot of natural flora and fauna. Tell me one thing, what do you see in terms of the potential of India as a destination for these kind of services of wellness married with Ayurvedic medicines, which are traditional or also which are natural and also without side effects in a sense, and also the people's receptiveness to use these centers? Secondly, also could you reflect on the inbound nature of and the potential of these services? Because we are talking of foreign people coming in. What about the local Indians also willing to spend on these kind of curative and also well-being therapies? Your insights on that?
As I was mentioning earlier, in the pre-COVID time, our experience has been the clientele has been primarily international. And in international, I would segregate them. Europe formed a major chunk. 60% of the international was Europe. Awareness of Ayurveda was very high, especially in the German-speaking world and France, Spain, and some of those countries, Switzerland. Then came the Russian-speaking world, CIS countries, where again, awareness of Ayurveda and the Indian system of medicine is very high. So we had large numbers of people coming to India for treatment, for serious treatment, and as well as both. You could put them into two baskets: serious curative as well as for rejuvenative, which means detox, mental stress, insomnia, and the likes. But during COVID, when travel became restricted, we suddenly, for us, it was a discovery how India started realizing that no, they had difficulty in travel, and they suddenly looked towards Ayurveda as the way out. And we have seen a huge, I was getting some data from our team, and they were saying we saw a 36% spike in Indian traffic into our wellness centers. And it's purely, our operation is at the highest price point, where just to give you an indicatory price, we are looking at about 35,000 to 45,000 rupees per day, inclusive of all consultation, treatments, accommodation, diet, medication, and all of that. And your minimum stay is 2 weeks. So it's a rather high ticket. But India is able to lap it up and without blinking an eye and accept that, yes, we want world class. These are people who would otherwise look at, wellness centers in Switzerland or Austria or Canada or Spain and they're saying that this is on par, if not better. and offering very authentic, genuine treatments. So I think the acceptance of Ayurveda has suddenly gained a lot of credibility amongst the Indian population. Yes, all of us as Indians always knew a local Ayurvedic doctor, but we always went to the allopath for our regular issues. But today they are looking at more in a long distance as a to remain healthy, to age gracefully. All of that has become part of the Indian audience too, which otherwise we saw it very much prevalent in the Western audience. And
yeah, you're saying something.
As we speak, we have, and see, this time of the year, that is December, January is high season. When it is cold in Europe, a lot of Westerners come for treatment to India. But today, as we speak, all our units have 50% of the audience is Indian, which I think is a great indication that what is the kind of demand and the willingness to pay for this kind of service.
Very interesting insight you've given, that Indians are also now willing to spend on Ayurveda and therapies, which is I'll take this issue to Manoj Nestri ji from the Ministry of Ayush. Mr. Nestri, if you could reflect on this, do you feel the government, in a sense, via its campaign that we saw hugely in the past 4 or 5 years, has contributed to this growth and interest among for Ayurveda? This has been the government's contribution in the past 4 or 5 years?
Yes, certainly I would say that, because in 2018, so that time we had conducted one survey with the help of CII, and it was reported that the Ayurveda, the market size, it was in India, was $3 billion US. And now in the November 2021, another survey we conducted with the help of RIS, which is an arm of the Ministry of External Affairs, and it was reported that now it is $18.2 billion. So from 3 to 18.2, so this is a very steep hike. And this actually shows that how the actually market has increased, and this is actually only about the products. So the when I say that the market size, it is not including the service sector. So for the service sector, we are also conducting now another survey, that what is actually the size of the service sector in India, and in that also what is the size of the foreigners, and what is the size of the domestic. So that study is already going on, but only for the product there is a steep hike, and which is very evident that it is because of the various initiatives that the Minister of Ayush took. The another factor which is very important, that now the Ayurveda products, they are getting exported to more than 100 destinations. 100 destinations means more than 100 countries. And when I say it is the getting exported as a product, so in many countries they are going as a food supplement or the nutraceutical, and in many countries they are going as Ayurvedic medicines as such. Because if you see in the maybe some 10 years before or something, so that time the Ayurveda was recognized as a system of medicine only in a handful of countries in the Indian subcontinent, like the Bangladesh, Nepal, and the Sri Lanka, and so on and so forth. But now Ayurveda as a system of medicine is formally recognized in many countries across the continents. So it is formally recognized in Malaysia, it is formally recognized in Switzerland, it is formally recognized in Colombia, in UAE, in Bahrain, in many countries. So it is spreading very fast. And more than that, now many countries, they have in their policies, they have included Ayurveda. Say, for example, in 2020, the Brazil, so included Ayurveda in the national health policy of Brazil in 2020. So likewise, the Latin American countries, they are becoming more and more interested. We have established many collaborations with the Latin American countries. Even in the African countries like Tanzania and Kenya and South Africa or Ghana, so they are becoming very interested in Ayurveda. And now the latest entrant, they are the SCO countries. So it is the Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, including even the Iran. So now they are very much interested in Ayurveda, and there is a lot of actually the scope for the support, the export of the products as well as the services. Now there are many requests which are coming to the Ministry of Ayush that they would like to establish these countries, they want to establish the Ayurveda healthcare centers in those countries. So since Siddharth is already here, join on this, and there could be many more who will be actually listening this. So through this, I request all these entrepreneurs to actually explore the possibility of investing in those many countries where actually they can establish the Ayurveda healthcare centers and they can provide the services. Cuba is one more country which is there, that the Republic of Dominic. So that is also, so even in the far areas like the Caribbean island, there is a lot of actually demand for Ayurveda, and thus it is actually showing that the Ayurveda is spreading very fast. There is a lot of actually recognition. Recently, the health minister of the Canada, so he had visited and he actually had shown a lot of interest, especially in the mental health area, because that is another area where actually the entire world is looking to Ayurveda as a remedy or as a solution, because the addiction and the stress, insomnia, these are the various problems which are emerging and which are there in many countries. At the same time, in countries like Japan, the elderly population, so the overall the number of elderly in Japan, it is very high, and because of that, they require the healthcare solutions, especially for the geriatric care. Now, these are the actually some specific identified areas where actually they are looking for the Ayurveda, and there is growing demand for that. And for that, the Ministry of Ayush has also started developing the skill development program. We have also now established the Ayush Export Promotion Council exclusively actually to promote the export of services and the products. So these are the various initiatives that the government of India has taken. At the same time, with the insurance sector, we have collaborated very strongly, and the IRD, they actually issued the various guidelines, and because of that, the various services of Ayurveda, so they are now covered under the insurance policy. So there are many insurance policies which are actually providing this insurance coverage to the Ayurvedic treatment, which were not being provided earlier. So likewise, there are these various initiatives on the various directions the ministry has taken. So that has actually made the base. At the same time, Siddharth, he was mentioning about the COVID. So during COVID also, the Ministry of Ayush took the various initiatives. The first and foremost important factor is that for so many years, I was not actually considered as an essential services. For the first time in the year 2020, the Ministry of Home Affairs, they issued a notification identifying that the Ayush is or the Ayurveda is an essential services. And because of that, the Ayurveda hospitals as well as the Ayurveda manufacturing sector, so they could continue to manufacture even during the lockdown, and that has significantly helped to the sector in promoting the products as well as providing the services.
Thank you so much for giving that 360-degree insight into what has been happening from the ministry's end, and how India's reach on Ayurveda has increased to so many countries due to efforts made in the past few years. We're almost out of time, so I will like to thank Dr. Pradeep Multani, Siddharth Dominic, Dr. Manoj Nesri for making time and contributing to such an important topic. Looking forward to you joining me on the same topic 2 months from now, on the same topic, to discuss what has happened, what can be done, because I think this is something that we have inherited from our ancestors, which is Ayurveda, and I think we all owe a responsibility to take it forward. Thank you and appreciate your joining us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Tarunji. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
about your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Welcome back from the break. You're joining us on NewsX. I'm Pardeep Hanot. Some headlines. Prime Minister Modi is set to make third visit in 4 months to the state of Rajasthan. Reach out to the Gurjar community on the cards. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the annual NCC PM rally at the Karyappa Parade Ground in Delhi today evening as NCC celebrates the 75th year of its inception. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive in poll-bound Karnataka's Hubli, Dharwand and Belagavi today. Massive roadshow slated as BJP looks to woo Karnataka. After the Congress alleges lapses in security arrangements in the Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Jodo Yatra, Jammu and Kashmir police clarify, say they weren't consulted before taking any decision on discontinuation of the yatra after 1 kilometer by the organizers. Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur deplores the boycott culture targeting certain films, says such instances vitiate the atmosphere at a time when India is keen to enhance its soft power. Yet another shocking hit and drag emerges from the national capital. Car rams into a scooter and drags the biker on the bonnet of the vehicle for about 350 meters in Delhi's Keshavpuram. Both biker and pillion rider killed. As visuals of clashes overflow on the streets amid a shortage of wheat highlight the grim reality of the hunger crisis looming over Pakistan, Finance Minister Ishaq Dar says, and I quote, Pakistan's progress is Allah ke zimme as he leaves economic revival to God. Seven people shot dead and 3 injured in a brutal shooting at a synagogue in East Jerusalem. Israeli authorities neutralized the terrorists, call it worst attack in recent years. Meanwhile, some breaking developments now coming in on the broadcast with regards to Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Let's have a look. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti joins Rahul Gandhi in the Bharat Jodo Yatra after it resumes from Avantipura in Jammu and Kashmir. Visuals on your television screens in just a short bit will be able to show you Mehbooba Mufti joining the Bharat Jodo Yatra. There we have it. Those are the visuals that are coming in. The PDP chief, Mehbooba Mufti, has now joined Congress's mega 2024 litmus test, the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You can see Mehbooba Mufti there in those visuals alongside Rahul Gandhi as the Bharat Jodo Yatra resumes from Avantipura in Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Ajay Jandal joining us on the broadcast. More on the story. Ajay, help us understand Mehbooba Mufti joining the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now give us the backdrop to this. Of course, the Congress had invited multiple opposition parties to join it as the Bharat Jodo Yatra progresses through Jammu and Kashmir and finally culminates in Srinagar. But now the PDP chief is alongside Rahul Gandhi.
Well, you rightly said, opposition parties, they were invited by Rahul Gandhi, and after yesterday, Omar Abdullah joins Rahul Gandhi in Banihal. Today in Avantipura, Mehbooba Mufti also reached and joined Rahul Gandhi and for Bharat Jodo Yatra with the aim to target and achieve, the political benefit in the coming election in Jammu and Kashmir. We know that how opposition parties, they are basically, trying to once again revive their vote bank in Jammu and Kashmir, especially as far as the National Conference and the PDP is concerned, and Congress as well. Definitely, motive remain the same. Even if Rahul Gandhi is saying that this is not a political yatra, but the motive is saying that they want opposition to be united against BJP. They know that in coming election, if they have to go to the election, they need a vote bank. They need they need some results in the upcoming election, and that's why Omar Abdullah and now Mehbooba Mufti joined hands, and they are also expecting that in coming time they will get benefited because they are giving message to. They are trying to give a message to the society and the voters that see that we are with Rahul Gandhi, we are joining hand, and as Rahul Gandhi is continuously saying that he is basically, trying to unite India, but against whom they are doing it, that has to be seen.
All right, Ajay, can you also help us understand what other parties are expected to be joining Congress as the Bharat Jodo Yatra culminates in Srinagar in about a week's time?
Most of the political parties, they already have joined as far as the Jammu and Kashmir regional parties are concerned. Several other small political parties are, the politicians, they are expected to join Rahul Gandhi. But until now, we have seen that after National Conference, Farooq Abdullah, Omar Abdullah, now Mehbooba Mufti is joining. And in next few days, there are one or two more small regional parties. They are expected to join hand with Rahul Gandhi for his Bharat Jodo Yatra, and it is going to be culminated in next few days.
All right, Ajay, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and getting us all of those details with regards to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Remember, as Ajay has just said, in the next 2 days, it's going to be culminating in Srinagar. All eyes are going to be on what opposition parties continue to join hands with the Congress, given its mega litmus test for 2024. Shifting focus now, viewers, some more breaking developments coming in as far as the BJP's 2-day executive meeting is concerned. Let's have a look. Delhi BJP's 2-day executive committee meeting started on Friday with senior leaders and office bearers meeting at party office meeting hall in the national capital. A political resolution was taken up for discussion, and BJP MPs along with other senior leaders addressed the meeting and urged the BJP workers to dedicate the next 400 days to continue the party's contact programs at ground level to ensure a win in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. All 14 district presidents of Delhi BJP presented a report on their district's political activities and performance during the recent MCD polls. Remember, viewers, the national executive meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party is underway. We've been given to understand that BJP National General Secretary Sunil Bansal is present. We've also been given to understand that Anurag Thakur, Union Minister Anurag Thakur, is also present at the BJP's executive committee meeting. This today, of course, marks the second day of the executive committee meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And in attendance, as you can see in those visuals on your television screens, not only are the functionaries of the Bharatiya Janata Party present, but also present is Union Minister Anurag Thakur. From what we understand, viewers, as of now, from what we understand, viewers, as of now, the BJP is giving directions to its functionaries on the ground, and the idea is to help them understand, and the idea is to continue the outreach at the local levels. Joining us on the broadcast now is my colleague Rakesh Singh. For more on the story, Rakesh ji, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी मीटिंग जो है वो अंडरवे है, हमको बताइए इसके की टेकअवेज क्या है, क्या डायरेक्शंस है जो कि बीजेपी टॉप ब्रास दे रही है अपने फंक्शनरीज को एट द ग्राउंड लेवल?
देखिए, दिल्ली बीजेपी की स्कूटी बैठक पिछले दिनों से चल रही है, आज दूसरा दिन है। ये बैठक इसलिए काफी महत्वपूर्ण माना जा रहा है कि लोकसभा चुनाव 2024 की तैयारियों को लेकर पूरी तौर पर बीजेपी सुनिश्चित होना चाहती है। खासकर 7 लोकसभा जो सीट है उसमें किस तरह से रणनीति बनाई जाए, साथ ही साथ सभी फंक्शनरीज को विशेष तौर पर जिम्मेदारी दी जा रही है और इस दृष्टिकोण से यह बैठक काफी अहम माना जा रहा है।
All right, Rakesh, can you also help us understand, today marks the second day of the meeting. We've been given to understand that the discussion that is happening in these meetings is how to reach out to the people on the ground. Is that correct? Is this a run-up to 2024, and are the BJP leaders at the ground levels being given instructions on how to muster support for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls? Is that why this meeting is being held?
देखिए, इस बैठक का यही मूल मकसद है कि आखिरकार तो मोदी सरकार की उपलब्धियां हैं उसको आम जनता तक कैसे पहुंचाया जाए, इसको लेकर खास तौर पर मंत्र दिया जाएगा ताकि जो योजनाएं हैं उसको आम जनता तक पहुंचाया जा सके। और जो भी दिल्ली की समस्या है, साथ साथ सरकार ने दिल्ली के विकास के लिए जो कार्य किए हैं उस पर जो है आम जनता तक बात पहुंचे और जनता की क्या समस्या है उसकी भी बात जाननी जरूरी होगी। ये तो सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि यही मंत्र जो है बीजेपी के जो फंक्शनरीज हैं उनको दिया जाएगा ताकि लोगों से जुड़ सके।
All right, Rakesh, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast and, of course, giving us all those details with regards to the Bharatiya Janata Party's plans for 2024. Of course, remember, viewers, as 2024 polls inch closer, all parties are going to be trying to muster support at the ground levels, and that is exactly what the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing with this two-day BJP National Executive meeting. We're going to track details as they come in on that story, but for now, let's shift our focus to some international developments that have been taking place. Speaking at an event in the House of Commons, British MP Bob Blackman has now slammed the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi and the Gujarat riots. The British parliamentarian has stated that the absolutely disgraceful BBC propaganda program can only be described as a hatchet job on Narendra Modi when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Listen in to what it was that Bob Blackman, a British parliamentarian, said.
Actually get them to sign up. And there are several out there that I have cooperation with on a range of subjects. So they're good people on parties, and we should remember that. So it's not confined to one party or another. So let's do that. The final issue I just want to touch on is the absolute disgraceful BBC propaganda programmes that have been on over the last 2 weeks. Now, last week we had what could only be described as a hatchet job on Sri Narendra Modi when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. I don't know, has everyone watched that programme?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, for those of you that haven't, I would recommend making sure you've taken some tablets or something to calm you down before you watch it, because it starts off on the riots in Gujarat in 2002.
So there we just heard Bob Blackman. To give some context to our viewers, there was a meeting that was taking place on the campus of the United Kingdom Parliament earlier this week, and the meeting was to discuss the exodus as well as the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits that took place. Now, during that meeting, Bob Blackman, who is a British parliamentarian, spoke out. He's spoken on the BBC documentary, and he's gone ahead and said that it is absolutely disgraceful, the fact that it's a hatchet job. And in that soundbite, after this, he goes on to explain why the documentary is a hatchet job and why it is in fact lopsided. Joining us on the broadcast now, we have Major Muhammad Ali Shah. He is an IMPAR panelist. We also have with us Sanjeev Srivastav. He's an international affairs expert. Mr. Srivastav, if I can take my first question from you, sir. The fact that British parliamentarians such as Bob Blackman now are coming out and saying that the BBC documentary itself was a hatchet job. Does this tell us about the truth of the documentary? It's not been aired in India, but does the fact that a British parliamentarian would reprimand this documentary tell us the fact that it is indeed propagandist, to say the least?
Yes. Every wise person who is having a clear, responsible, committed view about their own nation and for international community will definitely reject such propaganda pieces. And that is what Bob Blackwell has done. And it was not only the British parliamentarians who are doing it; those who are having wise, views about the world. But it was rejected and criticized by none other than Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak, when the Imran Hussain was making such statements in the British Parliament, that was outrightly rejected by British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak himself. And he said that he does not believe in any way that kind of a characterization what Mr. Hussain was trying to do. So it is a propaganda piece. United States of America, you have seen the net price, the kind of statement came from US side. They said that they do not give any, credence to it, and they do not take it seriously. They are not even familiar about such propaganda piece. So that was a big, kind of a hit back to the BBC propaganda piece which the United States of America had done, and also reminded that the India and the US, they have shared values. And similarly, India, UK have shared values. All the democratic countries have shared values based on which our partnership is going. And some handful people, those who are left liberal cabal, they do not want to see that kind of partnership growing between the democracies. They do not want to see a responsible leader like Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi emerging on the world stage. They do not want to see that how Indian economy is doing so well. So I think all sorts of frustrations, their negative designs are very much visible in their propaganda pieces. And I think I have said it repeatedly on your channel that this kind of attempt to malign the image of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will not succeed. And it will fail. It is going to fail. It is already failing. Such kind of reports which are being published in certain media outlets around the globe will go into dustbin in few days' time. And you will not see any mention of it. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is, a world leader who is contributing a lot for the international cause. India is now the president of G20. India is now the president of FPO. India is heading many, forums, be it the matter of climate change, terrorism, rules-based order of the Indo-Pacific region, protecting and preserving, global commons, etc. Everywhere, all responsible actions is being taken by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. International Solar Alliance, Yoga Day, etc., etc. I mean, you name it, and you will get a kind of initiatives, visionary leadership, which has been shown by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, not only for the people of India, but the people of the world. And the entire world is looking for his leadership, even in the Ukrainian crisis. His words that this is not the era of war is resonating everywhere. And I think India will be the key player in times ahead, in my assessment, which will play a key role in bringing together the various conflicting parties of this Ukraine crisis. And there you will also see again Prime Minister Modi's role. So I think Prime Minister Modi's role is rising despite all criticism. He is performing well. He is a determined leader. He is a visionary leader. He is a world leader. And his image cannot be diminished by such propaganda pieces. And let me say that those who are making such propaganda pieces, they will discredit themselves in times ahead.
All right, stay on with us, Mr. Srivastava. If I can also rope in Major Muhammad Ali Shah, who's also an Empire panelist. Major Shah, thanks for speaking with NewsX. Sir, what do you make of the statement that has been put out by, Bob Blackman? It is very, very similar to what India has been saying about the documentary. What does this tell us, Bob Blackman's statements?
Okay, Paidi, just to put, to give the right and very correct perspective, the moment you tell a child not to do something, the child will definitely go and do that. For example, if you tell a small child, beta, don't put your finger in the socket, you'll get an electric shock if you put over there. So this child will be curious that why am I being told not to put my finger in that socket? He will definitely go and put his fingers in there. So the Indian government banned the film, the documentary. I personally think it was a bad idea to ban it, because the moment you ban it, you are generating more curiosity. Indirectly, you don't realize it, but you are promoting it further, whereas your intention was to actually close it, to block it. But it has got more promotion, more eyeballs now. So the government should not have banned it. They should have just let it be the way it is, because already the Supreme Court gave a clear chit to the Prime Minister and Mr. Narendra Modi. I don't think there's anything more supreme than that. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I really respect the judiciary. Now, when the Supreme Court had given a clean chit, when the UK MP Bob Blackman says that he is definitely going by the paperwork, by what the Supreme Court has given the clean chit, so definitely he's going to call it a propaganda, and he would call it a. He was speaking on the 33rd year of the genocide that happened, of the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits, unfortunately, in Jammu and Kashmir 33 years back at the House of Commons, as you rightly brought out. So putting that and drawing the dots with a connection on that, he put things into current context and he slammed the BBC over there. So what is the problem is, after 21 years, the BBC comes out with a documentary. So there would be questions asked that why now? What is the timing? If this was the case, if BBC had the evidence, if they had the documents, they should have got it much earlier, before the SITs went, before the Supreme Court ruling went. The very fact that they are coming in now, it would seem to a lot of people that it could be an afterthought. And so I make of the statement of the British MP Bob Blackman that yes, this is an afterthought that way. Whereas if this could have been earlier, and now secondly, by banning it again, as I explained, that how it would generate curiosity, I'll equate it with the example of Salman Rushdie's book, The Satanic Verses. What happened? The Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran, he banned this book, so it generated a lot of curiosity. What is there in Satanic Verses? Why was it banned? And that was a mistake that Ayatollah Khamenei did. Right. Okay. So he banned that book, and that is why the book became so popular thereafter. So I'll give you another example which a common man will be able to connect. Pathan, for example, there was this big movement of boycott Pathan, but look at it's been a smashing hit. People are curious to go and watch Pathan, because what was the controversy? The controversy, in fact, worked in favor of Pathan, rather. So the government should have just let it come, let it be. And it's not going to, BJP, the current government, when I say BJP, is too strong right now, it's too deep-rooted. And they are so strong right now, it doesn't affect them. And when the Supreme Court has given the ruling, when SIT has cleared it, I see that's legal, right? It's not Janta ki Adalat, it is Adalat, it is the legal proceedings. So I think we should just give credit to our judiciary and respect them and leave it on that and respect the judiciary.
All right, thank you so much, Major Shah, for joining us on the broadcast and of course giving us your perspective as far as this entire matter is concerned. Viewers, meanwhile, we have some breaking news that has been coming in on the broadcast that we've been tracking for you. There is an aircraft crash that has taken place in Rajasthan. We've been given to understand that in Bharatpur of Rajasthan, there is an aircraft crash that has taken place. It was a chartered aircraft is what we've been given to understand. This is what the preliminary details coming in tell us for now. The police has been sent to the spot. But of course, the visuals are very, very worrying. As you can see on your television screens, this was a chartered aircraft, we've been given to understand, which has now crashed in Rajasthan's Bharatpur. It's obviously, it seems that the aircraft itself is absolutely destroyed. We can see in those visuals there are lots of people that have also rushed to the location where the aircraft crash has taken place, and further details are awaited with regards to this aircraft crash. My colleague Razaullah now joins us on the broadcast for more details on the story. Razaullah, what more can you tell us about this aircraft that has crashed? Give us details. How many passengers were on board? It was a chartered aircraft, so who was it chartered to for the day? Give us details, Razaullah.
बिल्कुल देखिए, राजस्थान के भरतपुर इलाके का ये पूरा मामला बताया जा रहा है, जहां पर भरतपुर इलाके का उज्जैन थाना इलाके का चकनगली बीजा गांव है, वहां पर एक जो सेना का प्लेन है वो पूरी तरह से क्रैश हो चुका है। सूत्रों के मुताबिक इस विमान ने जो है उत्तर प्रदेश के आगरा से उड़ान भरी थी। हालांकि जो है सेना के अधिकारी इस पूरे मामले की पुष्टि नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो डिफेंस PRO है कर्नल अमिताभ शर्मा, उनकी तरफ से इस पूरे मामले की पुष्टि कर दी गई है, लेकिन अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया है कि कौन सा इस पूरे मामले में जो है विमान क्रैश हुआ है। फिलहाल जो घटनास्थल पर है वो वायुसेना और पुलिस के जो अधिकारी हैं वो मौके पर पहुंचे हैं। फिलहाल बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे मामले के अंदर कोई जनहानि हुई है या नहीं हुई है, या फिर कोई किसी तरह से कोई इंजर्ड हुआ है नहीं हुआ। फिलहाल अभी जो अधिकारी मौके पर पहुंचे हैं, कुछ देर बाद पूरे मामले का खुलासा हो सकेगा। जी
Ji, can you tell us a little bit more about the people that were on board? How many people were on board? From what preliminary details you're getting, Razaullah?
बिल्कुल देखिए, जिस तरह से अभी हाल ही में ये पूरा मामला सामने आया है, ग्रामीणों ने पुलिस को सूचना दी, पुलिस ने अधिकारियों को सूचना दी, अधिकारी मौके पर पहुंचने वाले हैं। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले के अंदर किस तरह से कोई हानि हुई है नहीं हुई है, प्लेन किस वजह से क्रैश हुआ था, अधिकारियों के पहुंचने के बाद ही इस पूरे मामले का खुलासा हो सकता है, क्योंकि अभी तक कोई आधिकारिक जानकारी यहाँ पर नहीं मिल पा रही है कि इस विमान के अंदर कौन कौन लोग सवार थे, कहाँ से विमान कहाँ पर जा रहा था, कैसा था। कुछ ही देर में अधिकारी पहुंच जाएंगे और अधिकारियों के पहुंचने के बाद इस पूरे मामले का खुलासा हो जाएगा। जी,
all right. Razaullah, please continue to track details as they emerge on this story. Meanwhile, viewers, we've also been given to understand that a police team has already been rushed to the spot as far as this entire incident is concerned, and we've been given to understand that a chartered aircraft has now crashed in Rajasthan's Bharatpur area. Meanwhile, viewers, some more disturbing news that has been coming in, not just one, but we've been tracking two crashes that have taken place for you. The first one, of course, took place in Bharatpur of Rajasthan. Meanwhile, we've also been given to understand that two fighter jets have crashed in Madhya Pradesh. A Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft have crashed near Morena, Madhya Pradesh. Further details are awaited. Search and rescue operations, however, are underway, is what defense sources are now telling us. So there are two fighter jets, viewers, that have also crashed in Madhya Pradesh. My colleague joins us on the broadcast for more on the story. Ehtab, what more details can you give us with regards to this crash that has taken place? It seems that there were two fighter jets that have now crashed. Have they collided with each other? What exactly has happened?
As far as this mid-air collision is concerned, the witnesses are saying that there was a collision between a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft which belonged to the Air Force, and this accident happened near Morena in Madhya Pradesh. And the reports which are coming right now that no one is injured at present. The rescue operation is still going on. We are getting visuals of the crashed aircraft, but as far as the pilots are concerned, it has been said that they had ejected. So probable chances are that there are no casualties as such which has been reported till now. But the rescue operation is going on. The officials from the Air Force and the police have arrived to the site. So this exactly is the update that we are getting right now. If there are any other casualties due to the crash on the ground, probable chances are not being shown because it had crashed at a place where no inhabitants was there.
Okay, what exactly led to this crash? Because, you know, Ehtab, it's strange the fact that these are two fighter jets that have crashed. You're telling us that there's no casualties so far. You're telling us that both the fighter pilots had already ejected from the fighter jets when this crash took place. But how is it that two fighter jets have crashed?
See, the initial reports that we are getting, they were on routine flight maneuvers, these two aircraft, since the airbase is nearby at Gwalior. So the probable chances are that it was a routine practice session that was going on, and that exactly led to the collision. Whereas no official update has been given by any of the officials as yet what exactly caused the accident. But the probable chances, what the eyewitnesses are saying, that the collision took place. So it's a matter of inquiry what exactly led to this accident. But the present situation is that the rescue operation is still on. The debris of the two aircraft is scattered all around the place, and the officials are looking in for the probable chances of the collision and or the accident, whereas no casualties as yet no casualties had been reported.
All right, Ehtab, if you can also give us a little more details about the exact location where this crash has taken place, so that our viewers can better understand what exactly the location was of this crash.
Exactly is the location, the outskirts of Morena district in Madhya Pradesh, where this crash happened. And see, it was absolutely what the sources are telling me, that it was totally uninhabited, and there were no inhabitants around that particular location. So it's really it's a matter of investigation that what exactly caused the accident, but still no casualties till now has been reported.
Okay,
So,
and the search and the search operations are underway, Atab. Is that right? The police are trying to locate the fighter pilots that had ejected from the aircraft right before it crashed. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Right now, we are not getting any ground reports from the officials as far as the pilots are concerned. But what the sources are telling, that the probable chances are that the pilot had ejected as the crash happened. But still, the rescue operation and the search operation is going on. The debris are absolutely scattered in a large area on the outskirts of Morena.
All right. Stay on with us, Atab. Meanwhile, we also have Major Muhammad Ali Shah, who's still with us on the broadcast. Major Shah, sorry for springing this on you, sir, but some breaking developments have been coming in on the broadcast. We've just been given to understand the two fighter jets have collided somewhere in Morena in Madhya Pradesh. What do you make of this crash? Preliminary reports, of course, are coming in right now. The details that we have tell us that there were two fighter jets that were on a routine sortie that ended in a crash. That's all that we know for now. We don't know what exactly happened. However, it's safe to assume, sources are telling us that there have been no casualties. So the fighter pilots had already ejected from the aircraft before it crashed. What do you make of this, Major Shah? You know, whatever details we have so far, I've told you. What do you make of them? What could have gone wrong?
Paridi, it's a very good question. You know, firstly, instead of saying that, yes, it was a very unfortunate incident that the aircraft crashed, but I would like to at the same time congratulate the pilots for using their reflexes and their quick presence of mind and getting out of the aircraft and surviving and being safe. So human life is not lost, thankfully. I mean, yes, damage to the property, to the aircraft, the machinery, yes, most certainly that. But if you see it positively, if I see the glass half full or half empty, I see the glass as half full by saying that the pilots are safe and sound, thankfully. Now, what could have gone wrong? There could be various reasons. You know, there could be an engine failure, technical failure. It can be a human error. That's the pilot. It can be bad weather. It can be poor visibility. It can be it could be a bird head. It could be just anything. So far, we don't know. Let the Air Force rule out its court of inquiry. In the Air Force known as the Board of Inquiry. Let the Board of Inquiry come out. But yes, at the same time, I would not be too soon to jump to the conclusion by saying that, like for example, I'll give you just a quote and a small example, like the MiG-21 Bison aircraft, the fighter pilot aircraft. They are dubbed as a flying coffin because there have been so many accidents, so many air crashes. Whereas the Pakistanis have the F-16, the US-made aircraft. But not to forget at the same time, Wing Commander, now Group Captain, that time Wing Commander Abhinandan Vartaman on 27 February 2019, he gave a chase to the F-16 aircraft and he dropped them. And when he crash landed into Pakistan, again safe and sound. So he, at the same time, he ejected himself safely, same way the pilots here ejected themselves safely. So I would say that, and I would say that, see, it is Murphy's Law. When things have to go wrong, they will go wrong in the worst possible hour. So everyone takes care. Like, you know, again, an air crash, as you brought out, that happened in Rajasthan just now in Balmer district, the private chartered aircraft. So the details are further away. It just happened, right? So that we don't know. The Nepal air crash, which because 27 aircrafts have crashed in Nepal in 30 years. It's been a history with Nepal. So when an air crash takes place, it's indeed very, very sad. At the same time, a thorough study is held thereafter. Such a thing should not be repeated in future. And despite that, you know, when they are air crashes, now it's very easy to sit and point fingers that, okay, it could have been they didn't do a tech evaluation properly, a tech check properly, this happened, that happened. But everyone does the job to the hilt, the fullest. But yes, very sad but I am still saying, thankfully, कि जान बच गई हमारे pilots की.
Absolutely, sir. That's the only silver lining, I believe, in this entire situation. The fact that we know so far there are fighter pilots who, at least inside of the fighter jets, were unharmed. But of course, more details with regards to what their situation is, whether or not we've been able to find them, are still awaited. But sir, we're talking about Morena here. We're talking about Madhya Pradesh. Not necessarily. It's not necessary that it could be weather factors. It could be fog or smog, as is the assumption that we could have made if it was, let's say, Delhi, or if if it was another state that is dealing with the cold wave. So of course those things get eliminated. So then the question, sir, is could this have been some sort of a malfunction? Is that something that could have led to this crash?
Yes,
because weather conditions, because Major Shah, weather conditions seems slightly unlikely, but of course we're going to have to wait for more details to emerge.
Yes, very, very wisely analyzed by you, Paridhi. And yes, most certainly it could be something. It could be a technical snag in the aircraft. And it can be various reasons which the Air Force Court of Inquiry, in Air Force is known as the Board of Inquiry. In the Army, it's Court of Inquiry, which is always held when an accident and a crash of this magnitude takes place. That would actually determine the exact cause for this crash. Yes, but you very correctly analyzed that, it could not be the weather. But I was giving a condition that when an air crash takes place, what could be the possible reasons? And here, yes, that could not, the weather may not be, perhaps, we don't know. But yes, most certainly the inquiry will get the results out, and it is very, very sad and unfortunate that it has happened. But again, you said the silver lining is that our pilots are safe and sound, because a lot of our human lives are very precious. And in the training of the fighter pilots, they are taught about, firstly, of course, I mean, needless to say that the eyesight has to be strong and such things, because they have to maneuver through bad weather conditions as well. And what fighter pilots especially, the training of fighter pilots, I'm not talking about regular pilots or helicopter pilots or even commercial pilots, that's a different training altogether. But the fighter pilots especially, they are ace pilots, and they are also trained in special training, like what if, when, because they're fighters, right? What if they crash land into the enemy territory as per the Geneva Conventions? What are the laws? What are the rules? And how they should take that forward? So fighter pilots are very, very precious, in fact. All the entire human life is precious, in fact. The entire human race is precious. But the investment that goes through, I'm not talking in terms of money. I'm talking in terms of emotion, the training, the pain, the endurance of a fighter pilot. It is something, and I am thankful that they are saved, in fact, Paridhi.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Major Shah, for, of course, giving us your analysis. If I could request you also to stay on with us. We're also being joined by Group Captain V.N. Jha on the broadcast. Group Captain Jha, there is an unfortunate crash that has taken place. We're given to understand that at least 2 fighter jets were involved in this crash. Sir, from what preliminary details tell us, the 2 fighter jets were a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000. Now, we don't have details with regards to what exactly happened, Group Captain Jha, but if you've seen the visuals, they're flashing on our television screens as we speak. If you can see the visuals, sir, what do you make of this crash? What are your first thoughts, your first reactions coming on this crash that has taken place? Group Captain Jha.
Paridhi, thank you very much for contacting me. Look, very fact that 2 aircraft have collided in air, there is a human error factor in this. And in all probability, the air traffic control or the local radar, which were controlling those radars or which were monitoring those aircrafts, so they are surely at fault. Well, the details of all those situations will be known only after the Court of Inquiry. But the preliminary instance, in the first glance, that tells you that the moment 2 aircraft have collided mid-air collision is invariably a human factor accident, whether it is a pilot error or it is the supervisory air. In the supervisory air, all these people come, air traffic control, the controllers, the radar control, whichever radar was controlling them, they are required to maintain separation both in the X and Y axis. So, very fact that separation was not being kept. Very fact that each pilots were not aware situationally of the other pilot, there is surely a human element. But having said that, in this weather, in this month of the year, the visibility is also pretty poor in some of the places. So maybe the fog, maybe something else also could be responsible for part of it. But in the first glance, it looks there has to be a human factor involved in this particular crash. And I feel extremely sorry to hear this, that the two of the best of the Indian Air Force aircraft, Su-30 and Mirage, they have collided together. It must be one of those very unique situations when such accident has happened. Paridhi.
All right, Group Captain Shah, meanwhile, we're also getting information we're also getting information with regards to the situation of the pilots. We've been given to understand that the pilot has been rescued now. So rescue teams were, of course, reaching the spot and rescue officials have been able to track one pilot at least. He's been rescued, not seriously injured. So there are no casualties there is what our sources are telling us. But Group Captain Shah, if you can help us understand, when we talk about terrain such as the one that we're discussing here with regards to this crash, is the terrain that could be an issue? Because, from what sources are telling us right now, it's not necessarily an accident due to bad weather. So could terrain be a possible reason behind the crash, sir? What do you make of it?
Paridhi, to be very frank, if there's a mid-air collision, the terrain is a very, very secondary issue. Even the visibility is a secondary issue. The fact here is that there are two aircrafts were airborne simultaneously, and the two have come closer where they have had contact with each other. That is not permitted in the operational flying or even in the training flying. Even the formation flying, when it flies, the pilot is absolutely situationally aware. Even the two wings separation that the pilots maintain in the formation flying, all those Surya Kiran and other formations you have been seeing. So they have to maintain that separation. The moment that separation goes, the moment contact happens, and then there is a tragedy. It is invariably something like that. And in this case, I'm glad that one pilot has at least ejected and he has been rescued. I pray with the heart of my heart that the other pilot is also safe somewhere, because most of these aircrafts are pretty safe. Even after the mid-air collision, they are able to initiate ejection. Some of the aircraft have even got the automatic ejection in some of the situations. So, pilot, the moment those ejection seats fire, in all probabilities, pilot will land safely. Unless there's something unusual happens. There comes the terrain. When the pilot come, they come with a parachute down to the touchdown. There the terrain comes into the picture. If there are trees, if there are high tension wires and something like that, then there is a situation of worrisome. But otherwise, I pray with the God that the other pilot also is rescued safe and sound for his health. Aircraft will again come. Aircraft is not a problem. There has been a tragedy. Two aircrafts have collided together and they have had a crash. It is unfortunate that there is a loss, but aircraft loss is not as momentous as is the pilot's
Absolutely,
health.
sir. Absolutely, sir. Rightly said, the fact that reports tell us that the pilots have been secured, the fact that there's no casualty, of course, like I was just discussing with Major Shah also, is the silver lining to take away from this. But, sir, if you talk about the jets itself, the Mirage 2000 and the Sukhoi 30, the Sukhoi 30 is believed to be a very, very superiority fighter jet. From what I understand, it's one of the top 5 most advanced fighter jets, in fact, that India currently has. So, given the fact that it is an all-weather long-range fighter, what is it that could have possibly gone wrong? Also, sir, what comes to mind when you think about the fact that these are 2 fighter jets that have crashed? It's not just one. So, is it possible that they were in close range with each other? Is that a possibility, Group Captain Shah?
Is it for me or?
There seems to be a connection issue there. But Major Shah, if you can hear me, if you got that question, sir, I'll just pose the same question to you as well. What do you make of it, sir? Do you think that the 2 aircrafts could have been, in close proximity to each other, leading to this crash? Is that something that could have happened?
Right, Paridhi, that could be one of the possibilities. You can't rule out that possibility after thorough inquiry and the proper inquiry is conducted and when the conclusion is drawn from there. No, as you rightly brought out, Sukhoi 30 is a very high-end aircraft, long-range aircraft. So is Mi-17 Victor 5 helicopter of the Air Force. And in December last year, in fact, our CDS General Bipin Rawat, unfortunately, along with the other brave hearts, when it crashed, we were all like, okay, Mi-17 Victor 5, it's like the top-end helicopter. It crashed. And we all were like, but then the Air Force border inquiry came out and it was a technical snag and such thing, and it came out over there. There was a lot of speculation earlier, there were a lot of rumor mongering, there were a lot of people were guessing. So this, but what you said, nothing, there's no guesswork over here. I'll not do any guesswork, but yes, what you said, that possibility cannot be ruled out. It could be one of the possibilities, most certainly, yes. I mean, there can be various possibilities, and it is really sad. The very fact that two aircraft crashed. Now, we can also say that, they could, both of them could have. I don't know, because further details are yet awaited as yet. So it's too early to decide to talk about it, to jump to conclusion and for presumption. But yes, as you very intelligently brought out, that definitely could be one of the reasons, Bharati.
Meanwhile, Major Shah, we've also been getting some more information with regards to this crash that has taken place. There's a statement now that is coming out that tells us that there's a wreckage of a jet that has been seen. Earlier, of course, we broke that there was one crash that took place in Bharatpur in Rajasthan and another one that took place in Morena of Madhya Pradesh. But the latest details coming in tell us that there's a wreckage of a jet that has been seen. Earlier report, as confirmed by the Bharatpur District Collector Alok Ranjan, said that it was a charter jet. However, defense sources confirmed that IAF jets have crashed in the vicinity and hence more details are awaited. So we're still awaiting details with regards to what exactly has happened there, about the Bharatpur crash, about the Morena crash. But the Morena crash, of course, we have more details about. It is absolutely clear that there were at least two fighter jets that were involved. In this crash that has taken place. So two fighter jets, one was a Sukhoi 30, the other was a Mirage 2000. Visuals of that wreckage are on your television screens to give more details with regards to that. But of course, coming back to our discussion, Major Shah, when we talk about such instances, of, of crashes, etc., the one thing that, comes to mind is that the aircraft could have been of, not good quality, or the fact that it could have been an old aircraft. But that's not the case here, sir, because like I was just saying, we talk about the Sukhoi 30, it is a fighter jet that has superior capabilities. So that, of course, is not something that then comes into the picture. The state of the equipment or the state of the aircraft is most certainly not something that's going to be probed here. Am I right, or am I getting this wrong? If you could just give me some perspective, Major Shah.
Okay, Pradeep, no, you are right. You are absolutely right. You're not wrong here. And what your perspective is, I would commend you, in fact, for your understanding and what your knowledge and the IQ. It is a common person. It's very difficult for a common person to actually get it right, and I would compliment you on that. But at the same time, Pradeep, I would like to. A lot of air crashes have taken place of late, especially, and they have been in the news. So a lot of common person would be watching us and would be, for example, I was on the metro train just about a week back. That's when the Nepal air crash had taken place, and I overheard people saying, "Oh my God, air crash! I'm not going to travel in an aircraft anymore." So when I heard this, I intervened straight away. I'm a friendly person also. I intervened. I said, "So why is that so, that you think that you will not travel in an aircraft anymore? So look at the air crash." I said, "Do you know that more people are casualty in road and real accidents than in an air crash?" I made them aware of that. They're like, "Oh, is it so?" I said, "Yeah. It's just that air crashes get more publicity, more visibility because it's so high-end, so expensive, and there's so much of budget involved, and it is compared to road and rail, it's a rare phenomenon compared to road and rail." So I made them aware of that. So people who have this phobia normally of going by, I know people who would not travel by air, not because they can't afford it, but because they would go by train because they're scared. They should be aware that an accident, when it has to happen, it happens unfortunately. It doesn't happen deliberately unless and until it's a sabotage. We've had generals from the army. We've had General Jamil Mahmood, in fact, who died in an air crash in Tanga Valley in the 80s. It was a huge air crash, and our regimental officer, now General Sumit Talwar, that time he was a mere captain. He was newly married. He wasn't travel. He was his ADC. He wasn't travel, but he did not travel because his wife was expecting. So when an air crash happened or any accident happens, we always tend to, if you take your memory back, or any of our viewers, if they take their memory back, if they are in a car, for example, I'm giving this example so that everyone understands and connects to what I'm saying and links it. So if there is a bang up in a car and you don't remember for that moment what happened, thereafter you sit and analyze kya hua hoga, kya ho sakta tha, what happened, right? It's always that those visuals or that memories come into your mind. Similarly, that's the same case with the air crash. Now when air crash happened, yes, the pilots, luckily they are safe and they are alive with us, touch wood, and they would be able to tell exactly later on when an inquiry happens what exactly had happened. So this kind of an accident, so I'm putting the anxiety of a lot of common citizens through you and your channel at rest, that rest assured, I'm not propagating any air travel or anything, but I'm not here for that. I am telling everyone, viewers, be rest assured, more people actually die in road and rail accidents than air crashes, and it is very, very sad.
All right, Major Shah, thank you so much for giving us that insight into, the ifs and the buts and, whatever comes of these crashes when they take place initially. But meanwhile, viewers, we also have some more breaking news that is coming in on the broadcast. We've been given to understand that an Indian Air Force court of inquiry to establish whether there was a mid-air collision or not is going to be taking place. So that is the first clarity there on the question that I asked you, Major Shah. So there's going to be an IAF court of inquiry to establish whether or not there was a mid-air collision. So that is the first piece of development coming in. The second piece of development now tells us that the Su-30 had at least 2 pilots, while the Mirage 2000 had 1 pilot during the crash. Now, from what we understand, initial reports suggest that at least 2 pilots are safe, while there is an IAF chopper that is currently reaching the location of the 3rd pilot to be able to rescue the 3rd fighter pilot as well. So these are what defense sources are telling us for now. Meanwhile, we also have an aviation expert joining us. We also have an aviation expert joining us on the broadcast. Surjit Panesar is now with us. Mr. Panesar, can you hear me? Yes. All right. We seem to have lost that connection with Mr. Panesar there. If we're just going to try and get him repatched on the broadcast very, very shortly. But coming back to Major Shah, I've just given 2 more pieces of information. Pardon me, Major, I'll come to you in just about a second. We also have Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who's joining us on the broadcast. Let's get his perspective on this as well, since he's served in the Indian Air Force. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Bakshi, for speaking with us, sir. The reports that we're getting now tell us that IAF is going to be holding a court of inquiry to establish whether there was a mid-air collision or not. And the Su-30 had 2 pilots, while the Mirage had 1 pilot during the crash. So, Wing Commander Bakshi, some clarity we're going to get only after inquiry concludes on whether or not this was a mid-air collision. But, sir, from the information that you have so far, from whatever you've read and heard, what do you make of it? What could have possibly gone wrong? Wing Commander Bakshi. All right, we seem to have a connection issue with Wing Commander Bakshi there. If I can just request my team to please sort that out. Meanwhile, we also have Surjit Panesar joining us on the broadcast once again. Mr. Panesar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Panesar, thank you so much, sir, firstly for joining us on the broadcast. Of course, your experience in aviation is going to help us make better sense of this crash that has taken place. Sir, there are at least 2 IAF fighter jets, from what we understand, that have experienced a clash. Now, that have experienced a crash. Now, whether or not this was a mid-air collision, what led to it, what were the factors? It was bad weather, it was with regards to a malfunction in the jet itself. We don't know, sir. But from whatever you see, whatever you've understood, what do you make of this crash that has taken place? Your first reactions, your first thoughts, sir?
See, it's a very sad thing, any crash taking place. Now, I am not sure whether the whole sky is radar covered in that area or not. And if they're on a training flight, the investigation will definitely come out with the reason for this particular crash, whether there is a mid-air collision or some engine failure or whatever from the data they collect after the crash. And these pilots have the provision to eject during any emergency. I don't know whether pilots have ejected and they've landed safely or not. Only an investigation will tell us the exact reason for this crash. And probably the radar, these training flights of the jet, they are covered by radar control. They also know where these two aircraft are flying. So all these things will come out only in investigation. It is premature for us to decide anything about this crash. Only after the investigation you can find out the exact reason for this particular crash. Because the fighters normally do the training flights in a clear weather. They don't do the training flights when the weather is very bad and all that. However, they must be under the radar control, and the investigation will definitely prove the cause of the crash that takes place, and they can recommend the measures to stop such incidents in future. That's what I have to say.
Mr. Pane, sir, if I can please request you, sir, to stay on with us. We also have Medhavi Sood, who's joining us on the broadcast now. Can you hear me, Mr. Sood?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Miss Sood, sorry, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, what do you make of this crash that has taken place? Of course, preliminary information is what we're getting so far. We don't have the exact details with regards to exactly what has happened, but we do know that 2 fighter jets have crashed somewhere in Madhya Pradesh in a district called Morena. What do you make of this crash, ma'am?
Yeah, so first of all, it's very astonishing and very unexpected that, it has been found till now that both were IAF aircrafts. So what I have, heard till now, one was a Sukhoi and one was a Mirage. So one being a twin engine aircraft and one being a single engine aircraft. And, the aircraft was also, is a French aircraft. So it's, hard to know right now that what actually happened because as far as I know that it was 2 pilots who have been rescued and one is still missing. But I really don't think so that it was a collision. There must have been some technical snag or something very, there must have been some kind of error that was unavoidable. Otherwise, these kind of situations, don't usually happen. We don't usually see 2 aircrafts crashing.
Absolutely. And that is the most strange thing coming from this crash, Ms. Sood. The fact that when we if we go back to the crash that took place of General Bipin Rawat's chopper as well, that very unfortunate crash that claimed the life of our Chief of Defence Staff sometime, last year, the only reason responsible was bad weather. So in the past as well, when we see these crashes happen, it's mostly due to bad weather or technical snags, like you've rightly pointed out. But Ms. Sood, when we talk about this, for instance, when we talk about the Sukhoi 30, it's one of the most advanced fighter jets that India has as of now. So then, is it right to be able, to think whether this could have been due to a technical snag? Is that something that we should be looking at right now, or are there other factors that need to be considered here, Ms. Sood?
Well, it's very hard to say because our meteorological experts also are there who are, experts and who actually tell the weather very accurately. That is why our whole Indian aviation and, airline system is working. But suddenly in the earlier crash as well, suddenly the weather happened and some sudden conditions are there. Mostly technical snag is hard to say because 2 aircraft cannot have a technical snag at the same time and, crash suddenly.
Exactly. Absolutely. Ma'am, so you're saying that it's rather strange, the fact that 2 would have a technical snag. Now, the latest information that we're getting, Ms. Sood, from defense sources is the fact that they're going to be setting up an inquiry committee to ascertain if this was a mid-air collision or not. Is that a possibility? Could that have happened?
Actually a possibility, seeing that two, defense aircrafts have crashed, but, the kind of training that, is provided in the IAF and in the defense services, it's really, really hard to say. There must have been, what I think is there must have been some wrong information that might have been passed from ATC. There might have been some miscommunication. That is why, when we train during our initial days for becoming a pilot, we get so rigorous training from, WBC, Wireless Planning Commission, to get a separate certificate, a separate license for a radio communication, so that there is no communication error and confusion. So that, we fail the communication and some kind of this big incident happens.
Okay, some very interesting points that you've given us there to discuss, Ms. Sood. If I could also quickly request you to please stay on with us. I'm going to rope in Mr. Panesar here, who's also an aviation expert, and he's with us on the broadcast. But before I come to you, Mr. Panesar, as well as Ms. Sood, we have some more breaking news that is coming in on the broadcast. We've been given to understand that the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Chief Shivraj Singh Chauhan, has now reacted on this crash that has taken place. The Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister has said in his tweet that is on your television screens. I'm going to read that tweet out for you viewers. It says, the news of the crash of Sukhoi 30 and Mirage 2000 aircraft of the Air Force near Kolaras in Morena is very sad. Further, the Chief Minister says, I have instructed the local administration to cooperate with the Air Force in quick rescue and relief work. I pray to God that the pilots of the planes are safe. Well, yes, from what we know so far, 2 of the pilots have already been rescued. They're absolutely fine. The search is on for a 3rd pilot. So that, of course, we're going to have to wait and watch as more details come out. But Mr. Panesar, once again, with us on the broadcast. Mr. Panesar, some very interesting points that Ms. Sood was making earlier. She said that it could be a possibility that some wrong information was relayed to the pilots who were inside of the aircraft. Now, is that something that could have led to this crash, Mr. Panesar?
No, there can't be any wrong information given to any pilot. It is just premature for us to decide anything about this crash at the moment, because the best thing would be to let's wait for a few minutes or seconds to what is the initial report of the investigation authorities. Whether the weather was bad on the radar, they did not have a contact on the radar, why they the 3rd pilot could not eject and all that. It is premature to assess all these things at this juncture. We have yet to wait for the initial report of the inquiry board, what has actually happened, because it is not possible to just for us to, it would be wrong for us to premature any reason for this crash and all that.
All right, Mr. Panesar, stay on with us. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news that is coming in on the broadcast. We've been given to understand that defense sources are now telling NewsX that the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 aircraft crash near Morena has taken place. The Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh, is now in touch with the Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan, as well as the IAF Chief, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, and he's gathering on all details of the crash from them. So there we have it. The Union Defense Minister also now tracking what exactly has taken place in Morena of Madhya Pradesh, where 2 Indian Air Force aircrafts seem to have crashed. From what we know, viewers, once again, I'm going to reiterate here, the pilots, it seems, are safe. 2 pilots have already been rescued. A search is on for the last pilot. There's a rescue team that's going to be reaching the 3rd pilot very, very shortly. And meanwhile, an IAF court of inquiry has already been established. IAF is all set to inquire the mid-air collision possibility.
It's good that 2 pilots have survived and they are searching for the 3rd one. By taking the investigation team will definitely take the statement from these 2 pilots, and they will also give us the exact reason for what has happened in these 2 fighter crash and all that. Whether the weather was bad or the radar contact was not there or something, how the ATC cleared these 2 aircraft for go training sorties, what sorties they were carrying, or we are not aware of it. We have yet to wait for the investigation board to give us a preliminary report before we assess the reason, the exact cause of the crash.
All right, stay on with us, Mr. Pane sir. Viewers, once again, the breaking news that we're getting is the fact that the Defence Minister is currently in touch with the Chief of Defence Staff, and the Defence Minister is taking stock, of the situation that is currently unfolding as far as Morena in Madhya Pradesh is concerned. We've also been given to understand that the Defence Minister is gathering details on the crash as well. Meanwhile, with some more voices joining us on the broadcast to make sense of this crash that has taken place, Major Mohammad Ali Shah, defence expert, still with us on the broadcast. We also have General SP Sinha, who's now joining us. General Sinha, if you can hear me, what do you make, sir, of this crash that has taken place? Of course, the Defence Minister now in touch with the CDS as well as the IAF chief to ensure that, the third pilot, of course, firstly is located. That's the top priority, locating the third pilot, ensuring the safety of the third pilot. And then, of course, sir, the question is what led to this crash? General Sinha.
You see, such accidents can be attributed to two reasons. A, technical failure. Second is pilot error. Now, it is very difficult to assume at this stage what were out of the two, which was the reason. So, technical failure or technical snags, which can have short circuit effect in the fighter jet, or pilot error that he was not able to decipher the certain parameters correctly and therefore led to the accident. So at this stage it's not proper for me to comment that it was pilot error or technical snag, but suffice to say that these are primarily two reasons. Other reasons can be poor visibility, that also can be included in technical snag, some part of the equipment, aircraft becoming unserviceable, not performing as per the required standards, that is included in the technical snag or technical failure. So these are the primarily two reasons for which these accidents take place. But what is worrying, because you see, let me tell you, this Sukhoi and all that are becoming old. The time has come to go in for state-of-the-art latest technology. It's a very good thing that the government has procured Rafale, but we need to increase the quantity of fighter jets. Tejas is going to come in a big way in shorter span of time. That is very commendable and very nice. But we need to raise the holding capacity of fighter jets of Indian Air Force to 242 fighter jet air squadrons. And because if we have to be ready every minute for 2.5 front war scenario, primarily two front scenario, China and Pakistan, we need about 45 to 46 fighter jets. So even in our WE, in war equipment table, we need to raise government needs to approve the authorization of fighter jets from 42 to say 45 or 46. And not only enhance the authorization in numbers, ensure that this quantity is available to Indian Air Force. Because time is becoming very crucial. In days to come or years to come, we'll have to, you cannot be very sure when the war will break out. So we have to be ready. Any deficiency in fighter jet, which is better winning factor and which allows our country to totally regain air supremacy, which is of paramount importance in the battlefield in the wartime. It is minimum that we should have is as per our WE war equipment authorization table.
All right, stay on with us, Mr. Sinha. Meanwhile, viewers, we also have details coming in with regards to the aircraft crash itself. We're going to continue to track those details and much more. We dip into a very short commercial break, much more on the other side.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम युद्ध सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries have really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम युद्ध सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Kartavya Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council. She was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Welcome back from the break. You're joining us on NewsX. I'm Parati Bhanot. We've been tracking for you developments as they're coming in live from Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where 2 Indian Air Force fighter jets crashed earlier. Just a short while ago. What we've been given to understand is that both the pilots who received injuries in the tragedy have been shifted to a hospital. Meanwhile, the debris of the Su-30 and the Mirage 2000 have also been found. Visuals are now coming in from the scene that have been shot by locals in Morena, in fact, and debris of the aircraft can be seen on the ground there. Visuals on your television screens as well, viewers, are from Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where the crash has taken place. We understand that there were at least 2 aircrafts that took off from the Gwalior Air Base, after which they crashed somewhere over Morena. Now, we don't have details with regards to what has caused this crash. We also don't know why exactly the crash took place, what the circumstances were that led to the crash of these 2 IAF fighter jets. But what we do know, viewers, is that the 2 fighter jets involved in this crash, the first one was a Sukhoi 30. The second was a Mirage 2000. From what we understand, there were 3 pilots. There were 2 pilots that were in the Sukhoi, whereas there was a 3rd pilot who was in the Mirage 2000. Now, rescue efforts are currently underway to rescue the pilot who was in that Mirage 2000 when it crashed. But of course, no casualties reported so far. 3 pilots who were in those 2 jets, two of which have already been rescued, and there's one other pilot that we're waiting for. Meanwhile, to give us details from the ground, my colleague Etab Sheikh now joining us on the broadcast. Etab, so it's been close to 30 minutes since we broke the news of what has happened in Morena. Can you now give us a better understanding of what you know about this crash that has taken place, Etab?
Yes, absolutely. See, the latest update that I'm getting, that the 2 pilots had been rescued, and they had ejected from the aircraft before it collided with the ground. And the reports are saying that one of the pilots is severely injured. There is one more report which has not been confirmed as yet, but there is a hand which has been found among that debris. So it is likely that the pilot must have been injured very seriously. But both the pilots are safe. They have been shifted down to the hospital, and the debris are in proximity of approximately 1.5 kilometers around the area of the crash. So the latest update that I'm getting, that Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000, both these aircraft were on a regular drill, and they took off from the Gwalior Air Force Air Base. This exactly is the update that I'm getting right now.
Okay, Etab, can you also help us understand, when we talk about this crash, have both the aircrafts crashed in Morena itself? Do we have clarity on that?
See, it is most likely that the technical glitch in 2 aircraft simultaneously cannot happen. It is a probable chance that the mid-air collision took place either due to bad weather, but there is another clarity that the weather was
Are there bad weather conditions, Etab, over Morena? Have there been bad weather conditions since the morning? Because I understand that this took place somewhere around 5:30 a.m. If I'm not mistaken. So, are there bad weather conditions prevailing somewhere over Morena near Madhya Pradesh? Is that something that is happening?
See, as far as today morning was concerned, there was no fog, there was no dew around. The weather was absolutely clear. This is what the locals had been saying, that the weather was clear at that area. It is most likely that it was a human error which actually the collision took place. But it is again a matter of investigation. The investigation agencies has reached the crash site. But relieving news that we are getting is that both the pilots are alive. Both the pilots, one of the pilots is actually seriously injured. So we'll be getting a medical update on the pilot's condition very soon. But the officials has arrived from the Air Force, and the local administration is looking after the entire site and trying to figure out the possible chances of this accident.
Okay, all right. Atab, before we let you go, one last question with regards to the updates from the ground. We understand that 2 pilots have already been rescued. However, a search is on for the 3rd pilot. What do you know about that search, and then we relieve you?
Absolutely. We didn't get any official updates as yet. Nothing official had been said, but the entire accident site has been scrutinized, minutely scrutinized by the entire teams from the Air Force and the local administration. But the matter of relief as yet is that this accident took place in a remote area which was not inhabited by people.
Yes.
So that is again a matter of relief right now.
So 2 silver linings, Atab, then to take from what you've just told us. The first, the fact that the pilots who were inside the 2 aircrafts seem to have survived it. Although one of the pilots that's already been rescued is very seriously injured, undergoing treatment. But the fact that the pilots are not in any imminent danger with regards to their health after having survived this crash is, of course, the first silver lining. The second silver lining then to take away from this is the fact that the crash happened at a place that was remote. It was a location that was not inhabited by people. Of course, it could have gone much worse if this was a location that was inhabited by people. So 2 silver linings to take away from this entire situation. But to get more insights, to get another perspective into this, let's go across to Mr. Vipul Saxena, who is now also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Saxena, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Saxena is an aviation expert. He's going to help us try and make sense of the details that we've just gotten. Mr. Saxena, what do you make of this crash that has taken place? Of course, all the 3 pilots seem to have made it. They're safe. There's no casualty that has been reported. But the fact that these are 2 IAF fighter jets that seem to have crashed. Now, we don't know if there was a mid-air collision, and IAF inquiry has been set up to establish the same. This is all just conjecture. It's all just what we are making from from the details that we know. So, from the details that we do know, Mr. Saxena, what do you suspect could have gone wrong?
See, firstly, in all probability, I would like to rule out mid-air collision between 2 aircrafts at 80%. Normally, when they do exercise, there is given to them for exercise, and the total operation, total exercise is controlled by the radar. So, such situation, mid-air collision is generally ruled out unless they were doing some kind of formation flight or some kind of close flight. That is where some human error can go wrong, or maybe some technical fault can cause this kind of accident, which generally very rarely happen in the forces because pilots are so trained, and these kind of exercises are totally controlled by the radar. And there are so many events available on both the aircraft. Both aircraft have facilities, everything is available. So I feel that it is not something different unless they were doing a close formation flying or something.
All right, Mr. Saxena, I believe we've lost your connection there for a second, but that was Mr. Saxena. He is an aviation expert, and he tells us that a mid-air collision is most unlikely. Let's also then rope in Major Mohammad Ali Shah, who is still with us on the broadcast. Major Shah, thank you for staying with us so patiently, sir. We've been given to understand, aviation experts that we've been speaking to one after the other say that it could not possibly have been a mid-air collision because that's highly unlikely given the fact that all of these fighter jets, every single aircraft, in fact, in this day and age has radar systems in order to ascertain aircrafts or any other activity in close range. So they're saying that mid-air collisions are highly unlikely. But from what you understand, sir, do you think that this could have been a human error? From what experts are saying, there's no reason to rule out human error. Is that something that could have happened here then?
Parthi, at this moment, at this point of time, there is no reason to rule out any error, be it technical, be it weather conditions, even though that could be unlikely, but no other human error, be it bird hit, be it mid-air, even mid-air for that matter, unlikely is the saying. But as you brought out some time back, the Air Force has ordered a vote of inquiry into the very fact that was it mid-air collision or not. So the very fact that Air Force, which is there, they have ordered that. But one cannot rule out, it's too early to rule out anything at the moment.
Yes.
Unless the exact, the results of the court of inquiry come out, the proceedings happen, and when it comes out, right now, we can sit and we can speculate, we can do guesswork, we can sit, but if you analyze it correctly in a mature manner, I think it's very, very premature to sit down and rule out that, oh, it cannot be this, it could have been this, it could have been this. But when the inquiry comes out, it could be a surprise to many analysts, to many predictions, to many guesswork. So yes, but whatever it could be, like, if we go back in history and we take out the history of air crashes, especially the fighter aircraft, there's a full proper case study which has been done, which has been taught, in fact, to all the soldiers, especially the fighter pilots. In fact, we try to learn from history and we try to see what is a mistake that went wrong, and it could have happened, again. So it is a road accident, for example. Most of us have had a small hit somewhere. I'm not saying a serious accident. It can be a small dent in the car or or falling from a bike or something. And then we see, okay, how it happened. And such a thing should not happen in future. And we always tend to go back. Our memory jogs back to that path. So it is taught to all of us, not only for Fauji's, not only for military personnel, even civilians, while driving or while riding a bike or while bicycling.
Yes.
That accidents should not happen. So everyone prevents. Nobody meets with an accident in purpose, even if when there's a human error that takes place, it is not that so it is right now very, very premature to jump to conclusions. But yes, I would say hats off to you, Parthi. I think the way you had analyzed the entire situation, and that could be a lot of possibility in what you had said earlier.
All right, Major Shah, really appreciate you, sir, taking the time out and staying so patiently with us as we track developments as they've been coming in from Morena. Remember, viewers, there are at least 2 fighter jets that have crashed in Morena of Madhya Pradesh. Now, we don't know what led to the crash, but the silver lining is that the pilots that were inside the fighter jets are not harmed, it's so to say the least. They've been rescued, and of course, further details with regards to what exactly led to this crash are still awaited. We're going to continue to track developments as they come in on this story. But this is all the time that we had on this bulletin. We dip into a very short commercial break. Much more on the other side. Thank you for watching NewsX.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
Hello and welcome to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. And also a very happy Republic Day, as today we take a look at what New India stands for. This is a phrase we've been hearing ever since the Modi government came to power. Now, 8 years into it, what has the Modi government achieved? What are the markers of New India? Where are we headed? There is talk about unity, a corruption-free India. There is talk of equality for all. There is the talk of brotherhood. But how much does that translate on the ground? Also, amid this is the backdrop of the BBC documentary, which has been banned by the government. They invoked emergency powers in the IT Act and banned it from various platforms. A lot of people have criticized the ban, saying that at the end of the day, a country like ours should be confident enough to actually withstand such criticism. Are we exposing our insecurity by banning something like this? So, end of the day, a confident new India, but an India that is not really taking criticism, that bans documentaries. Is there a dichotomy here? To explain all this, joining me on the show is Dr. Sanjay Baru. He's been the former media advisor to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. He's an author of a book, in fact, that ran into a lot of controversy also, The Accident Prime Minister. He's the former editor, columnist, commentator. Sohail Seth, he's a marketing maven, also someone who's had his brush with controversy. He's a political columnist and an analyst. Dr. Baru, first with you, in terms of if we can just first talk about the BBC documentary and our reactions to that.
Well, I mean, the decision to ban the BBC documentary is a reminder of an old India, not of a new India. Remember, for example, Salman Rushdie's book, The Satanic Verses, was banned in India. Several other books have been banned. Several films were banned. This business of ban is something that a weaker, less confident India used to do. And I remember writing once an editorial called The Republic of Banistan, commenting on the number of things that we either ban or where people demand a ban. I mean, this is, regularly there are demands. Ban this film, ban that thing, ban this performance. And in the last few years, we have seen so many performances being banned, speeches being banned, So we are in a peculiar situation. We claim to be a new India. We claim to be a rising power. We say we are the 5th largest economy in the world. We are a voice of the global south, global leader, Vishwa Guru, etc., etc. And that's supposed to be the new India, the confident, rising new India. But we are behaving like the old India. We can't take criticism. I mean, what is wrong in somebody expressing an opinion? On the BBC documentary, let me very briefly say at this point 3 things. First and foremost, the BBC does not have a track record of, really objective journalism. So there's no point in saying that, what they've done is not biased. They have been biased in the past. I mean, I remember once writing again about how the BBC uses the term militants to describe terrorists when it comes to India. But they describe, those who do terrorist acts in the West as terrorists. But in India, they're called militants. So there is a lot of hypocrisy in the BBC. But that doesn't mean you ban the BBC. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I think India has had several difficult moments in its evolution. I mean, for example, the 1984 Sikh riot, the 2002 Godhra incident, followed by the incidents in Gujarat as a whole. Now, these are all moments, or go back even earlier, partition of the country. I think like South Africa had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we need a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that kind of puts an end to these communal tensions, communal differences, and unites the country. There again, I believe New India is doing many things to divide the country rather than unite the country. And I think that is something which I simply cannot, accept, because we are a country of great diversity, and any government in power has to have the courage to, bring the country together. Finally, I would say that the BBC documentary was quite balanced. They had voices critical of the government. They had voices defending the government or the BJP or the Prime Minister. And I don't see any reason why, something like that should have been banned.
Thank you, Dr. Baru. But in fact, one of the voices defending the government, Swapan, has in fact said that, when he was approached, he didn't realize they would be focusing on just one aspect of Modi's India and not his entirety. But anyway, that's the BBC, that's the way they played it. But Sohail, you've also known for someone who speaks his own mind. A lot of your comments run into controversy, etc. But, you're there to defend your position. You often take people on and you don't really ban them. So, what is your position on this documentary?
In India, if you ban something, you stoke greater interest.
Right.
Half the jokers in our country would not have bothered about this BBC documentary unless the government had said, "Oh, remove all the links here." Then people's curiosity is stoked. And in our country, curiosity never kills the cat. It just engenders more cats in play. I think this government, for all its achievements, has been the worst communicator since 1947. It is the worst communicator of all that it does. It's got great individual communicators. So Modi can communicate and Amit Shah can communicate. These guys can communicate. But as a whole, the government is unable to even tell people, both in the country and outside, of what they've achieved. You see, what happens is their narrative gets hijacked every day by some joker in the party. Some idiot will comment on Pathan, some duffer will comment on food, some dolt will talk about, clothing. And in that process, that's what becomes the headlines, because the media is also not very intelligent in our country anymore. The media is willing to crawl when it's asked to walk. So you have a beautiful combination in our country. The media has no clue, because the media is just waiting for the crumbs to fall from government. Media is owned by people whose businesses are always under threat by any government action, so they don't want to take a panga. The people are saying, bhai, ho kya raha hai? BBC ne kya dikhaya hai? Ye to aake dekho. So these jokers who can't even spell British or broadcasting for sure they can't spell. They now want to see, bhai, BBC ne kya kiya. Now you have a beautiful trolling army in either party. So the Congress people turn out and say, but look, Modi himself praised the BBC. For God's sake, Rajiv Gandhi also heard the BBC when he was in Calcutta, when he learnt about his mother's assassination with Pranab Mukherjee. So point is not whether it's the BBC or not. Their idea of rebuttal is so weak, is so bereft of any intellect that it is shocking. What should the government have done? The BBC came out with this series. Either keep quiet or give a point-by-point rebuttal. Say that these have been subject of an inquiry by a special investigative team. It has been gone into by the Supreme Court of India, and we honor and respect and worship the Supreme Court of India. Matter would have ended. Now you're saying, if SFI and all these jokers have no work. They are in sinecures at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Today in Delhi, there are only two ways of occupying a great home.
So, how many people have been called jokers so far?
But I don't care. They are jokers. I mean, can you imagine a guy is studying at JNU for 20 years? He might as well have children and put them also there in that room. It is bizarre what's going on. So you have a situation today where all these people are saying, no, I want to show the movie. I want to screen the movie. You have Delhi police, which can barely manage traffic, which then beats them up. That becomes the headlines. So there is no headline management. I don't know who the media advisor of this government is, but whoever it is must be given a Padma Vibhushan for actually having dragged the government into such a morass from which it will never emerge. Can you imagine, Priya, when this documentary came out, it was insignificant. It is one of the many, as Sanjay rightly said, I've often called the BBC the bullshitting broadcasting corporation. They work to an agenda. People in London don't trust the BBC. But हमारे India में करोल बाग में नहीं जी BBC ने दिखाया. That's also because we have that Gora complex. Now come to the second part of this new India. You know what I'm worried about? A new arrogant India. I'm worried about a new muscular India. You know, when your foreign minister says things which actually belong to a wrestling ring rather than diplomacy, I worry. You know, I don't want my foreign minister to go in front of cameras and say, oh, do you know who I am? We're big shit. No, if you are, you don't have to say it. The tragedy is the arrogance with which we have now started speaking across the world is alarming. You have this arrogance when you have intellectual heft. Today, you are not the $1 trillion economy that you want to be. People are saying by 2047, it will be $47 trillion. Little bit of humility. Modi, to my mind, has done remarkable work. Let me tell you this, Priya. Modi will go down in history as one of the finest prime ministers India's ever had. Just like Manmohan Singh will as well. But the point I'm making is that you cannot be moving from one mistake to the other. It reminds me of Alice in Wonderland. You know, it was beautifully said in Alice in Wonderland. Lessons are that which lessen from lesson to lesson. In the case of this government, every lesson is lessening from lesson to lesson. That's what my worry is.
Couple of points, Dr. Bharat, apart from what you want to say, is he says this is the arrogant government. It doesn't know how to communicate. The communication strategy of this government, because that was said about the UPA also, that towards the end it's lost its power of communication, UPA too, at a point when I must add you were not part of the media cell. But having said that, do you think how could, if you were in the PMO and this documentary film came out, how would you have handled it?
Well, first of all, on the whole issue of arrogance, I've said it many times before, that I saw, we saw the Congress party becoming arrogant over a 30-year period. It took them almost 30 years during Rajiv's time, essentially, when they had 400 plus MPs in parliament. We saw a phase of arrogance of that party. And I remember writing about it at that time, mid-80s. This government has hardly been in office for 8 years and they've already become arrogant. I mean, the arrogance quotient has kind of gone up very, very, very quickly. People who are nobodies 8 years ago are behaving like, they're God's gift to the country. I really worry about this kind of arrogance and where it is coming from. Because, as Sohail correctly said, I mean, they are in power. They have the power. You don't have to be arrogant when you're in power. Arrogance is a sign of weakness, not of strength. And when you have the strength, why behave in the manner in which you do? So I think there is a serious issue of communication.
But there is also what we are saying, arrogance, should it be confidence in not being too deferential to, maybe a colonial power or to someone else or, to what
you don't have to be differential. No, you don't have to be differential. Confidence does not have to become subservience. You don't have to be arrogant. You just have to be confident in dealing with the world. Confident with dealing with opposition in the country. You don't have to browbeat the opposition every day merely because they are become so weak. So I think there is a certain element of hubris that has come to characterize the current regime. And a hubris born out of the feeling that, destiny is on our side. We are creating a new India. This is going to be, a Hindu India and, a turning point for this civilization. So there are a lot of heavy baggage, the mental baggage that is being carried that makes ordinary people behave in extraordinary manner, and which in the long run is not good for the country. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, a government should govern with a lighter touch, particularly in a complex society like ours. On how would I have communicated? Look, frankly, as I said earlier, the instinct to ban is not only of this government. We have seen even at the level of state governments, chief ministers behaving arrogantly and seeking to ban something or the other. The instinct to curb democratic expression has in fact become more and more over a period of time. I mean, these guys may be taking it to an extreme or to a new level, but that instinct has always been there. And there have been a few exceptions to this instinct. I think, between the three prime ministers, in a sense, who succeeded one another, Narasimha Rao, Vajpayee, and Manmohan Singh, we had three prime ministers who governed with a lighter touch. And I think a problem with a lot of us, at least certainly in my case, but I'm sure with a lot of us of our generation, as I would put it, is that we got used to the governance style of these three gentlemen. I mean, Narasimha Rao, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh. We had 20 years from 1991 to about 2012 or so, 2014, where prime ministers were gentlemen, who did not encourage arrogance on the part of their colleagues. I mean, I remember Manmohan Singh would actually pull up some of his colleagues who were reported to be, behave slightly arrogantly in the public domain. And he treated, opposition leaders with great courtesy. And the same is said of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He was a thorough gentleman. who respected people who disagreed with him. So in a sense, we have got kind of spoilt by that long period of gracefulness in politics, of courtesy in politics, of a willingness to allow the opposition to speak its mind, and of a willingness to deal with the world with confidence. I mean, even the BBC kind of stuff. I remember when Manmohan Singh went to London in 2005, all the same Mirpuris that Jack Straw has spoken about, his Muslim supporters from Gujarat that he spoke about and from Kashmir in his constituency, were all protesting outside 10 Downing Street. And now you could have taken a very severe view of that. I remember I was in the motorcade with the Prime Minister when we drove into 10 Downing Street, and there were all these protesters shouting, down with India, etc. We chose to ignore it. I mean, it didn't even make it to the newspapers next day because we chose to ignore it.
Correct.
Indian media, which accompanied the Prime Minister, also chose to ignore it. Okay, these guys are standing outside and shouting, some 20, 30 guys are shouting. Now, if we had actually reacted to that, and then the media had focused its cameras on that, that would have become news. And that is what is happening today. You react to all kinds of minor provocations and then make that into the headlines and make that into a big controversy. Sometimes I wonder if it is deliberate in order to actually divert attention from the real issues. I mean, we have real issues today about corporate corruption, about...
I'm going to cut you short and just take a break because we have to take a break and come back and continue the conversation with. So a quick break, then we'll come back.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Hello and welcome back to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. Today we're in conversation with Dr. Sanjay Baru and Suhail Seth about the new India. Before I come back to you, Dr. Baru, I just want Suhail to come in on the couple of points that you've raised. And one point that I would also like to add is, you said before the break that Dr. Manmohan Singh was one of the gentleman politicians, but his cabinet was not. There was a lot of arrogance in a lot of other ministers of the Congress. We're seeing that even now, if the government is behaving arrogantly, so is the opposition. So the political narrative conversations of the day, Suhail, is just at an all-time low.
Grace is a very elusive virtue. Grace comes from within. It can't be bought at Khan Market or Sarojini Nagar or one of these, places. Also, remember one thing. If you are self-confident, self-assured, self-emancipated, you don't need to tell people, do you know who I am? Because if you don't know who you are, then, how the hell will the other person know who you are? Number one. Number two, what will you do in a new India if that new India is born out of arrogance? If that new India thinks it can teach the world everything? Remember one thing. We are no one in the larger comedy of things if you look at it from a spiritual perspective. To say that we of India, yes, Narendra Modi has built some pride. The problem with Manmohan Singh was different. Manmohan Singh was in office but not in power. Sonia Gandhi was in power but not in office. Now, that was a delicate balance. Manmohan Singh will also go down, in addition to being a great human being, as one of the finest ballerinas the world has ever seen. Because look at the amount of balancing that man had to do. That too without ballet shoes. Every day. He had a bunch of louts. Remember, you had the A Rajas of the world. We had all these rascals. And I'm saying this because they were rascals. They were rogues. They undermined the Prime Minister of that time. But what did Manmohan Singh do? He wasn't a school bully. He wasn't standing in the corner next to the canteen saying, okay, you guys come on, I'll whip you. Grace allows you a lot of latitude in both dealing with people as well as dealing with yourself. Modi, to my mind, has been praised by people like you in the media and made to feel that he's a strong man. What the hell does a strong man mean? The first thing in Indian media should do is it should revisit its skills in English. Well, I've never understood. What is the strong man of Maharashtra? Maratha strong man. Modi, muscular Modi. Muscular Modi, everyone has muscles. Some are, atrophying, some are not. Now you have created an issue. You have created this hawa कि भाई Modi hai to mumkin hai. 56 inches. I mean, you talk about inches in another context, never in the context of a chest. Oh, you got a 56-inch chest. Yeah, if we wanted to elect a wrestler, we would have gone to an akhara, not to parliament. The tragedy today, Priya, and this I say with grave seriousness, is it's a bit with artificial intelligence. You keep talking about artificial intelligence, but what will you do with native stupidity? We have to recognize that we are on our march towards becoming that economic superpower. We are not there yet. In that march, a little bit of humility, a little bit of absorption of other cultures, a little bit of recognizing that we are still marching towards that is necessary. The tragedy is all our politicians think they know everything. I call it the Chidambaram syndrome. Chidambaram would emanate signals that if he didn't know anything, it wasn't worth knowing. But today, all our leaders behave like that. Rahul Gandhi is walking on a march to nowhere. You ask Stalin, he thinks he's running a separate country. You talk to Jagan, he's running another country. The bloke from Hyderabad, he's running another country. You have to have a prime minister who brings people together. Strife has no virtue. Stress has no virtue. This government must recognize that in a new India, all this bullshit about inclusive, diversity, these are woke terms. Essentially, Priya, a new India will be built if every Indian is part of that new India. A. B, if there is something genuinely new about that India. You cannot market a new India in old kapadas, with old belief systems. What is happening today is you are marketing it, you're not creating a great brand out of it. And my advice to the government would be that a little bit of humility will go a long way, because people do not want their leaders to stress them out. People love affection. They detest fear. Do you not remember what happened between 1975 and 1977? Do we not remember what happened across India post 1948 and what happened with riots which began even a month before 1947, before independence? History is something that we should benefit from in terms of absorbing where we went wrong. But today we are not willing to admit we are wrong. Everything that this government does is right. Everything they do is ordained by the hand of God. So how do you argue with someone who actually thinks he's, he's the son of God? This is the worry that needs to be addressed, to my mind.
Fair enough. Dr. Baru, Modi, whatever remains, he still remains our best bet. But is India's best bet a kinder, gentler Modi, not this whole kinder, gentler Modi government?
Well, I prefer a kinder, gentler leadership. That is my preference. I don't know about the rest of the country. I can't speak for India. I can certainly speak for myself. Because that was the style that took India forward. I've recently, written a column drawing attention to the fact that the best years for the country in terms of its economic performance, in terms of reduction of poverty, in terms of increase in employment, in terms of increase in international share in international trade, every indicator you take, every single economic indicator, including reduction of poverty and the increase in employment. The best period for India was from 1991 to 2011, those 20 years. And that is why I'm saying, what was the kind of leadership we had? Narasimha Rao, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh. Gentlemen, graceful, as very well defined by Sohail. This leadership that we had during those 20 years brought India together and made India a far more efficient economy and delivered better results in terms of social welfare, in terms of national unity. We had our problems. It's not as if there were no problems. We had communal tension, we had caste tension, all the problems of the country, they did not disappear. But the manner of governance in this period delivered much better economic performance. In fact, the worst years for the Indian economy, the worst years, were the years in which you had a very powerful Prime Minister called Indira Gandhi and a very powerful Prime Minister called Narendra Modi. These are the two bookends, You look at the Indira years on one side, the Modi years on one side. And in between, the Narasimha Rao, Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh years. The worst years were under these very powerful prime ministers who had very authoritarian governments. And both imagined that they were creating a new India. I mean, Indira Gandhi too imagined that she was creating a new India. And so does Modi. But India is India. I mean, you can't create a new India or an old India. This is a very complex country, probably the most complex country in the world. I cannot think of any other country as internally diverse and as complicated to govern, as difficult to govern as India. And therefore, a kindler, gentler touch, an inclusive approach, taking everybody along, that's the way to go forward. And we have demonstrated it from experience under the leadership of kinder and gentler leadership.
Okay, so last word to you.
भाई प्यार में आप छुरा भी मारो तो खून अगर निकले आप सोचते हैं वो प्यार का खून है. अगर आप छुरा मारे नफरत में और खून ना भी निकले आप समझते हैं कि आपको किसी ने मार दिया है. Love actually wins a lot of battles. What they've got to realize is Modi must remember and must ask himself, because he's like Lord Fauntleroy. Whenever he looks in the mirror, he erects his own statue. And for the uninitiated, Fauntleroy was a character of P.G. Wodehouse. For the even more uninitiated, P.G. Wodehouse used to teach at Shantiniketan. Just to put the perspective today, because everything is around contextualized around Pathan and whatever. My point is, when you could do things with love, why infuse hate? Today, this country has the potential to do what it wants. It has amazing people. It has nice people, and it has a civilizational legacy. You can either honor that civilization legacy with love, by being inclusive, by taking people with you, or you can walk alone. But when you walk alone, you often have to turn back to see if anyone is following you. That's the call you have to take.
Karma बढ़ता रहा है, Dr. Varun.
Yeah.
So on that note, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us and for being so candid and outspoken. I hope this interview passes the muster with the IT Act of 2021. But thank you so much for
We've only called them jokers. We could have said much worse. It's the IT Act which has prevented us from calling them much worse things.
So, well, there's an argument for the IT Act. But thank you so much. And as I said, as we discussed, India needs, I think, we're not saying we don't need strong leaders, but we need someone, not authoritarian, or sorry, arrogant leaders. That's the word that was used. But thank you for this conversation.
Well, if a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality. Do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
माला शेरी डूंगरी की, साड़ू माता की, साड़ू माता की, सवाई भोज महाराज की, सवाई भोज महाराज की, देवनारायण भगवान की, देवनारायण भगवान की, साड़ू माता गुर्जरी की, ई तपोभूमि महादानी बगड़ावत सुरवीरारी कर्मभूमि और देवनारायण भगवान री जन्मभूमि माला शेरी डूंगरी ने मारो प्रणाम। श्री हेमराज जी गुजर, श्री सुरेश दास जी, दीपक पाटिल जी, राम प्रसाद दाबाई जी, अर्जुन मेघवाल जी, सुभाष बहेड़िया जी और देश भर से पधारे मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, आज इस पावन अवसर पर भगवान देवनारायण जी का बुलावा आया और जब भगवान देवनारायण जी का बुलावा आए और कोई मौका छोड़ता है क्या? मैं भी हाजिर हो गया। और आप याद रखिए, ये कोई प्रधानमंत्री यहां नहीं आया है। मैं पूरे भक्ति भाव से आप ही की तरह एक यात्री के रूप में आशीर्वाद लेने आया हूं। अभी मुझे यज्ञशाला में पूर्णाहुति देने का भी सौभाग्य मिला। मेरे लिए ये भी सौभाग्य का विषय है कि मुझ जैसे एक सामान्य व्यक्ति को आज आपके बीच आकर के भगवान देवनारायण जी का और उनके सभी भक्तों का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने का ये पुण्य प्राप्त हुआ है। भगवान देवनारायण और जनता जनार्दन दोनों के दर्शन करके मैं आज धन्य हो गया हूं। देश भर से यहां पधारे सभी श्रद्धालुओं की भांति मैं भगवान देवनारायण से अनवरत राष्ट्र सेवा के लिए गरीबों
गए। हजारों वर्षों के बाद आज भी जनमानस के लिए भगवान देवनारायण मालासेरी डूंगरी स्थित इस मंदिर में विराजमान है, जहां इनकी नित्य पूजा अर्चना और प्रतिदिन 4 बार आरती होती है।
देश के सिर्फ 3 करोड़ परिवारों तक ही नल से जल की सुविधा थी। 16 करोड़ से ज्यादा ग्रामीण परिवारों को पानी के लिए संघर्ष करना पड़ता था। बीते 3.5 वर्षों के भीतर देश में जो प्रयास हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से अब 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पाइप से पानी पहुंच चुक लगा है। देश में किसानों के खेत तक पानी पहुंचाने के लिए भी बहुत व्यापक काम देश में हो रहा है। सिंचाई की पारंपरिक योजनाओं का विस्तार हो या फिर नई तकनीक के सिंचाई, किसान को आज हर संभव मदद दी जा रही है। छोटा किसान जो कभी सरकारी मदद के लिए तरसता था, उसे भी पहली बार पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से सीधी मदद मिल रही है। यहां राजस्थान में भी किसानों को पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत 15,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक सीधे उनके बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं। साथियों, भगवान देवनारायण ने गौ सेवा को समाज सेवा का, समाज के सशक्तिकरण का माध्यम बनाया था। बीते कुछ वर्षों से देश में भी गौ सेवा का ये भाव निरंतर सशक्त हो रहा है। हमारे यहां पशुओं में खुर और मुंह की बीमारियां, खुरपका और मुंहपका कितनी बड़ी समस्या थी, ये आप अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। इससे हमारी गायों को, हमारे पशुधन को मुक्ति मिले, इसलिए देश में करोड़ों पशुओं के मुफ्त टीकाकरण का बहुत बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। देश में पहली बार गौ कल्याण के लिए राष्ट्रीय कामधेनु आयोग बनाया गया है। राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन से वैज्ञानिक तरीकों से पशुपालन को प्रोत्साहित करने पर बल दिया जा रहा है। पशुधन हमारी परंपरा, हमारी आस्था का ही नहीं, बल्कि हमारे ग्रामीण अर्थतंत्र का भी मजबूत हिस्सा है। इसलिए पहली बार पशुपालकों के लिए भी किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा दी गई है। आज पूरे देश में गोवर्धन योजना भी चल रही है। ये गोबर सहित खेती से निकलने वाले कचरे को कंचन में बदलने का अभियान है। हमारे जो डेयरी प्लांट है, वे गोबर से पैदा होने वाली बिजली से ही चले, इसके लिए भी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, पिछले वर्ष स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर मैंने लाल किले से पंच प्राणों पर चलने का आग्रह किया था। उद्देश्य यही है कि हम सभी अपनी विरासत पर गर्व करें, गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर निकले और देश के लिए अपने कर्तव्यों को याद रखें। अपने मनुष्यों के दिखाए रास्तों पर चलना और हमारे बलिदानियों, हमारे शूरवीरों के शौर्य को याद रखना भी इसी संकल्प का हिस्सा है। राजस्थान तो धरोहरों की धरती है। यहां सृजन है, उत्साह और उत्सव भी है, परिश्रम और परोपकार भी है, शौर्य यहां घर घर के संस्कार है, रग राग राजस्थान के पर्याय है। उतना ही महत्व यहां के जन जन के संघर्ष और संयम का भी है। ये प्रेरणा स्थली भारत के अनेक गौरवशाली पलों की, व्यक्तित्वों की साक्षी रही है। तेजासी से बाबूजी तक, गोगा जी से रामदेव जी तक, बप्पा रावल से महाराणा प्रताप तक, यहां के महापुरुषों, जननायकों, लोक देवताओं और समाज सुधारकों ने हमेशा देश को रास्ता दिखाया है। इतिहास का शायद ही कोई कालखंड है जिसमें इस मिट्टी ने राष्ट्र के लिए प्रेरणा न दी हो। इसमें भी गुर्जर समाज शौर्य, पराक्रम और देशभक्ति का पर्याय रहा है। राष्ट्र रक्षा हो या फिर संस्कृति की रक्षा, गुर्जर समाज ने हर कालखंड में प्रहरी की भूमिका निभाई है। क्रांतिवीर भूप सिंह गुर्जर, जिन्हें विजय सिंह पथिक के नाम से जाना जाता है, उनके नेतृत्व में बिजोलिया का किसान आंदोलन आजादी की लड़ाई में एक बड़ी प्रेरणा था। कोतवाल धन सिंह जी और जोगराज सिंह जी ऐसे अनेक योद्धा रहे हैं जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना जीवन दे दिया। यही नहीं, राम प्यारी गुर्जर, पन्ना धाय जैसी नारी शक्ति की ऐसी महान प्रेरणाएं भी हमें हर पल प्रेरित करती है। ये दिखाता है कि गुर्जर समाज की बहनों ने, गुर्जर समाज की बेटियों ने कितना बड़ा योगदान देश और संस्कृति की सेवा में दिया है। और ये परंपरा आज भी निरंतर समृद्ध हो रही है। ये देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसे अनगिनत सेनानियों को हमारे इतिहास में वो स्थान नहीं मिल पाया जिसके वो हकदार थे, जो उन्हें मिलना चाहिए था। लेकिन आज का भारत, नया भारत, बीते दशकों में हुई उन भूलों को भी सुधार रहा है। अब भारत की संस्कृति और स्वतंत्रता की रक्षा के लिए भारत के विकास में जिसका भी योगदान रहा है, उसे सामने लाया जा रहा है। साथियों, आज ये भी बहुत जरूरी है कि हमारे गुर्जर समाज की जो नई पीढ़ी है, जो युवा है, वो भगवान देव नारायण के संदेशों को, उनकी शिक्षाओं को और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ाएं। ये गुर्जर समाज को भी सशक्त करेगा और देश को भी आगे बढ़ाने में इससे मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का ये कालखंड भारत के विकास के लिए राजस्थान के विकास के लिए बहुत अहम है। हमें एकजुट होकर देश के विकास के लिए काम करना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की ओर बहुत उम्मीदों से देख रही है। भारत ने जिस तरह पूरी दुनिया को अपना सामर्थ्य दिखाया है, अपना दमखम दिखाया है, उसने शूरवीरों की इस धरती का भी गौरव बढ़ाया है। आज भारत दुनिया के हर बड़े मंच पर अपनी बात डंके की चोट पर कहता है। आज भारत दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता कम कर रहा है। इसलिए ऐसी हर बात जो हम देशवासियों की एकता के खिलाफ है, उससे हमें दूर रहना है। हमें अपने संकल्पों को सिद्ध कर दुनिया की उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरना है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भगवान देव नारायण जी के आशीर्वाद से हम सब जरूर सफल होंगे। हम कड़ा परिश्रम करेंगे, सब मिलकर के करेंगे। सबके प्रयास से सिद्धि प्राप्त होके रहेगी। और ये भी देखिए कैसा संयोग है, भगवान देवनारायण जी का 1111वां अवतरण वर्ष। उसी समय भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता, और उसमें भी भगवान देवनारायण का अवतरण कमल पर हुआ था। और G20 का जो लोगो है, उसमें भी कमल के ऊपर पूरी पृथ्वी को बिठाया है। ये भी बड़ा संयोग है। और हम तो वो लोग हैं जो पैदाइशी कमल के साथ हुई है। और इसलिए हमारा आपका नाता कुछ गहरा है। लेकिन मैं पूज्य संतों को प्रणाम करता हूं। इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहां आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं। मैं समाज का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि एक भक्त के रूप में मुझे आज यहां बुलाया, भक्ति भाव से बुलाया। ये सरकारी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, पूरी तरह समाज की शक्ति, समाज की भक्ति, उसी ने मुझे प्रेरित किया और मैं आपके बीच पहुंच गया। मेरी आप सबको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। जय देव दरबार, जय देव दरबार, जय देव दरबार।
हेलो हेलो, चलिए कीबोर्ड। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष आप सभी लोग ताली बजा के एक बार भारत माता की। अब के बरस तुझे धरती की रानी कर दे आपके फर्ज।
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking to a public gathering. Raja Allah is in fact joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Raja Allah, if you can hear me?
Yeah, मैं आपको सुन पा रहा हूँ.
Right. Well, the Prime Minister has his day packed. You know, he's going to be addressing a lot of people today, but most of his rallies in today's day are going to be about how India has progressed, and he has specifically stressed upon the Atmanirbharta factor that he's always been very proud of.
बिल्कुल देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आज राजस्थान के भीलवाड़ा के दौरे पर हैं. भीलवाड़ा में वो एक धार्मिक कार्यक्रम और धार्मिक सभा को संबोधित कर रहे हैं. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने जो संबोधन है उस संबोधन में जनता को संबोधित करते हुए कहा कि भारत की संस्कृति पर, भारतीय संस्कृति के इतिहास पर गर्व है. दुनिया की अनेक सभ्यता समय के साथ खत्म हुई, भारत का वो भी वैचारिक रूप से तोड़ने के प्रयास हुए, लेकिन सफल नहीं होता है. सबसे बड़ी प्रेरणा की शक्ति है. भारत अटल है, अजर है, अमर है. ये हमारे समाज की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है. भगवान देवनारायण ने हमेशा सेवा जन कल्याण की सीख दी है. जिस परिवार से वे आते थे कोई कमी नहीं थी, लेकिन सेवा का मार्ग चुन लिया. बालाजी उन्होंने कुल मिलाकर ये कह सकते हैं कि जिस तरह से देवनारायण भगवान ने जो सीख दी लोगों के नाम, जनता के नाम, उस सीख को आगे बढ़ाते हुए कहा. वहीं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कहा कि देश भी इसी रास्ते पर चल रहा है. समाज में उपेक्षित वंचित रहा तो इसी मंत्र को लेकर चल रहे. गरीब राशन की चिंता रहती थी, लेकिन अब पूरा मिल रहा है, इलाज मिल रहा है, घर घर बिजली कनेक्शन हो गए, चिंता को दूर कर दिया गया है. जो दरवाजे हैं वो सभी के लिए खुले हुए हैं. पानी का मैं तो राजस्थान के लोगों को ज्यादा कोई नहीं जान सकता. 3.5 साल में देश के 11 करोड़ लोगों को ज्यादा लोगों के पास पाइप से पानी पहुंच रहा है. तो कुल मिलाकर ये कह सकते हैं कि आज जिस तरह से धार्मिक सभा को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी संबोधित कर रहे हैं, अपने आप में एक बड़ा मैसेज राजस्थान के लोगों को देने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि पानी का जो महत्व है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर राजस्थान है सूखा प्रदेश के नाम से पूरे देश में जाना जाता है, तो पानी की महत्वता का भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जो है बखान करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं.
रज़ा, राजस्थान एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अभी भी अपनी साख जमानी है. अगर उस एक सियासी प्रोजेक्ट या प्लान को देखा जाए या नीति को देखा जाए तो समझ आता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी क्यों राजस्थान में इतनी रैलीज कर रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल देखिए, जिस तरह से साल 2023 के अंदर जो विधानसभा चुनाव होने हैं, 2023 के बाद में जो पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन होने हैं, उससे पहले जनवरी के अंदर ही जो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सभा कहें या फिर अलग अलग लोगों का दौरा कहें, राष्ट्रपति मुर्मू का दौरा कहें या फिर अलग अलग तरह की दौरों की बात करें, जैसे राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की बात की जाए, तो तमाम लोग कांग्रेस ही चाहते हैं दोबारा से सत्ता में आ जाए. तो अपने जो वरिष्ठ नेता है, जिनमें चाहे सोनिया गांधी की बात की जाए, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे की बात की जाए या फिर राहुल गांधी की बात की जाए, तमाम लोग यहाँ पर अपने अपने लोगों की रैलियां करवाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं. वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की बात की जाए तो बीजेपी की कद्दावर नेता के रूप में जाना जाते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर वोट की अपील की जाती है. तो आज जिस तरह साल के आगाज के साथ ही 26 जनवरी के बड़े त्योहार के बाद जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रैलियों को संबोधित करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, इसी के तहत तमाम दर्शकों को ये भी बताना चाहेंगे आगे आने वाले दिनों में जो बीजेपी के जो कद्दावर लीडर है अमित शाह, उनका भी जो है दौरा है. वही अगर आरएसएस प्रमुख मोहन भागवत की बात की जाए तो वो भी पिछले 5 दिनों से राजधानी जयपुर में चुके हुए। तो ये कहा जा सकता है कुल मिलाकर चुनावी विषाद के तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का दौरा भी देखा जा रहा है। ऐसा प्रकाश कि जो कांग्रेस के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष गोविंद सिंह डोटासरा, उन्होंने भी जो है मीडिया को संबोधित करते हुए कहा था कि धार्मिक कार्यक्रम नहीं है बल्कि लोगों को बरकरारने के लिए जो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी राजस्थान के दौरे पर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन जहां पर चुनाव की बात की जाए तो दिसंबर या नवंबर के अंदर राजस्थान में चुनाव होने हैं। कांग्रेस से सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी जहां एक तरफ कांग्रेस अपना जोर लगा रही है तो दोबारा सत्ता में आने के लिए जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी वो भी किसी तरह से जो है यहाँ पर कमी नहीं रखना चाह रही। जिसका जीता जागता उदाहरण है जनवरी के पहले महीने में नरेंद्र मोदी की भीलवाड़े के अंदर बड़ी सभा होना। सभा के तौर पर जिस तरह से देखा कि बड़ी तादाद हजारों की संख्या में जो लोग हैं वो भीलवाड़ा नरेंद्र मोदी को सुनने के लिए पहुंचे, तो ये कह सकते हैं कि चुनावी दिशा जो है शुरू हो चुकी है।
जी रज़ाउल्लाह, इस जानकारी के लिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका धन्यवाद। And talking about another big story today, that two fighter planes that crashed in Madhya Pradesh. Two jets, a Mirage and a Sukhoi, took off from Gwalior in the morning, and as per the Indian Air Force, so one aircraft had 2 pilots while the other had 1. 2 safely have been rescued, but the body parts of the third have been found. Some parts of the jet were found in Bharatpur and details are still being collected. Ehtiyab Sheikh, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about this. Ehtiyab, if you can hear me? Ehtiyab?
Yes, absolutely, I can hear you.
Ehtiyab, what do we know? Is it a confirmation that the third pilot is no more? Because earlier on, it was not confirmed. There were speculations that he was missing and could be deceased.
Well, as far as the official confirmation is concerned, no confirmation had been given as yet. But yes, definitely the sources say that the third pilot was severely injured. Some body parts were found at the debris area, and the confirmation has not yet been given by the officials as such, but it is most likely that we might have lost the pilot. But still we are waiting for the confirmation from the officials regarding this. As far as the other 2 pilots are concerned, yes, definitely they had been shifted to the military hospital in Gwalior, and both of them happen to be in a stable condition, whereas the medical bulletin is still awaited, and we'll be getting some updates on their health also. But yes, the third, as far as the third pilot was concerned, a chopper had landed at the crash site. They had taken the third pilot. Confirmation has not yet been given, neither by the doctors, neither by the officials of the Air Force, neither by the local administration. So we are still awaiting the confirmation to be coming out as far as the third pilot's condition is concerned.
Right, Ehtiyab, you know, let's also talk about the circumstances in which this particular crash happened. There is still speculation about whether it was a mid-air collision, or this perhaps happened while both the planes were trying to avert a crash.
See, what happens, like, it is most likely that there was any technical flaw in that, because 2 aircrafts at the same time simultaneously having a technical flaw, it's not possible. Yes, definitely there might be some errors. As far as the weather of Morena was concerned or Gwalior was concerned, it has been said that it was absolutely clear as far as the morning was concerned compared to the previous days. So the weather was not the condition. This is what I'd been told by my sources. Apart from that mid-air collision, that was the only speculation, that is the only idea that people are making out. The eyewitness even said that they had seen flames on the aircraft before crashing down to the ground. So definitely it is most likely either aversion. Aversion could not have given any sort of flames in the air. So it is most likely that there was a mid-air collision. But still we are waiting for the reports, the official reports. The investigation is still going on. But the best part, the positive part was that these 2 aircrafts crashed at a locality or at the area which was not inhabited by any of the residents. So most likely it was a mid-air clash, but still we are waiting for the reports.
All right, Ehtiyab, thank you for that. Group Captain V.N. Jha is also joining us on the broadcast to give us expertise on what really could have transpired here. Group Captain Jha, if you can hear me, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Vinit.
So first up, your assessment of this tragic air crash. Fortunately, 2 pilots have been saved, but 1 pilot, it is speculated, has lost his life. What, according to you, could have been the circumstances under which this transpired?
Vinit, very good afternoon to you, all your viewers. It's a very unfortunate accident that has happened. And, I have carried out 7 Air Force aircraft accidents, and I know exactly how the things happen. Now, here in this case, one was the Su-30. Su-30 has got a dual pilot. One is the pilot who pilots the aircraft. Another is the weapon system supervisor, weapon system officer, who sits behind. So 2 pilots of Su-30 and 1 pilot of Mirage 2000 aircraft. Look, Vinit, invariably, whenever there is a mid-air collision, it is 99.9% the failure of some third agency, not the pilot. It is air traffic control or the radar system operators. They have failed in their duties to keep an air separation, vertical as well as horizontal, between the 2 aircraft involved in the operations. And that is how the mid-air collision happens. So this is what, in general, of course, there are ifs and buts with some lesser probabilities that also may be possible. But this is what usually happens. We are glad that the 2 pilots have been found out, and I also pray God that the third also is spotted somewhere, is in a good shape. I can only hope and pray God for this. As far as the aircraft accident is concerned, look, in training, in the Air Force setup, the aircraft accidents do happen. But this sort of accident, mid-air collision, is usually unacceptable. It's not acceptable at all. Some third person who is in charge of the aircraft operation, supervising the aircraft operations, and they make this sort of mistake in failure, which results in the mid-air collision. So, having known that, here in this case, very clearly it is the mid-air collision, 2 aircraft have collided together. So, we can only say that there is a third person. What sort of involvement has been there will be only known after the aircraft accident investigation goes into details. But there will be a team of ABI, Aircraft Investigation Accident Bureau. So they will go and have a glance at the circumstances, and that will be within 24 to 72 hours. And then the specialists, domain experts of the 3 branches, flying, maintenance, and the human factor, aerospace medicine specialists, they will look into the circumstances and they will deliberate to all possible reasons that has taken up there. Vinny.
Right, Group Captain UK Devnath is also joining us at this point in time to talk more about this. Group Captain Devnath, if you can hear me, sir. Sir, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you clear.
So what's your assessment? How would you try and elucidate what really transpired here? You know, we've become very, very accustomed to fighter jets crashing all the time, but this seems to be a double whammy.
A very sad accident took place this morning. Very rare to have 2 fighter aircraft colliding. In fact, I cannot remember in last 1 decade any such accident took place. However, viewers must be explained that Indian Air Force every day takes up very high-risk maneuvers, very high-risk pilots training, so as to ensure that the aircraft and pilots remain at highest level of operational preparedness. This morning, it appears that they were carrying out what we call in our jargon as DACT, D-A-C-T, dissimilar air combat training, in which a different type of aircraft, they participate in a complex exercise. Few aircraft will take part in a bombing mission. Few other type of aircraft will try and give them air defense coverage. That is, they will try and protect the bombing mission aircraft. Then there will be few other aircraft who will act as simulated enemy aircraft who are trying to attack the bombing aircraft. So a complex maneuver takes place within few kilometers, within a few airspace of few kilometers, in which sometimes 2, 4, 12 or even 16 aircraft may be milling around. coming from different direction, coming from different altitude at different mode. You know, there may be some aircraft which are diving, there may be some aircraft which are climbing, there may be some aircraft which are turning left, some other aircraft may be turning right. So in such a situation, before takeoff, all the pilots are briefed for a long briefing is done, 1 hour, 2 hour briefing. Sometimes the briefing is repeated again on a second day. Then pilots practice it on ground so that in air nothing goes wrong. But this morning it appears that some mishap took place. Details we will come to know subsequently. But what viewers must understand that, see, aircraft are traveling at 1,000 kilometers speed at each other. They are operating in a very close proximity of each other. So even misjudgment of 1 second or half a second by a pilot may lead to such a mishap. Very sad. I was praying to God that all the pilots are safe, but latest indications are there that one of the pilots has met with fatality. He has become a very sad incident. I pray to God that his family is able to overcome this grief and shock. Indian Air Force takes pride that all our families, pilots' families, they always are mentally ready for any such eventuality. Every Veer Nari, every wife of Indian Air Force fighter pilot or transporter pilot or helicopter pilot is prepared for this eventuality. Yes.
All right. Medhavi Sood, aviation expert, is also joining us on the broadcast. Medhavi, if you can hear me.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
Medhavi, what do you think exactly happened over here? It's unfortunate, and mid-air collisions, in the past have always been, responsible for the death of our pilots as well as civilians. But what do you think happened here?
Well, basically, I don't think so. We are yet confirmed that this was a mid-air collision.
So what is your assessment, Medhavi? What happened here?
My assessment that I earlier also gave is like, it's first of all very unfortunate, and this kind of incident, I just pray that never happens again. But I believe that the technical error, it cannot be there with both the aircrafts, right? The same technical error cannot have, both aircraft crashed at the same time. So it might be a collision, but the kind of training that, is being provided in our defense services and in Air Force, I don't think so that would have been the reason. I have my doubts that, one point where I personally, when I was training, I am into commercial sector, but still when I was training, we have to undergo through, very vigorous process of a radio communication thing. So I think so there might have been some communication error, communication failure,
Understood.
or maybe some weather issues. But, because earlier also when, the unfortunate incident happened, the weather issue came suddenly, which, led to all these incidents.
Right.
But
Medhavi, appreciate you joining us.
Yeah.
This is indeed unfortunate. Still more probing to be done, still more analysis as to why this happened and how this can be averted in the future. We'll take a short break here. Be right back.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
Welcome back from the break. You're joining us on NewsX. I'm Paradhi Bhanot. On the broadcast, we have Professor V. Kamakoti from IIT Madras to discuss a revolution in the mobile operating systems. An IIT Madras incubated startup has now developed India's first indigenous mobile operating system to take on Google's Android and Apple's iOS. Data is the new gold in this digital age, and those who collect and store your data have an upper hand. Giants like Google as well as Apple have had no successful alternatives for decades, allowing their mobile operating systems of Android and iOS to rule our phones. Given this reality, Government of India wanted to develop an indigenous mobile operating system that could go toe-to-toe with Google's Android OS and have the added bonus of prioritizing privacy and being safe. BharOS is just the answer. Let's understand how and why with Professor V. Kamakoti, who is the director of IIT Madras and who's also joining us on the broadcast now. Firstly, thank you so much, Mr. Kamakoti, for speaking with NewsX, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations are in order, sir, for having developed India's first indigenous mobile phone operating system. If you can just tell us a little bit about BharOS, sir, how the app is going to work on a BharOS enabled smartphone.
Okay. So today smartphones are becoming quite close to day-to-day living. A lot of our data are recorded in the smartphone. It was not just in 1990s or late 90s when mobile phones came to India. We thought that we will be using it only for talking, but today we are using it for a lot of things other than talking, and that makes the phone more closer to human living, and a lot of data about ourselves are recorded in the phone. It can also be health data. It also means when you are getting up in the morning, your alarm data from everything is there, and where you go, so the locations where you go, everything can be logged in today. Given that, and that lot more of commercial transactions are happening over the phone today, and a lot of confidential data in terms of emails and messages also get exchanged. Your OTPs are, the second factor authentication happens over mobile. There is a need to have a lot more security against, apps that can basically steal the data, against operating systems which can be hacked into, and data can be taken out. So in this direction, IIT Madras had been working on concepts like, can I have a software? Note that operating system is a software.
Yes.
Can I have a software that can run on a mobile that can never be manipulated? Manipulated in the sense, even if you change a bit of it, the mobile phone should stop working. And this is one thing that we have achieved using BharOS, wherein we are using something called a root of trust and a chain of trust that we have established, wherein if you even a small bit of the software gets changed, the phone will not boot. The second thing is, today we are also giving what we call as PaaS. PaaS is private app store. So an organization, for example, NewsX, decides to give to all its employees a secure communication network. NewsX can create a PaaS, a private app store, and the phones can be given to your employees can be configured in such a way that only the apps in this app store can be downloadable there. So that means other apps which you have not certified as an organization cannot go into those official phones.
Very interesting. Very interesting, sir.
The last thing I want to tell you here is that this BharOS doesn't come out with any default apps. Some of the operating system today, when you install
they do,
in the mobile, default apps coming, and so this BharOS doesn't come. So this gives us a fair playing field for startups who are doing this, mobile app development to actually compete and make their apps, sell those apps and make them prevalent in the mobile network.
Very interesting. Mr. Kamakoti, you've just talked about competition, in your concluding remarks. I want to pick up from there, sir. We already have two operating systems that are in place. There's the Android system, of course, and then there's the iOS. But, the fact remains, sir, that they do have legacy advantages, whether or not we like it or we don't like it. How do you think that BharOS is going to be challenging that, and how do you think that BharOS can then overcome these legacy advantages that the operating systems that exist right now already have?
Okay, so the way we are looking at this today, the main objective of development of BharOS by the startup company JNK Operations Private Limited, which is an IIT Madras incubated company, was to give all these security features to an organization to start with. So we would be looking at organizations who are surely needing a secure communication network between their employees because of the confidentiality and privacy of the data that they are circulating, especially the confidentiality. So that way, there are many organizations which would like to give mobile phones to their employees and make them install a customized BharOS version on these mobile phone, which will use their app store, and they will only put whatever apps that they desire in that app store. By this, they are very sure that the software that is running on the mobile phone, namely the operating system, is what they have certified as an organization, and whatever apps that are going to be installed on that is again certified by the organization.
So from what I understand, you're saying that this is going to be for organizations specifically. But what about a commercial rollout, sir? Is that also something that you're thinking of maybe in the later stages?
Yes, absolutely. Once as a concept, this comes out very well. So first and foremost, we are very clear that many organizations will take it in large numbers. The next thing is that an organization, say with 10,000 employees, is one, we call it as a company, for example. If an organization with say 4 crore people actually becomes a consumer product. Yes. So more and more as and when the people actually start wanting this type of a security, which we feel will happen in very quick future because of lot more of internet, mobile related hackings that are happening. This type of a security requirement will come. And that time we will have a very important, commercial rollout across India and also globally if needed for a secure operating system and a secure app store.
So interesting, talking about taking BharOS not only in India but also globally, giving it a global platform. Of course, that's going to be the need of the hour after it has already established itself in India. But, so I want to ask you, why do you think that attempts in the past, to take on Google as well as the Apple operating systems have not succeeded?
Yeah, see, the main issue is security as a big issue has come up very recently. And establishing a root of trust and a chain of trust is extremely important, and we have successfully not only done that but actually tested it successfully, as you know. Honorable Minister of Education and Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Railways, both of them actually tested this call that day. So half an hour, there was around 20 minutes.
I understand there were also calls that were made, so there were audio calls that were made by the minister in order to check the system.
Video calls that were made just to demonstrate that it's working. So a working system with complete security is now demonstrated. And I'm sure that, and with a clear goal, right? We are now talking of PaaS, private app server. We are talking of no default apps. We are also talking of this entire security with no rootkits and other things possible. I think this is a comprehensive offering that we are giving, and at the right point of time, right? So we also have certain observations made by the Honorable Supreme Court in the recent judgment. And now this is a time where, even our own startups need to have a fair playing field. So this type of an understanding has come of recent times, where this has actually the security on the mobile phone is now becoming a major issue. That is what we are seeing.
Yes.
And I think this is the right point where we have pitched it. So our objective is not, predominantly our objective is to give a secure environment, right? And and whoever wants that environment can take it.
So, talking about data privacy, data protection, that of course is the need of the hour, in today's day and age. So then, sir, how does an indigenous mobile operating system change data protection as well as privacy, at least in India, with BharOS now coming into the picture?
Absolutely. So now what we are saying is that you are an organization, like again I come back. Yes. NewsX has a private app server private app store, and you have your own phone. All the data that is flowing is between your app server and that phone, okay, and the apps that you are using. So, and if you have certified those apps, that apps will also protect the necessary data. So otherwise you are not going to certify that app. So it is entirely up to your organization, NewsX, to see what data you can share and what data you need not share. And that way, it is completely, the data is well within your network, and all that is there in these mobile phones being certified, and that the mobile phone is configured in such a way that if something gets changed, the phone itself will not boot. That is where you get the full confidence that the data that you have is within yourself, and it is within your network, and it is up to you to use the data or collect the data or not collect the data. Everything is given to you as an organization. So that is where the entire privacy and security of the data can be ensured.
All right, so sir, help me better understand this, and I just want to understand this from you since you're telling us this in so much detail. So if, let's say, like you've given the example already, if let's say NewsX decides to get on BharOS, NewsX will be in control of putting on the application store whatever applications it wants on the mobile phones, on the devices of their employees. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right. And
that is what we call it as a private app store.
Okay.
It's private to you.
So this will then range from every organization to organization that then takes BharOS on their systems.
Correct. So, so I'm not bounded to one app store. So, for example, another thing is that this phone can work on this app store. So you can decide on some app, right? You as NewsX can decide on some app and put. It will not be a default app, right? You can decide. You have the choice to decide on that app. And then, so one of the things that, JNK operations will also try to help you is on to see whether that app has the required security, right? That's sort of a human security check, right? So today, some of the organizations do an automatic security check, and sometimes it works, it doesn't work. And as you see, many apps are to be removed because of, some vulnerabilities, etc. This will give you, they'll also create an infrastructure where there can be a human check for every app, and then that can be put onto the.
And then what about the compatibility, sir, of applications with BharOS? Can that be an issue?
No, actually, so very interestingly, if you look at the testing that was done by honorable ministers that day, Map My India was there. So Map My India as an app was actually ported within a couple of hours into this, and so the compatibility of any new app to this is not going to be an issue, and that is a simple proof, because it's a very complex system because it uses many of the peripherals. But that was ported very easily.
Okay, and so one last thing with regards to the details of the operating system itself before I move on. So what about applications that are already compatible with, let's say, iOS or Android? Are they also going to be able to work on BharOS, or are they going to need a new compatibility system, more user interfaces, user checks? How is that going to work?
Yeah, so some of the things are, if the APIs need to be tested once, and if the APIs are tested, then these software can be ported. It will not be an issue. Of course, there will be one test that need to be done, because ultimately many of this, all of this are originating from a Linux kernel, right? So there is a native Linux kernel from which Android came up, right? So
yes.
Many of the things are compatible across this platform because the underlying mother kernel is a Linux kernel. So there is not going to be a big issue in porting any of these softwares onto any of these applications onto BharOS.
Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for so patiently explaining that to me as well as our viewers watching this. It's very interesting. So, moving forward now, I want to ask you, and the government as well as the private sector have shown so much interest in the application. I've been going through news articles after news articles about how the private sector is also so interested in the software itself. Sir, shown this increased interest in the operating system, how is the team now looking to harness the opportunities that are coming their way?
Yeah, so one of the first and most initial thing that we would like to take up, the team, JNK Operations Private Limited is to basically start working with some of the organizations because that will be, as you know, this is a start, right? So we have just tested and so with the organizations and see that they could give a private network for these organizations, right? So that will basically, freeze a clear process of how to roll out. There is no doubt that this can scale up to crores of users, right? But we would like to do it for thousands or tens of thousands of users to start with. I think that is what they will do in the next 6 to 8 months. And once that is successful, I think this will move on to the next stage. Right?
Talking about the consumers, sir, talking about the people that you expect to reach out to, India, sir, as a fact, is the second largest consumer markets as far as the smartphone industry is concerned, in the world, only after China. So what potential does our market space then serve for indigenous mobile technologies such as BharOS?
Yeah, so the main issue in a full consumer scale rollout is the basic usage of this operating system should be friendly, and the type of apps that are going to be loaded has to be quite versatile. These two are from a user perspective, and the last one is that there should be a trust that is built on that this system will work correctly. And to actually reach these three goals, namely usability, the variety of apps, and also the trust, the initial exercise of trying to work with individual organizations will give the company a lot more of insight based on which they can roll out faster. But I'm very sure, as a professor of teaching information security for quite some time, the time is not quite far off when there will be a need for a very, very intricate security on the mobile phone, even for general consumers like us, and is not necessary for strategic, but even for civilian purposes. And that day is not very far off. And that day we will have one indigenous answer, Atmanirbhar answer from India.
We already have an answer, sir. Thanks to you as well as the team for getting us this answer. By when can we expect private organizations or some few organizations to get the BharOS software, sir?
In my opinion and in my wish and pray that in another 2 to 3 months, there should be at least a couple of organizations who are running full-fledged on it.
So before we let you go, is there any possibility that NewsX can get a sneak peek of this software before its rollout? Is that possibility there, sir?
No, I'm director of IIT Madras. This whole thing is done by a IITM incubator company, so I cannot answer this question there.
No worries, sir. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, sir. More power to IIT Madras as well as IITs all over. More power also to the incubator, to the team that has worked on this, and of course under your supervision, sir, it has been possible. That was Mr. Kamakoti. He of course is one of the key persons who's been responsible for getting us the BharOS operating system in India, and where from here is the big question that we're going to continue to track for you.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम यूनिट सेना सेना का मार्चिंग और बैंड
Panapath in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Dakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality. Do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
पहली बार कर्तव्य पथ पर दुनिया की प्राचीनतम नियमित सेना है।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. We start with the top headlines of the day. Two fighter jets, Sukhoi 30 and Mirage 2000, have crashed in Madhya Pradesh's Morena. Two pilots have been rescued and one pilot has suffered fatal injuries. PM Modi makes third visit in 4 months to the state of Rajasthan. Reach out to the Gurjar community as he offers prayers at Mala Seri Dungri temple. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the annual NCC PM rally at the Karyappa Parade Ground in Delhi today evening as the NCC celebrates the 75th year of its inception. Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives in pole-bound Karnataka's Hubballi, Dharwad and Belagavi. A massive roadshow slated as BJP looks to woo Karnataka. And after the Congress alleged lapses in security arrangements in Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Jodo Yatra, Jammu and Kashmir police have clarified, say that they weren't consulted before taking any decision on discontinuation of the Yatra after 1 kilometer by the organizers. Yet another shocking hit and drag. A car rams into a scooter and drags the biker on the bonnet of the vehicle for about 315 meters in Delhi's Keshavpuram. Both biker and pillion rider killed. And as visuals of clashes over flour on the streets amid a shortage of wheat highlight the grim reality of the hunger crisis looming over Pakistan. Finance Minister Ishaqdar says that Pakistan's progress is Allah ke zimme as he leaves economic revival to God. Seven people shot dead and 3 injured in a brutal shooting at a synagogue in East Jerusalem. Israeli authorities neutralized the terrorists, call it the worst attack in recent years. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to visit poll-bound Karnataka's Hubballi, Dharwad and Belagavi district today to attend a series of public events, including a roadshow. Home Minister Shah is inaugurating the National Forensic Science Centre at Dharwad. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
सालों तक क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथन करने का देश की सेवा करेंगे। भारत सरकार ने फॉरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में ढेर सारे इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमने चंडीगढ़ में अत्याधुनिक डीएनए विश्लेषण लैब बनाया है। इसके साथ साथ पुणे सीएफएसएल को 62 करोड़ की लागत से आधुनिक बनाया, गुवाहाटी सीएफएसएल को 50 करोड़ की लागत से, भोपाल सीएफएसएल को 53 करोड़ की लागत से और कोलकाता सीएफएसएल का 88 करोड़ की लागत से अभी अपग्रेडेशन चालू है। मित्रों, एनएफपीएसयू ने पूरे देश भर के अंदर दिल्ली, भोपाल, गोवा, त्रिपुरा, पुणे, मणिपुर और गुवाहाटी ये सब जगह कैंपस खोला है और आज धारवाड़ के अंदर भी एक कैंपस की शुरुआत हो गई है जो कर्नाटक के युवाओं को जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी की दृष्टि से और समग्र कर्नाटक की जनता को क्राइम से बचाने के लिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को ठीक करने के लिए आशीर्वाद रूप होगी। इसका मुझे फायदा है, विश्वास है, ये फायदा जरूर कर्नाटक को मिलने वाला है। एनएफएसयू ने लगभग 70 से ज्यादा देश और विविध संगठनों के साथ 158 से ज्यादा एमओयू किया है, जिससे पूरी दुनिया के क्राइम की डिटेक्शन के अंदर एनएफएसयू सेवा कर सके। मित्रों, फॉरेंसिक साइंस की यूनिवर्सिटी बनी है, वो केवल बच्चों को पढ़ाने का काम नहीं करती, ट्रेन मैन पावर खड़ा करने का काम नहीं करती, फॉरेंसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए भी देश भर को वो असिस्ट करती। जैसे अभी मैंने 5 मोबाइल वैन देखे, तो कर्नाटक पुलिस ने फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी के साथ चर्चा कर वो उसको बनाए और एक ट्रेन मैन पावर का निर्माण कर और टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग को इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बढ़ाती है और रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट के माध्यम से फॉरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में भारत को दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम लाने के लिए भी एनएफएसयू काम कर रहा है। मित्रों, हमने अभी एक नफीस कर ऐप सार्वजनिक किया है, जिससे लगभग 1.5 करोड़ फिंगरप्रिंट के डेटा है। सिर्फ सार्वजनिक करने के 3 महीने के अंदर 10,000 केस, जिसमें एक 22 साल पुराना था, 10,000 केस को तत्काल समाधान हुआ है। किसी भी पुलिस स्टेशन में अपराध होता है, आप नफीस पर चले जाओ, अपराधी कौन है उसका नाम वो तुरंत बता देता है और इसको हम और स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे। इसके लिए सारे कैदियों के फिंगरप्रिंट्स को स्टोर करने का नेशनल क्राइम रिकॉर्ड ब्यूरो के अंदर एक वैज्ञानिक व्यवस्था हमने किया है और उसको और स्ट्रेंथन कर हम करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि कर्नाटक की तर्ज पर ही देश भर में फॉरेंसिक साइंस सेवाओं को महत्व दिया जाएगा। यहाँ पर 206 सीन ऑफ क्राइम ऑफिसर्स एसओसीओ को अपॉइंट करने का काम मुख्यमंत्री जी ने किया है। मुख्यमंत्री जी और डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ पुलिस को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि ये इनिशिएटिव जो है आने वाले दिनों में कर्नाटक के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल करने में बहुत मदद करेगा। मित्रों, एनएफएसयू एक वन्य जीवन फॉरेंसिक उत्कृष्टता केंद्र भी कर्नाटक बेंगलुरु में बना रहा है, जिसको एनएसएफयू भी आसिस्ट करना है। मित्रों, आज मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि इस क्षेत्र के अंदर भी भारत दुनिया में सर्वप्रथम हो, वो मोदी जी का लक्ष्य है। आज जब ये नया कैंपस शुरू हो रहा है, तब फॉरेंसिक साइंस क्लासिफिकेशन में के प्रयोग।
Madhu Sharma, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast. Madhu, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Well, you know, the Home Minister putting all the right plugs, making sure that Karnataka goes the saffron way when elections come close.
You see, as a part of his Amit Shah's second trip, you know, in a election-bound Karnataka in a month, Union Minister Amit Shah, you know, is visiting districts of Hubli and Belgavi today, and Amit Shah, you know, will also visit Hubali, Dharwad, commonly known as Kittur, Karnataka region. Unlike when we visited the Mandir district and Bangalore on December 30 and 31st last year, Amit Shah will attend, you know, Kandugol's Vijay Sankalpa Abhiyan, and, you know, will offer prayer at Shambulingeshwara temple there. And in ward number 7, at Kandugol booth and booth number 50, he will paint a wall to initiate a program. And Amit Shah, you know, who will be also staying in Hubli and will participate in total 6 programs today. And an indoor stadium is also in the stadium in DVB College will be inaugurated by Amit Shah, and then he'll participate in Bummardi College of KLE. Later he will participate in KLE Society Amrit Mahotsav. And Amit Shah's first plan to attract Lingayat votes here, and Amit Shah will visit Vishwa Vidyalaya Dharwad at the KLE Institute program. Later he will lay the foundation stone for the university campus of National Forensic Sciences. And
right, Madhu, and this is absolutely a very much needed and a required move. The forensic, you know, science ecosystem and environment needs the fillip and the boost that the Home Minister spoke about. All right, some breaking news trickling in now. Breaking news coming in. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra joins Rahul Gandhi in the party's Bharat Jodo Yatra at Anantapura, Jammu and Kashmir. Ajay Jandyal, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast. Well, Ajay, it seems that despite the problems and the complaints the Congress party has made in Jammu and Kashmir pertaining to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, you know, the Gandhi family is not deterred by all these impediments.
Well, yes, yesterday we saw that how Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders is the issue that how this security lapses was there, but obviously it was clarified by the authorities in Jammu that there is no such thing happening over here. And today, once again, when Bharat Jodo Yatra started from Bantipura and Pulwama, after Mehbooba Mufti, now Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra and moving towards Srinagar. They will be staying today in the Panta Chowk and for night halt, and from tomorrow morning, once again, Yatra will resume. So we haven't seen any fresh action by Congress or any issue raised by Congress about the security scenario. And adequate security measures are put in place by the authorities over here in the Jammu and Kashmir as far as Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned. And next 2 days, it is going to be culminated here in the Srinagar.
Ajay, is this becoming some sort of a distraction for security agencies in Jammu and Kashmir? Because obviously, you know, this yatra requires its own security envelope, which perhaps is weighing heavy, you know, on the security agencies in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, see, if we talk about the security scenario in Jammu and Kashmir, there is always, you know, security deployment in Jammu and Kashmir. As far as the Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, adequate security measures are put in place by the authorities. We have seen that Rahul Gandhi started his journey when he came from Lakhanpur, which is the entering gate of Jammu and Kashmir. From that, he was walking, and he was not raising issue on the security scenario. Even we spoke during his press conference in Udhampur district when he was asked a question about the security arrangement. He said that adequate security measures are assured by the authorities over here. But right after 2 days when he reached Kashmir, he started saying that there are lapses as far as the security arrangements are concerned. That is something which raises question on Rahul Gandhi's statements as well. But in Kashmir, what we can see that today when he started his yatra, Mehbooba Mufti participated. Her daughter was in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and Rahul Gandhi and other workers, they are walking towards Srinagar. There is no such issue raised by the Congress leader. Today, once again, at around 2:30, they'll address a press conference. Then we'll see that is there any objection. But I think security forces personnel, whether it is the Jammu Kashmir police and the other paramilitary forces personnel, they are providing the best possible security to Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra and the other people participating.
Ajay, thank you for that. Moving on, 2 Indian Air Force fighter jets crashed in Madhya Pradesh's Morena today. The debris of both the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 were found in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Well, in the latest developments, the SP of Morena has said that the 2 jets, the Mirage and the Sukhoi, took off from Gwalior in the morning, and as per the Indian Air Force, one aircraft had 2 pilots while the other had 1 pilot. 2 pilots were safely rescued, whereas some parts of the jet were found in Rajasthan's Bharatpur. And he also said that the details are being collected at this point in time. Additionally, the Indian Air Force has now revealed that one of the 3 pilots involved has sustained fatal injuries, and an inquiry has also been ordered to determine the cause of the accident. Ityab Sheikh, my colleague, is joining us live at this point in time to give us the latest updates. Ityab, if you can hear me. Ityab, if you're there with us.
Yes, absolutely.
Ityab, what is the latest that we have? We have spoken about, the confirmation about the 3rd pilot's death. What is the latest that you can tell us and our viewers?
Well, as far as the sources are concerned, yes, definitely, it has been reported that we have lost the 3rd pilot, whereas the official confirmation is yet to be given by the military officials and the Air Force officials, but the sources are confirming that the 3rd pilot has lost his life after the crash. I'm sorry.
All right. We'll have Ityab with us momentarily, but the Sukhoi and the Mirage fighter crashed near Gwalior. 2 Indian Air Force fighter jets, the Sukhoi Su-30 and the Mirage 2000, were training and were exercising, and that resulted in the death of 1 pilot. And while 1 aircraft crashed in Morena in Madhya Pradesh, the other is believed to have crashed about 100 kilometers away in Rajasthan's Bharatpur. The Sukhoi had 2 pilots and the Mirage had 1. Both aircrafts are used on the front lines by the Indian Air Force, and the 2 pilots of the Sukhoi managed to eject in time and were taken to the hospital in a chopper. Ityab is back with us. Ityab, if you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Ityab, if you're okay, please continue from where you left off.
Yes, definitely. The information that is coming out that the 3rd pilot has lost his life in the crash, and as far as the crash site in Morena is concerned, the debris are scattered all across somewhere around a kilometer area, and they had been minutely investigated by the teams which had arrived in Morena from Gwalior. The Air Force officials have not yet confirmed as far as the death is concerned, but yes, definitely it is most likely the sources are confirming that the 3rd pilot has lost his life. As far as the 2 pilots who were rescued, they are said to be shifted down to the military hospital in Gwalior, and we'll be getting a medical update very soon as far as those 2 pilots are concerned. But what now appears that the crash, since one of the aircraft has crashed at around 100 kilometers away from the crash site where the first aircraft has fallen down, so it is most likely that it was a mid-air collision between both of the aircrafts, whereas the officials are not confirming the real cause of the aircraft as yet, because the investigation is going on. We are still awaiting reports from the officials regarding the accident as far as the situation in the morning when the aircraft took from the military base at Gwalior. So we are still awaiting for the reports from the officials regarding the entire crash.
Right. Razaullah, my colleague, is also joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about that aircraft that crashed in Rajasthan. Razaullah, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आपकी आवाज़ सुन पा रहा हूँ।
रजा, सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर आ रही है कि 100 किलोमीटर दूर मध्य प्रदेश से राजस्थान में भी डेब्री मिली है, मलबा मिला है इस एयरक्राफ्ट का, इस विमान का। क्या जानकारी मिल सकती है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए राजस्थान के भरतपुर में ये एक बड़ा दुखद हादसा नजर आया था, जहां पर जो सेना के प्लेन है वो क्रैश हो गए थे। हालांकि जो सेना के जवान हैं वो जवान ये कहा जा सकता है कि पैराशूट लगाकर कूद गए, इसलिए कोई बड़ी जनहानि नहीं हुई। लेकिन जिस तरह से सेना के जो तमाम आला अधिकारी हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुके हैं, जो पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुके हैं, पूरी तरह से जो ग्रामीण और मीडिया है उनको इस पूरे मलबे से दूर रखा गया है। फिलहाल अधिकारी पूरे मामले की जांच करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं कि इस तरह का हादसा हुआ क्यों था। वही बड़ी बात यह कि देश के जो रक्षा मंत्री है राजनाथ सिंह, उन्होंने पूरे मामले की जानकारी ली है और जो पुलिस विभाग के आला अधिकारी हैं वो भी इस पूरे मामले में जो है निगाहें बनाए हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। जी
रजा, ये बताइए कि औपचारिक तौर पर अभी राजस्थान सरकार ने क्या कदम उठाए हैं और क्या घोषणा की है इस हादसे को लेकर?
बिल्कुल, देखिए हादसे को लेकर जहां पर राजस्थान पुलिस की बात की जाए या राजस्थान सरकार के आला अधिकारियों की बात की जाए, तो जो प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत हैं वो इस पूरे मामले पर जो है लगातार निगाहें बनाए हुए हैं, लगातार इस पूरे मामले को देख रहे हैं। और प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत का ये भी कहना है कि जिस तरह से एक बड़ा दुखद हादसा हुआ वो काफी दुखद बात है। इस दौरान हम सेना के जवानों के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर खड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि पूरा हादसा किस वजह से हुआ है, इस पूरे मामले की जो है जांच की जा रही है।
रजा, इस जानकारी के लिए आपका धन्यवाद। एहतियाब is still with us. एहतियाब, well, the Home Minister, I beg your pardon, the Defence Minister has commented on this. The Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh has also commented on this. The Indian Air Force is looking into the matter, but one thing still needs to be clarified as to what were the circumstances when this particular accident happened. You know, it's not good to speculate, but what is the theory that is doing the rounds?
Well, as far as the theory that is going around, we had a word with some of the experts in Gwalior also. They said that it is most likely that it was a mid-air collision, because what happens, like two different aircrafts cannot go through a technical glitch simultaneously at one time. So this exactly is the first part that is coming on. Whereas the investigation is going on, the entire team is there. They are looking in for the factors which might have caused. As far as the weather of Gwalior was concerned, the weather was absolutely clear, which had been told by most of the people or the eyewitnesses out there, that Morena, it was absolutely clear. Previous days, yes, definitely there was a lot of fog, but today morning there was no fog. The weather was said to be very absolutely quiet and calm. So whether the aspect of weather being a part in this particular accident has been ruled out by most of the people right now. Whereas this is a part of investigation, yes, definitely these parts are going to come into the investigation. But still, it is most likely that there might be a so-called human error as far as this, because the drills are conducted daily. It was a routine drill which was being conducted by these aircrafts from Gwalior. So it was a routine drill which had been told that the routine drill was going on, and during this drill, this accident happened.
Right, Ehtiyab, stay with us. Group Captain UK Devnath is also joining us on the broadcast. Group Captain Devnath, if you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Well, sir, the latest information is that you know, the aircraft that saw the pilot not making it through this crash, you know, crashed all the way in Rajasthan. Does that tell you anything about the impact of this crash or this accident?
Very sad accident, Vineet. Sometimes it happens that after mid-air collision, the pilot tries to recover his aircraft. The pilot tries his best that the aircraft should not crash. He is trained how to take a battle damaged aircraft or a bird hit aircraft back to base safely. During bird hit, or like today, there is a probability that it was a mid-air touch between two aircraft. Then what happens, that the control surfaces of the aircraft may get damaged. The aileron, which helps the aircraft turn right, left, or the elevator which helps the aircraft in climbing up or down. Now pilot tries his best to recover the aircraft back to his base. If suppose it had happened today, then pilot may try and fly with the aircraft for next 30 seconds, 1 minute, so that he gains some kind of a control over the aircraft and flies back to the base. This is my guess only, because both the crash sites are so far away from each other. Very sad. Now we are being told that the Mirage 2000 pilot has probably not survived the crash. His body has been found. I am just speculating. In rarest of rare case, what happens when sometimes when there is a mid-air touch between two aircraft, the ejection seat of one aircraft may not function thereafter, or the canopy of the aircraft may not open in time, thereby denying the pilot an escape mechanism, escape time. These are all my speculations. In my Air Force career, I have never seen this kind of mid-air collision between two aircraft. Very rare, maybe once in 10 years. Detailed accident analysis will be done very soon. I have a very strong feeling that both the aircraft were indulging in briefed and authorized maneuvers in the aircraft. All the pilots are authorized to participate in air combat. Everyone knows that certain amount of risk element is there, and everyone knows that how to overcome any mid-air collision between two aircraft. But sometimes a misjudgment and 1 second or half a second is adequate to ensure that two aircraft just brush against each other and are gone. Very sad accident.
All right, sir. You're absolutely right, sir. Indeed, it is a very sad development. We'll continue to talk about this, probe as to why this happened and what were the reasons behind this tragic loss of life once again in the Indian Air Force. We take a short break here. Be right back.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Path in the national capital witnessed the prowess of the Indian Armed Forces and the armory with the high-tech indigenously made equipment. The real historic game changer is going to be becoming the defense export hub. If you take the Rafales, for example, we have spent 60,000 crores. Lakshayani Velayadan, nominated to the Cochin Legislative Council, she was the first and the only Dalit woman to be elected to the Constituent Assembly in 1946.
Egypt has very useful trade agreements with some countries with whom we don't, and we could think of actually developing a win-win situation.
Egypt, like Iraq, like Syria, they're all have gone down actually over the years, and the Gulf countries had really come up.
President Sisi, who came into power the same year as Prime Minister Modi did in 2014, has made that extra effort to reinvigorate the relationship.
Student organizations and affiliates of political parties, particularly the Congress and CPIM, have organized screenings of the BBC documentary on Gujarat riots in campuses across India. In some universities, the documentary was screened, while in others, the university administration has taken action. Students who have tried to screen the banned documentary, it's important to note that the students' bodies who are behind the screenings are mostly youth wings of left-leaning political parties such as the SFI, the DYFI or the NSUI, student wing of the Congress. These screenings have been reported in less than 15 universities and, of course, have caused a lot of turmoil and tension, as you, of course, just saw. But if you were to read the foreign press, they would have you believe a students' movement is currently on in India. And angry students are defying the government's ban on watching the BBC documentary. Less than 15 universities where youth wings of political parties have attempted to screen the documentary, and the foreign media propaganda has already begun. Does what's happening in India then classify as a student movement? What are the dangers of allowing this propaganda narrative attempt by the foreign press is the big question. All right, let me go across and just tell you a bit more about this big story, and of course these screenings that have been taking place, as I said earlier, in many parts of the country. So let's quickly cut live across and just explain for our viewers a bit more in detail about this propaganda that, of course, has been unleashed across the country. So if we can quickly go across to some of these details and put them out. So as you can see, there are about 1,070 universities in total in India, if we talk about the total number of universities. And universities that, of course, have screened the BBC documentary are less than 10. That's a minuscule proportion of how many universities there actually are across the country. But look at the global headlines. Look at how it's being portrayed abroad by certain publications. So this is what the New York Times has said. As India tries to block a Modi documentary, students fight to see it. Officials at a public university cut the electricity before a planned briefing. Okay, well, let's try and leave those slides till I complete them. But clearly, of course, as you saw, obviously the attempt is being made to show that all across India, at all universities across India, students are fighting to see this particular documentary. Let's now look at another headline. This is from the AP, that's the Associated Press. India's government scrambles to block a film about Modi's role in anti-Muslim riots. So clearly very biased headlines are coming to the fore in these publications. Let's go to the next slide if we can. CBS News, another prominent foreign media outlet, says the police in India use force to block screening of BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Where is this force being used? Where is this police that is blocking the documentary or people trying to screen the documentary? One simply doesn't know. Censorship, arrests, power cuts. India scrambles to block BBC documentary. This is what the Washington Post headline has said. Clearly again, painting a completely different picture and wrong narrative. Al Jazeera, another outlet abroad, this is what it says. India students watch BBC film on Modi despite power cut. So despite power cut, Indian students trying to portray them as, heroes for being able to complete that documentary there. JNU students blame university for power outage after officials said screening of documentary night might disturb peace and harmony on campus. So as you can see, JNU is in very small over there. Indian students in big capital letters, obviously trying to show that it's happening at not just one university, but at multiple ones. This is Fortune. This is what Fortune has said. India's ban on an unflattering BBC documentary about Prime Minister Modi sparks resistance and illicit screening. So this is what Fortune's headline has said. So resistance and illicit screenings are happening according to their headline. Independent, this is what they've said. Indian students fight to screen banned BBC Modi documentary as censorship row grows. So again, trying to portray that it's something that's happening across India and across the students' fraternity. First name unknown, another publication. Narendra Modi's censorship has reached an alarming new level. My God, this is like a complete, blanket sort of judgment that is being mooted by this publication in India on American social media. He even muzzled the Internet Archive, is what they're saying. So they've taken their hate for Prime Minister Modi to a completely new level, as you can see in this headline. This is another. This is the FP now. So what does the FP have to say? India banned a documentary. Students are watching anyway. Okay, so they're saying students are watching the documentary anyway. Where are these students? Who are these students? How many are they? This is not being mentioned by them at all. Jamia, JNU, India students angry after screenings of BBC Modi documentary blocked. I'm not sure which publication this is, but at least it's saying that this is happening simply in two universities, Jamia and JNU. So clearly, of course, as you saw, sensationalist headlines, fake headlines, headlines which are trying to create a narrative which obviously does not exist. Why is this being done? Well, many know the answer, but we will still debate that and discuss that today. Joining us at this point, Rupinder Sachdev, strategist, President Imagine India Institute. We also have Major Mohammad Ali Shah, defense expert, joining us live. Firoz Bakht Ahmed, educationist, also with us live. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, is joining us live. Himanshu Bhatt, political analyst, is joining us on the broadcast as well. Himanshu Bhatt, why are so many of these headlines so sensationalist, so fake? What explains this anti-Modi behavior by some of these publications?
Well, it was bound to happen. We are nearing 2024. Let me put it straight. Because, the popularity of a man can create a lot of enemies. And there is a multi-million-dollar industry, actually, to defame him. On one side, we have the stories and sagas of, development of the state going on. On the other side, we see the clash of two thinkings, two lines of thinking, going parallel in a country, and this is what will happen. This is the first salvo, I would say. This is just the beginning. Before 2024 general elections come, because for some, it is now or never for 2024. So they are going to leave no stone unturned. Everything in their mind, everything in their means, they are going to do that. And this is what will happen. The first part of this BBC documentary, which talks of Gujarat riots of 2002, I can say from the first-hand accounts, I'm Gujarati, I was in Gujarat at that time. And what we have seen and what the documentary which I hear from people, which I read, narrates, there's very little semblance of truth, or there's very little something which is new. Why after 20 years? That's the first question. That's what the second part is concerned, from 2014 to 2022. Now there are handpicked incidents. And when some agency casts aspersions on the army and says that this is what has happened, well, army has officially denied that. In that documentary itself it is said. But still, it leaves a doubt in the minds of people. In a democracy, everyone has a right. But when someone comes out from outside, and tries to show you a mirror, it's nothing wrong if there are things correct. If nothing wrong, it is nothing wrong, if those are on moral lines. But when I say there are two lines of thinking in India from 1924 onwards. For first 60, 70, 80 years, one line of thinking was good. Now it's other one. And these clashes are bound to happen. As a journalist, when I look at it, I see nothing else but a propaganda machine which has been unleashed now on India. People are going to talk like this. This is, selling the image of the man or of the present regime, which is doing very good for its liking. And this will go on. I don't see it as, one-off incident. This sort of things will go on till 2034, till general elections are on. Because, right now the situation is, one side is very heavy in popular perceptions. You have to look at, and when we talk of this BBC documentary, how many from 140 million people have seen these documentaries? Just tell me. You yourself say there are 1,017 universities and only less than 10 have screened it. How many students have seen it? Who are these troublemongers? They are all a particular political party's alliance people. So this is bound to happen. This is more of a political nature than trying to create a divide between two communities in the country. Let me tell you that very, very, very emphatically. And this will happen. This went on for first 10 years when Narendra Modi was at CM in Gujarat. There were issues. I'm not denying that. But Supreme Court has come out with a verdict.
Yes.
And given a very, very clean chit as far as Gujarat riots are concerned. After that, wrecking it up again and trying to show the mirror that you were wrong, you see the mirror. No, my friend. They must be told very, very clearly that we are 140 million people.
Okay.
We are all one.
Okay.
And against that, your entire Europe doesn't count.
Let me take that to Feroz Bakht Ahmed. Feroz Bakht Ahmed, as I was saying earlier, there are over 1,000 universities across India. In just 10, this documentary is being attempted to be screened, and these, subdued protests are taking place. But the picture is being painted as if all of India's students are for the documentary and against Modi, and all universities across the country are witnessing these protests. Why this skewed sense?
All right, Udayji, am I audible to you?
Yes, there's a lot of noise around you though, but yes, we can hear you.
No, I'll focus because it was just in the 11th hour I was asked to attend the program. I am sitting at a place, it's a kind of a restaurant, but anyway, I'll make it. Now listen, you are saying your take on this filming of, BBC documentary. Your take is that a couple of universities, 10, 20 universities out of 1,020 universities have filmed it. Question is not that. Question is that the main problem, Uday, is that there is an anti-India lobby which has its headquarters abroad, somewhere outside India, right?
Feroz Saab, I'm just going to come back to you. In just a second. We were not being able to comprehend what you're saying, unfortunately, very well. Let me bring in Joyita Basu at this point. Joyita Basu, why this skewed narrative? The same question I was trying to ask Feroz Bakht Ahmed. The proportion of universities is 10 vis-a-vis 1,070 in total. We can do the mathematics, but that's a fraction, a minuscule amount. Yet, the headlines are completely fake. It seems that all 1,070 universities and all the lakhs of students in those universities are up in arms, are on the streets, it would seem, if one were to believe the headlines.
Yes, Uday, this is in keeping with the international coverage of this particular government, and this has been going on right since 2014, ever since Mr. Modi came to power in May 2014. So this is nothing surprising. If you remember, when the farmers' protests were taking place, the narrative in the international media was that the whole country's farmers were up in arms, meaning basically considering, if you are looking at India's population, if agricultural population is about say 48 to almost 50% people are involved in this thing in agriculture, the foreign press was talking about basically I think 250 million people up in arms. So you see, I mean, they have this thing because they hate Modi so much, and one of the reasons is because he is perceived to be as right of center, and of course the kind of nonsense and the kind of narrative that has been fed internationally from inside this country and by Indians based abroad. So you see, a lot of nonsense has been spewed, has been propagated about him, as a result of which what has happened is that they always think that they are fighting the holy battle. You know, they are on a crusade against the current regime in India. So they would rather try to protest again, you know, every second month, or at least 5 times a year, or at least 3 times a year. They hope for an Arab Spring in this country. You know, some kind of an Arab Spring that will rise up from the streets and it will overthrow the government. And what has happened, we have seen in Egypt and all. So you see, but they don't understand, and they were seeing it, say for example, in the protests against the CAA, of course the farmers' protests, Shaheen Bagh protests that at the time that was going on, and now they think that, you know, a handful of, frankly speaking, I'm going to say something which is not going to sound nice, but it's a fact, a handful of leftist student union leaders and some people, basically some unemployable youngsters, because of their ideology, because of their lack of knowledge about, you know, lack of knowledge about what is happening with the real world, their disconnect with the real world. So as these unemployable people, some of them are getting together, some of these are party activists and all, and that also CPM kind of people, and some Congress. And the thing is, so they are getting together and creating a ruckus, but because they have a ready audience, you see, I don't, in fact, if you ask me, it was not very intelligent on the part of the government to ban the documentary. They should have just let it play like that, because rubbish should go into rubbish.
Yes.
But the thing is that, but at the same time, these people have now started trying to make a huge issue out of it. Now the foreign press is going to get involved, and for some time this will continue by saying, oh my God, the government is falling, oh my God, the elections will change, the you know, everything will change because students are up in arms. This is an Indian Spring that is happening. So we will have to, I think, bear with this nonsense for some time, but then after, sooner or later, even the idiots who are running these places, even they will sooner or later will understand that they have been taken for a huge ride. So perhaps they will come back to their senses after some time. But let us not forget, yes, I totally agree that this is the year that you will see the maximum attacks on India, not only because the elections are coming up, but also because India is in the, you know, central position geopolitically. India is seen as a rising superpower, and India said the G20 is coming up. So before that, they will try to make our name mud, they will try to make Mr. Modi's name mud, they will make mud of everything. So we have to brace for a very rough ride.
Yes, clearly, of course, we will have to brace for that very, very rough ride. But let me bring in Major Mohammad Ali Shah as well at this point. Major Mohammad Ali Shah, you know, what is causing these protests, in your opinion, in Jamia and JNU, and now in DU as well? And why is this false narrative being created abroad?
Okay, Uday, you know, I am glad that Joyita Basu totally agreed that this film shouldn't have been banned. It was a bad idea on the government's part to ban this film. In fact, you know, I'll give a small example. The moment you tell a small child that don't put your finger in the socket over there, you'll get a current. That child will certainly go and he will put his finger over there in the socket, wondering what is the mystery behind it. Why shouldn't I not put my finger in the socket? Similarly, the moment you ban anything, it only generates curiosity, and you don't realize you are ending up promoting it further, unfortunately. Like, for example, I'll give you a small example. Salman Rushdie's book, The Satanic Verses, the Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran, he had banned it. That invoked more curiosity amongst people to actually read the book, and people read Satanic Verses only because it was banned. So now when it was banned, they should have just let it be. When the Supreme Court has given a clean chit. See, I'm a law-abiding citizen of the country, a responsible citizen of the country, and I respect the judiciary very much. So when the Supreme Court has given a clean chit to the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I don't think there can be anything further more supreme than that. And when the Supreme Court has given, when the SIT gave the ruling, well, that's a different thing. That when they have given, and now 20 years later, the BBC comes with this documentary. So had this documentary been made when the SIT inquiry was on, when the Supreme Court thing before, I could have still have thought of, okay, there's some logic behind it. But then now, by banning the documentary, we don't realize we are giving a very wrong message, a very wrong note in the international community. We are showing that we are probably autocratic, or we do not allow freedom of expression, which is not the case. I think in our country, we have equal right. Everyone has a right to express as per the Constitution of India under Article 19. There is a proper freedom of speech. Under Article 19(1)(a), there is reasonable restriction, which means as long as you do not hurt the religious or the personal sentiments of any human being. So till then, your freedom of expression is allowed. Now, but the moment this documentary was banned, and what surprises me again is when it is banned, it's made illegal. There's no question about it. It's banned. So it's banned. So it should be the law should be respected by everyone. No one's above the law. So now the very fact the universities had permitted that you can watch it on your phones, but the screening would not be permitted, which should be respected by everyone. Which should be respected that when the law is coming out like that, when the law of the land prevails, that this documentary is banned. You don't see it. A peaceful protest, I have never spoken against any peaceful protest. It's a fundamental right in a democracy for everyone to protest, to put forward their point of view, as long as the protest is peaceful.
But why is it being painted differently? It's being painted as some sort of mass uprising or movement, which we haven't seen, have we?
Right, Uday. I mean, that's a very, very good question. It is being painted that way because it's all about projection. It's all about what color of shades you wear, you'll find the...
Okay, Joyita, respond to that. It's all about projection. It's a wrong decision to ban it. And what's wrong with the protest, says Mohammad Ali Shah?
No, what's wrong with the protests? The thing is, you see, these people, those who are protesting, I mean, frankly speaking, if you know students, if you start talking to them, you will know how irrelevant these people are. But yes, the thing is that you go out. In fact, I've talked to senior people, professors in JNU, who say that in JNU, the left is more nowadays about noise than substance. So you see, that is the whole thing. When people have to make themselves relevant to the rest of the students, because these people are also losing their ground, their turf is shrinking. You know, the left in particular, and the Congress, of course, their turf is shrinking in a very bad way, in a very big way, because no one has time for the kind of rhetoric that they use. Instead of talking about if you ask me, their issues inside their college, talk about solving out attendance problems, and all they want to solve the country's problems, and that also on a case that is totally discredited, that's 20-year-old. You know, perhaps half of these students were not even born, many of these students. So now they are picking it up just because they think it is going to, the thing is that it is going to bring them some limelight, some foreign limelight. Maybe some of them will get to write in some foreign publications and earn some dollars, because nobody is going to employ them in India, if you ask me. The thing is, you see, this is one way of staying relevant. You know, that is why, if you ask me, they are protesting for some kind of a reason in terms of ideological reasons, because they are all such truthful and upholders of certain values and principles. No, it has nothing to do with it. It's all their personal political ambitions and goals, and it is all about their turf. So, come on, these students have nothing to do with at all. These protests, they have nothing to do with. I mean, the thing is that if we are going to protest, fine, let us now protest. Then, you know, since we are picking up things from 20 years back, I am going to pick up things, maybe 50 years back, the Mao's mass killings, Stalin's mass killings. So, let us, take the left to the dock, talking about their ideology, which is pathetic and murderous ideology. I mean, anybody can do that.
Okay, let me take that to Firoz Bakht Ahmed, if he is back with us now. Firoz Bakht Ahmed, yes, you were trying to tell us about your sense of these skewed headlines and, what's the actual sense at university that you're getting? Okay, we've lost Firoz Bakht Ahmed there, it seems. Robinder Sachdev, are you there with us?
Yeah, hi,
okay.
Uday.
Hi, Robinder. Yeah, let me come to you on that point, Robinder, on how you are perceiving these global headlines and who is behind this vested fake narrative.
The second part, who is behind, I think has been covered or can be understood. We can go in deeper in that, but I'll come to the first part, what is happening. And I think several of our, esteemed colleagues have pointed to it. I would also kind of look at it in a similar way. One, perhaps there was no need to ban it, firstly. You see, what has happened, and I'm coming from a communication point of view, and that will partly answer also why these headlines today, right? One, you banned it. Second, and the government has banned it on social media, right? Now, every day that these protests are happening is creating fresh headlines, even if it's 1% or 2% or 3% happening. And this is something which is going to drip, 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 trickle, trickle, trickle. Tomorrow there'll be some other protest somewhere else. And why the foreign media? See, apart from the biases of the foreign media, particularly with respect to, let's say, the Modi government and where India is today, the bias in the West obviously is towards India as a nation, once upon a time a poor nation, a nation of floods, disasters, mismanagement, corruption. So typically it's bad news which makes news. So what is going to happen every day now, like you were showing just today evening, these little protests happening in outside the Delhi University Arts faculty. Tomorrow this would be in the newspapers the world over. So what this ban has ended up doing is kind of, bleeding the whole issue much more and leading it much more. And secondly, by the way, this ban which is there by the government is on the social media. I'm not very sure, and I would love to be corrected or understand better. Is there a ban on screening of this among some people of this film? I think perhaps no. So what is happening is that sometimes, when you're more loyal than the king, you end up hurting the king. So when the universities, which are specifically saying that, okay, you cannot have a public gathering in our university, and therefore the police comes in. So the protests which are happening and which are making the headlines are the students protesting their right to, let's say, see the film and get together. It's not even about the content of the film, right? So the protests which are happening and which will happen here, there, or the demonstrations are about the right to be able to see a film, and which I think has not been banned. So there are, layers upon layers of this, but hindsight is always 20/20, and also in communications, in crisis management, very often the right thing perhaps is to just let it be. What would have happened? The documentary came one day, made some headlines in Western media and Indian media. Yeah, sure, some people may have talked about it. 2-3 days later, within India, the matter would have perhaps been forgotten. Okay? And in international media, it would have made the rounds maybe 1 or 2 days, no more than that. But now what is happening? India is getting a bad rap, and this rap will not go away, sir. These things add up. The image of India, which is being circulated as, a nation, a nation where you have censorship. Imagine. And this will, these things don't go away easily. Or, okay, maybe they do not affect, but they build up slow by slow by slow. Tomorrow, something else happens in India. And again, the news would be in international media that Indian government is autocratic and, tamping down on dissent within the country. That is the image now.
Okay, let's leave it at that. We've run completely out of time. I'm taking a quick break. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us.
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking, on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
If a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality, do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss as women, whether it's menstruation, whether it's, unsafe touch, whether it's, rape or assault and things like that, that can be expressed, obviously, through art, can actually reach out to a lot more women as well.
Women are not even, they're worried about even signing their artwork. So it's anonymous artwork everywhere. And not just women, but, men as well.
How has the experience as a woman been different for you in both the industries?
I actually struggled internally for many years, being labeled singularly and being this unidimensional kind of character. Incredibly, because it wasn't necessarily conscious, but subconsciously I started planting the seeds of perhaps the direction where I wanted to go.
Two women who are watching this show who actually want to be a part of the, the artistic world.
Yes, I would say to women across the world, shape your own representations. Don't let someone else tell your story for you. You write your story, you tell it.
About your voice and what you want to put out into the world.
What we women want at these times on NewsX. Co-powered by Goldie Kitchen King Masala. Goldie Masale, jahan jaye rishte banaye. Associate sponsor Titan I+, Greenland Laminate and Kalyan Jewelers.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. In a few days from now, the Union Finance Minister will present the last full budget ahead of the crucial 2024 Lok Sabha polls. And as the budget comes ahead of the polling season, all eyes are on the Narendra Modi government and its key announcements. With India being the fastest growing economy in the world, the budget isn't just important for Indians, but for those across the world who hope to aspire to be in business with our country. Given the high expectations, what are the key sectors that will be the government's focus this time? Will the middle class finally get the tax relief it's been hoping for a very long time? What will the government announce for India's healthcare sector in this post-COVID era? Will India's startups, fintech and digital sectors get a fillip and a boost? We get some of these expectations forward and speak to those who understand what could happen, what has happened. Joining us on the program at this point in time is Ranjit Mehta, DSG, PhD, Chamber of Commerce. Also joining us on the broadcast is Avneet Singh Marwa, industrialist. Sunil Sanghai, CEO of Nova One Capital, also with us on the program. And last but by no means the least, Dr. Sharat Kohli, senior economist, joins us on the program as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. It's really important to put into perspective what is going to be the priority that India is going to be focusing on in the next couple of years. Dr. Sharat Kohli, I'd like to begin with you. In your expertise, what do you think is going to be, that prime agenda for the Union Minister, Finance Minister to focus on? Is it going to be industrial development? Is it going to be capital expenditure? Is it going to be about making India a manufacturing hub? Or should it be, all about votes this time around? Because, there are a number of state as well as the Lok Sabha elections in the fray as well.
Well, Vineet, a very pertinent question and, a very easy answer to your question is all of this. Whatever you said, which is capital expenditure, industrialization, focus on manufacturing, also ensuring that the budget remains populist because 9 state elections and a big general election in the beginning of 24 when it's not going to be a full-fledged budget on 1st of February 2024. It's going to be vote on account or an interim budget. So I think this is the last opportunity for the government to make a point before the electorate and give something to everyone. So I think it will be a budget for sure, which will have little bit, there was a halwa ceremony, a couple of days ago, Vineet. And, while watching that halwa being made by the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, I was thinking that a little bit of this halwa is going to go to every section of the society. Now, to put this in the perspective, I think the biggest focus, Vineet, is going to remain on the capex, which is the infrastructure development. Last year was 7.5 lakh crores. I'm expecting about 9.5 to 9 lakh crores being allocated for capex. Keeping the fiscal deficit in control to about 6.5% will be the next priority. So that's going to be a very tightrope walk, because on one side you will have to ensure that the budget remains populist and there is something for everyone. On the other side, fiscal discipline would be a prime focus. And I think no budget in India, Vineet, can be made by ignoring agriculture. So I'm expecting a substantial allocation, like previous budgets, on agriculture, whether it is agricultural infrastructure, whether it is food, fertilizers, subsidies, whether it is agricultural marketing. So I think that focus is going to remain. Then PLI is something which I feel has yielded results. You know, the PLI, the production linked incentive schemes in the past for different sectors. So I'm expecting some new sectors to be added to the PLI overall ecosystem. And you will find that these, because the focus is on generating employment, and the outcome of PLI has been seen that new investment has come, employment opportunities have been created. So I think the government would like to continue that momentum, would like to maintain that momentum. So PLI scheme, apart from this, Vineet, education, health, skill development, these are the three sectors which I feel cannot be missed at all. We've got Corona knocking at our doors via China. Thankfully, it's not here. We have almost gotten over it, if not completely gotten over it. I think health sector would continue to remain focused. Education, without a doubt, and a very important aspect of skill development this time will attract government's attention, because if you want to bring these companies from China, the investors are constantly saying that trained manpower and skilled manpower is a challenge. So I think that will be the focus. And you know, in the first part of my interaction for this program, the last thing I would like to mention is defense sector. I think this is one sector, looking at the geopolitical situation around the world and looking at the mischief which our neighbors keep playing. I think we cannot compromise in increasing the allocation on defense sector. So the defense manufacturing, defense imports, overall allocation to defense cannot be missed out. Besides this, startups, you know, women empowerment, all these things will be there. So there's going to be something for everyone. And for the common man, for the middle class, the most important aspect, you said in your opening remarks that whether there is anything going to happen on the tax front. Well, I think you can expect some kind of a pleasant surprise coming either by way of, rationalizing the taxation system, especially with regard to the new regime. The new regime which did not find takers. It was a kind of a flop movie, where only 5 lakh people opted for the new regime, which was brought in with a lot of pomp and show. But then I think there'll be an attempt to make this new regime more attractive beneath this time. So I think middle class may not be directly expecting anything, but indirectly there is going to be something trickling into your pockets from these sectors as we go forward, Vineet.
Absolutely. Great points, Dr. Kohli. Mr. Mehta, if you can hear me, sir.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Mehta, what do you think the government is going to be focusing on? Is it going to continue its focus and a path on fiscal consolidation? The growth sentiment has augured well for the financial services, the businesses, especially the general insurance sector. But FDI is another area where there have been a lot of demands about, increasing the cap that we have today at 74%.
Yes, thank you, Vineet. In fact, Mr. Kohli had made some very, very important points. But apart from that, I think that we need to do the fiscal consolidation, and we hope that the fiscal deficit will be around 6% of the GDP. And then for export promotion, because this is very important that there has to be some critical interventions for export promotion, because we need to increase our export. Then the PLI scheme, I think, needs to be extended to a lot more sectors. And apart from that, because that will give a push to the manufacturing. Then apart from that, I think the new sectors like EV and circular economy needs to be given some, tax benefits. And then if you talk about rural economy, then more money needs to go in the hands of the farmers. We expect that Kisan and Nidhi will be extended. And apart from that, we need to increase the subsidy for fertilizers as well. But despite that, one more important point is for the salaried class, because we need to give money in the hands of salaried class. So that's why some tax, rebates for salaried class and women-led enterprises, and for working women. That's what we really expect. And apart from that, Ayushman Bharat scheme needs to be, extended, and more impetus on Ayushman Bharat scheme. And also, one of the important thing is the 15% corporate tax that has been there's a sunset clause up to March 2024. I think that it needs to be extended so that more companies and startups, they can come into the system, and we can increase investment in Indian manufacturing.
Right, absolutely. Okay. Mr. Sudhir CS, MD and CEO of Indian Money, also joins us on the program. But before that, Mr. Marva, if I can come to you. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone.
Mr. Marva, if you can hear me. Mr. Marva?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, is my voice audible?
Yeah, well, expectations as they are to be put out in a couple of days. What do you think is to be expected of the union budget? Fiscal, financial consolidation is something, and inclusion is something that the government has deeply and profoundly focused on in the last few years. They have changed regimes, but the new regime has not really been as galvanizing and attractive as the previous one. Is it going to be some sort of a saving grace exercise for the finance minister? Is she going to, in fact, pay more focus on the voter this time, considering that there is also a political lopsidedness to this budget?
I think, firstly, good afternoon to everyone. This budget is one of the most important budget, I would say, in 9 years. And this has to be because there are a lot of schemes, there are a lot of infrastructure projects, and there's a lot of expectation that industry has it. What 9 years back, nobody was, expecting Atmanirbhar, manufacturing in India, etc., etc. But now the core projects is aligned in next couple of years. So this budget, from industry perspective, I think, firstly, as everyone said, and Dr. Sharad also mentioned, fiscal deficit. I think this is the most important thing for the industry, for the nation. We need to reduce. Year on year, it's increasing. We need to either be we need to have self-manufacturing of core components, core products, that raw material. We need to push ourselves beyond assembly. And that's what government is trying to do. But the ground reality in terms of, I always tell that the ground reality is little different. Government is trying its best, but we need that kind of infrastructure that those companies come in and have a raw material factory. So that's happening 2024, 25, 26 is very, very important in terms of electronics, which is the second most import after petroleum in India. Second is exports. India needs to be export-driven country. If we not increase export, as I mentioned, electronics is a huge category across the globe. And we need to have more export-driven products. And for that, there are about 2 companies which are investing in India. I think by Feb, there will be a good news. PM is inaugurating those facilities itself, and that can be a game changer for the country. Last but not the least, infrastructure projects that needs to have timeline. We have roadways, waterways, and railways. All 3 major projects are happening in 23-24. A big announcement, whether it's Delhi-Mumbai, whether it's freight corridor, or whether it's the waterways of transportation. I think we need this. Logistic plays a very vital role in manufacturing. If these things will be sorted, it will give employment. It will, give boost to the economy. And thirdly, domestic manufacturing, which is very, very important. So the FM needs to give us the timelines of these projects. Apart from that, as everybody is expecting tax reduction in income tax, especially, I don't think that is happening. There'll be no direct benefit that will be there. Indirect benefit might be there in tax, in direct and indirect taxes. But apart from that, I feel that there should be a feel-good budget this time around.
Okay, all right. Let's hope for that as well. Mr. Sunil Sangai, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sunil, what according to you is going to be the focus this time around? Energy, healthcare, pharma, chemicals, technology, manufacturing. Is this going to be the emphasis on the budget? Infrastructure is obviously big on the agenda for this government, and they have in fact also put a lot of impetus on digitization. The last mile connectivity of banks is also something which the government is going to keep in mind.
Okay. Vineet, I must say one thing, that this is my 40th year watching the budget closely. My first budget where I had analyzed it was 1983. One big change which we are seeing now, given the transparency, given the availability of the information, you can pretty much predict the big numbers of the budget, which we used to decipher earlier from the detailed budget document subsequently. So for example, some of the things which you talked about in terms of the fiscal situation of the country, I think we are more or less clear given the revenue collection numbers and the expenditure numbers which are in the public domain, that we should be on track from the fiscal deficit point of view. So 6.3, 6.4 is achievable. That I think will meet the target for the current year. The question is, as you talked about the fiscal discipline for the next year, what should be the projection? In my view, we will feel happy and the bond market will feel good if we see a gliding path, which is what the finance minister had talked about last time, which is to go down to 5.8, 5.9%. This will also give enough money in the hands of the government to really invest in the infrastructure, which they had started last time. 7 lakhs odd crores was invested in the infrastructure, and I think a similar number should be done again this time. In terms of the priority sectors, I think infra is definitely going to be at the top. We may see a little bit of change this time in infra because there's a lot of work has already happened on the road and the port sector and on aviation. I think railway is the sector which has been left out. This time there could be a big focus on the railway side. So this is as far as the sector and the fiscal is concerned. I'll quickly touch upon two other areas. One, purely from the commerce point of view. Commercially, you would see that a lot of projects, they get delayed because of the small dispute. And the other counterparty in most of these disputes happen to be the government. I won't be surprised if there is an extension of the policy which last year government experimented with. It's called Vivad Se Vishwas. This was implemented for income tax. If they were to extend the same policy for all contractual obligation, it's one-time settlement given to any dispute rather than going to the court and taking a lot of time and the projects getting delayed. We just settle that once for all with the government. Something like Vivad Se Vishwas, I think that will be a very good beginning if they make that happen. They did that beginning last year with income tax and the other taxation side, the entire tax. I think if they do this for the rest of the commercial thing, that will be a big area. The last point, purely I'm a capital market player, so I'll just touch upon the capital market side. I think we need to again renew our focus on privatization, not disinvestment, privatization. You saw last time Air India was a big success. It was almost like a miracle that government could manage to privatize Air India. We just celebrated first anniversary of that. We have seen the progress, all of us in Air India, what happened.
Okay.
I think that there was a paper, and I'll close on that. There was a paper 2 years ago in the economic survey in 2020, where there was a full chapter on the methodology of privatization was given. I think they need to dust it, pull that paper again, and implement that. There were 2 different methods which were given. I think one of them will be a big success that will do a privatization in the wholesale, that will enable the government to do the privatization in the wholesale.
Okay.
All right. Big. I think that will be
all right. Let me also rope in Sudhir here. Sudhir, if you're there with us.
Yeah, I'm there.
Sudhir, what's going to be the priority? Is the government going to, in fact, make this a populist budget because, a number of elections are around the corner? Or do you think they will continue to focus on the fiscal consolidation and divestment and reduction of subsidies, considering that we are living in a post-pandemic era?
In fact, that's my concern too, because it should not happen that we plan from election to election, or we think about how the stock market or capital markets will react to the budget. It is more about fixing the fundamentals of the economy. If you ask me, from my expectation perspective, I really want to see some real progress on the NEP side, National Education Policy, because this has been rolled out. So I think it's been 75 years of independence, and it's high time that we get rid of this British education system, once for all. That's not happening. And whatever is being discussed around NEP so far is only theory. I don't see any structural change because a lot needs to be done to make that happen. So that's one area, because my biggest concern here is the fundamental the fundamentals of Indian economy, the $5 trillion economy or $10 trillion economy goal we want to achieve. That's not going to happen just with few MNCs or unicorns. It's going to happen because of every other fundamental aspect. It can be beekeeping, it can be sheep and goat farming, it can be these cloud kitchens or restaurants. But unfortunately, this is not being taught in schools and colleges, and we think people just learn this knowledge on its own. That's not going to happen. So we need to kind of refresh our education system to make this happen and to support and nourish every economic activity to make it a powerful economy in the world. The other area where I see a huge gap is on the farming side. I think the farmers are being currently now, I would say bribed just to support them in election. That should not happen. Unfortunately, all these subsidies or even transferring the 2,000 once in 4 months, I am not in favor of this. This is something which Modi government shouldn't have started. At least now they should think of, structurally fixing it. Should they focus on, like, we were able to quickly react to COVID. We were able to build such a wonderful technological infrastructure to ensure that everyone is vaccinated, everyone is treated during COVID. Then why can't we predict, the same for farm produce? Like today, we are able to predict tsunami is coming. Then why can't we predict what should be produced? What kind of farming should happen? I think that kind of infrastructure has to be built to support the farming community. That in turn can increase the contribution to GDP from the current 19-20% to it can go up to even 26-28%. That kind of structural changes needs to be done today to make India a prosperous country. And one last thing I'll end there, with reference to the current unemployment part. I think, today what we are saying here is from LKG to graduation, you study for 17 years and you become outdated. You won't be skilled enough to get a job. Then you be part of Skill India for 3 months. I will get you a job. That's ridiculous. That has to kind of completely stop. Instead, whatever skill development and education can't be too different. Now, whatever NEP is talking about, up to 10 standard character building and then the professional development, I think that kind of work has to start in the education system, and then serious discussion should happen around that.
Right, absolutely. Dr. Kohli, if I can come back to you, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, Dr. Kohli, the last time, the grouse was that the capital expenditure was only left at about 2.9%, if I'm not mistaken. This time, experts are hoping that it will be bumped up to 3.5. But there was also another grudge that, the personal income tax rates were not rationalized by the finance minister. Considering that this has to border on some sort of a popularity index, do you think she's more likely to do it this time around?
Well, Vineet, before I answer your question, I was listening to Sudhir, and his statement reminded me of although we are on an English channel, but you'll have to allow me to speak this out. It's a Ghalib Sher, Hazaron ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले बजट के प्रावधान फिर भी कम निकले. So it's never going to be enough. First of all, there's going to be a little bit for everybody. First of all,
Right.
And the point which you raised, Vineet, just now is, see, the number of actual taxpayers in the country are only 1.5 crore. The people who actually pay tax, you are one of them, by the way. So they are only 1.5 crore. Total number of returns filed 7 crores. But people who pay the tax, so imagine out of 140 crore, we'll probably be overtaking China. We may have already overtaken China because we are not counting ourselves. Is 140 crores. So you can imagine we are about 1% people paying tax. The return filers are 7 crores. So whether giving tax, benefits or tax sops as a budget announcement, how populist is that move is a question mark, which I can tell you as a tax expert also, because benefit is not going to reach the masses. First of all, I think the focus, there are 4 engines of, if I go back to macroeconomics, we need 4 engines. Government expenditure, there's going to be no dearth. I think 9.5 lakh crore to 9 lakh crores is my projection. It is most likely going to come true. Second engine, private investment, which has not been firing. I remember the finance minister saying, unleash the animal spirit. She told the industrialists, she told the various chambers of commerce. So I think that needs to start firing, and it has started firing a little bit. Third engine is consumption, for which people need money in their pockets. Now here are the headwinds. And the fourth engine, of course, exports. For the last 2 engines, export and consumption, we are facing headwinds. The headwind for consumption is that the gap between the rich and the poor, the inequality of income and wealth has widened over the last few decades. No government is to be blamed for that. I mean, it's just been happening because of various government policies. So I think that is where consumption becomes a challenge, and export is facing headwinds from the international economy. I'm expecting, beneath international economy, to sink into recession by the end of this financial year. By the way, I'm not sounding gloomy. I'm just being analytical, because all the interest rates hike, which we've seen in the last year, I think they will show their lagged effect in the times to come. So if the international economy sinks into recession, the export engine is going to face headwinds. So therefore, to make this budget populist, I think the finance minister, for the choices are concerned. Now, before 2017, we used to have budgets. The next day, people used to ask, kya mehenga, kya sasta? Unfortunately, that part is out to GST now. The GST Council decides where do you vary the rates. Only thing mehenga sasta you see is on the front of import duties, where import duties of certain components are reduced or increased. So the prices vary. I think the budget is no more, beneath a milestone as far as I'm concerned. For me, budget now comes every Wednesday when the CCEA meets, the Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs. They meet every Wednesday and they take decisions, and we often see press conferences on various economic and fiscal issues. So I think budget, as far as giving hisab kitab to the country, as far as presenting the balance sheet of the country, I think it's a very important milestone. So the Aam Aadmi or the people of this country are only going to get indirect benefits. There is no direct benefit that on 1st of February, the budget is announced. On 2nd of February, my pocket is richer by 5,000 rupees. I really don't see that happening in the budget. I think people have to rationalize and be more prudent about the way they perceive the budget, that the benefits will come indirectly. They'll trickle down from various sectors. I think there's going to be, as I said, there's going to be something for everybody, but then nothing for everybody to be taking into pocket the very next morning, Vineet.
Right, absolutely. Great points there, Dr. Kohli. Mr. Mehta, if I can come to you. Mr. Mehta, if you're there with us?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Mehta, the government has also been very emotional about, propagating and working relentlessly on the ease of doing business. PLI schemes, making labor intensive, opportunities more accessible. Is that also going to be a part of the grand plan that the government has advocated many times in the past, but perhaps has fallen short a couple of steps?
Well, Vineet, I think as far as ease of doing business is concerned, government has been doing a lot, and of course there are areas where still we need to improve. But I think 40 to 6th position, 63rd position is very good as of today, and our innovation index is also out of 80, it is 40. So I mean we are really working on that. There are a few things that I would like to mention here. One is the green push. we really need to give priority to the greener development. That includes the electric vehicles or circular economy and green hydrogen fuel, because that is going to be a challenge, and we have committed to carbon neutrality by 2047. So all these things are very important. Apart from this, one very important sector, that is real estate sector. So real estate sector today, it needs to be given the infrastructure status. So because real estate is a one sector where if the real estate grows, then with that, there are around 265 ancillary industries, they also grow with it. So therefore, for real estate sector, this is extremely important that government, we are hoping that government will look into it. There has been a demand from the real estate industry for a very long time. And also, as Mr. Kohli was talking about the salaried class, because we need to give money in the hands of people. So that is very important. And PLI scheme, I think it has worked wonders. We have seen that needs to be extended to the more sectors. So that will be very good. And I think that ease of doing business is an ongoing journey where they cannot do especially much in the budget, but they have been working on various things on ease of doing business. So I think that overall, we can expect that the budget will focus on infrastructure, and that too, especially on Gati Shakti projects, because the logistic cost has been a challenge in our country, because it's around 14 to 15%. However, we want to bring it down to around single digit, around 9%. So in that, I think we need to work on that. Probably railways, as one of the speakers, he said, will be the focus. Definitely, we also hope that railway will be the focus. Otherwise, the road network has been excellent in our country now. There are many highways, expressways. So there, I think we are doing a lot of things now. Multi-model, integrated multimodal system, logistic system is the need of our. In that, we need to look at our inland waterways. Government has announced around 111 rivers as national waterways. So there, the work needs to be done. A lot of focus has to be there, because
All right. Mr. Marwa?
Yes.
Mr. Marwa, if you're there.
Yes.
Mr. Marwa, how about technology? Crypto and basically, the digitization of whatever is left is also something that the government has been pushing towards. Technology, has always been an agenda, but at the same time, there has been this, this feeling that cryptocurrencies, though they have been tanking off late, have been dealt a bad hand in our country.
I think that's been the case across the globe. I always tell, crypto has always been a pawn scheme, and many big investors haven't invested in crypto. So, and government has dealt really well. I think the kind of startup that came in with very limited knowledge, and a lot of young investors started putting their money, and the kind of RBI steps that they have taken has been, path breaking. And I feel that a lot of youth have survived there, because of this crypto, because this was a trend that was going, and it was going on another direction. As far as technology, I think the breakthrough and the biggest transformation last year has been 5G. And government has announced the kind of, last year I remember FM said in rural areas we will have 5G technology, there will be fiber that will be put across rural. This is a very breakthrough, I would say, in terms of technology. There are a couple of key things that the development development that has to come is from rural sector, especially if I talk about technology, consumer durable products, etc. Maximum penetration has to come from tier 2, 3 and rural sector, especially with technology products. If I talk about smart TVs, there are still CRTs, and from CRT there will be a switch to smart TV. For that you need better connectivity. In terms of agriculture, which is the highest contributor, there have been a lot of technology driven products that have come in. Farmers have, as the panelists mentioned, that what needs to be grown, how education is very, very key. I think now we have satellites which will tell what to grow, what is the weather condition, what will prediction of next 6 months. For all these we need better connectivity. So government is pretty much focused on it. And in terms of 5G 8, which is very, very important. Right now we have 5G Lite. I think with 8, it's again that will help you in connectivity of smart products. So as world is going into smart homes, where all your devices will be integrated, including your EV. So for that we need a better connectivity of 5G. I think in next 2 years that will be there. And they need to have a very, very strict policies in terms of allocation of these tenders of auctions of these 5G, because I think 10 years back the line everybody knows what happened. And it has given a really, really big, I would say we were pushed 5 years back at least. So all these things, things need to be considered. And next 3 years will be big because of 5G.
All right. Sunil, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Well, do you think there is added pressure on the government on account of a couple of things? The Russia-Ukraine war had also shaken the budget just a few days after it was announced. And secondly, this added reputation of being the 5th largest economy, is that going to put extra pressure on North Bloc to come up with something which is sustainable as well as impressive? Or do you think they're going to continue to be conservative, knowing that the last couple of years were not as one expected?
Vineet, very good thought. I must compliment you for this question. So as far as the war is concerned, in fact, economically, if you see, of course, the export got impacted, but from the oil side, at least we maintained our pricing. So that actually has done good to us. So from the oil perspective, because we started importing oil, which was a bit cheaper, and we could also manage to pay in rupee. So that actually helped us. Your moot point is how is government going to actually react to this? I think there are two dynamics this year. One is this will be probably the last budget before election. Next year is a vote on account, and thereafter the main budget will be July 2024. So there is going to be, to that extent, state election and the center election. So somewhere the political reality will weigh on the mind. Number two, the fiscal discipline. If you see the track record of this government, the first 3-4 years, except during COVID, when they took the liberty, they have been fiscally disciplined. And therefore, I said that I think they would go for the gliding path, and 5.8, 5.9% of the fiscal deficit they would maintain. I don't think they're going to go back again to 6.3, 6.4, because the bond market would react very differently. Given that exports are going to go down, we still have double twin deficit. The currency will come under pressure if the fiscal deficit goes up significantly. So it should be somewhere around 5.8, 5.9 to maintain the bond market. I did want to touch upon the digital point, because you've been repeatedly and very rightly asking that question. So on digitization, and I'll close at that. On digitization, there is a lot has happened, but more and more asset class gets digitized. It becomes easier to deal with. It becomes tradable. So one such asset class is gold. I think somewhere they need to work on digitizing gold. And there's a lot of work has happened in the past. I think somewhere they need to make the last step. And the land and gold, these two asset classes, if they digitize, I think a lot more digital asset will come in the market for trading, and you'll see the volume will go up, and it will also help in terms of ease of doing business, because you should be able to offer your land or your flat or your gold as a security to get the loan for your SME class, and it become that much easier.
Right, great points, Sunil. Sudhir, if you're there with us. Sudhir, if you can hear me. All right, Dr. Kohli, coming back to you.
Yeah.
Dr. Kohli, let's also talk about the budgeted targeted GDP of 6.4%. It is expected to fall by 10 base points. It's going to be lower. Is that going to imply some sort of a wider deficit than the government expects if you compare it with the absolute deficit?
Well, as I said earlier, and as Sunil also said just now, that fiscal discipline has been a priority of this government. I mean, pre-COVID time, we've seen 3.5%, very, very fiscally disciplined budgets, I would say. But I think COVID, I would say, changed it all, and not just for India. I mean, across the world, some of the world's most developed economies, they saw their fiscal deficits going haywire. So I think fiscal deficit, whereas it would be a concern, because I think the viewers should know that when you fiddle with the fiscal deficit, the country's ratings, the elbow room for more investments, the tax imposition of new taxes, there are a lot of things which get affected. But the fact of the matter is that this being the last full-fledged budget, which we keep repeating, I think even if it goes little off the track, I really don't think it should be a matter of big concern, because there are some of the more developed countries than us, fully developed countries, across the world, whose fiscal deficit targets have totally been gone out of track. They have been thrown out of the window, actually. So I think whereas the priority of the government would be to remain fiscally disciplined, but then even if it goes at the cost of development, at the cost of poverty alleviation, at the cost of generating more employment, and at the cost of building a very solid and a very strong infrastructure, I think even if the fiscal deficit has to be compromised a little bit, I really don't think it should be a matter of concern for the government and for the people at large. Maybe the long term, government always has, if it comes back to power, which most likely it is going to, I don't want to make a political statement here, but if it comes back to power in 2024, then the July 24 budget, it will take the corrective action to make sure that the fiscal deficit doesn't go out of hand. Plus, I think we should keep in mind beneath a very important aspect that the geopolitical situation in the current scenario, this is going to have a direct impact on budget making, is so dynamic. Things across the world, the equations are changing so fast. What if in this year we see, some kind of conflict in the Chinese, on the South China Sea? What if we see something happening in the Korean Peninsula? What if something happens in Israel and Tehran front? So I think things are very, very dynamic, and this would be counting on the minds of the budget makers, and they will make sure that provisions are kept for that. And you don't end up cementing everything. You don't need to cement your policies right now because of this dynamic situation. That's what I feel. So I think there would be some kind of flexibility kept in the budget for the times to come. As I said, you might see mini budgets in the months to come by way of press conferences, by way of a cabinet committee of economic affairs meeting, by way of government deliberations. You might see more of budget kind of announcements coming later. So therefore, I think we should keep in mind that this is just another milestone as far as the government fiscal roadmap is concerned, Vinny.
Okay, all right. Mr. Marwa, let's talk about the MSME sector as well. It contributes 33% towards the GDP, employs roughly around 120 million people, but yet they've complained of a number of issues predominant, to the GST regime as well as other, benefits that should be availed to them considering the contribution.
I think GST, I would say I will start with the GST first. And as Dr. Sharad mentioned, mini budgets. I think in terms of government is just, as I told you in my beginning statement, it's a feel-good budget. I think there are a lot of, I agree, every month government is doing a press conference and they are, giving all the information and what are the steps that they've taken. They are discussing that. So in terms of most of the tax system and especially GST Council, what are the steps, collection, etc. has been discussed over there. Coming to MSME sector, yes, the contribution is huge to the country, and there is a lot of expectations, and from MSMEs, there are a lot of industries which have moved on also, and they have become a larger contributor. GST, I start with, there were a lot of hiccups when GST came in. I think today picture has completely changed. It's a much simpler. The tax has been much simplified. I think the portal has been a very user friendly. And the kind of benefit that these MSMEs are getting is phenomenal. Whether it's refund, I know when it started, refund was a very huge problem. That has been sorted out. There has been little bit problems in terms of the duration. And the kind of linkage. I feel there has to be some sort of action that government now needs to take, because especially if I talk about electronics, there has been a lot of misdeclaration that's been happening, and I'm being very vocal about it. I've had meetings with officials that the last mile that GST needs to connect, and the action that has to be taken. I think government needs to be proactive on that. And there should be more in terms of judicial action that needs to be taken. Strict laws has to come in, because there has been cases where a lot of refunds, a lot of fake bill has been introduced. It's a major problem to the economy. And I have never seen in the last 3 to 4 years some strict laws coming on that. Apart from when it was constituted, same laws has been implemented. So this needs to get changed. Traders and industrialists should feel that there is something, in terms of if any wrongdoing has been found. Apart from that, as I told you, from assembly, we need to shift to core manufacturing of raw material. I think MSMEs will get maximum benefit when backward integration will start increasing. That's where, the skill is based. Today, we are assembling any sector, it's automobile, electronics, a lot of components are imported from different countries. And the competition, it's like a commodity. Everybody knows the pricing. It's how much conversion you put down, and that's you're just giving your margins away to the end consumer. So if India needs to increase and maximize, and this sector, manufacturing sector, has to grow, the formula is that India needs to have more raw material component factories. And yes, Sunil ji mentioned about PLA scheme. I need to just add on PLA, how this PLA was introduced, and if government, what are the intentions of government? So government had banned televisions for CBU. That's how you encourage industries to manufacture, have more factories. Then government banned air conditioner, CBU of air conditioner, a complete build unit. Then they started encouraging and gave a scheme of PLI in air conditioners. After that, refrigerator, again they banned. And then that's how, we have requested that PLA should be there in washing machine, air conditioner, refrigerators and television as well. But that's how you encourage. They're doing it. But as I mentioned, overnight things can't happen. And overnight FDAs will not happen. Company comes in. We had multiple discussions with Koreans, Japanese, Americans. When they came in, the ground realities were a little different.
All right. Okay. Sunil, do you think that the biggest problem that the MSMEs face is perhaps the credit gap which exists today? A lot of, the micro entrepreneurs are compelled, to borrow money from unofficial sources. And if that is a problem that can be taken care of in this union budget, then perhaps, it could extend to infrastructure. It could also generate jobs, which in the first place is a problem that the government has faced.
You hit the nail on its head. You look at, we all know MSME is the core, is the backbone to any economy, right? The large corporate have their own ability to raise money from the banks or from the capital market. They can go domestic, international capital market, and they can raise money. As far as you and I as a consumer is concerned, now we have money available on one click, right? You buy a refrigerator and the question will be said, okay, ask that do you want to pay an installment, and your account will be credited and you get the money without any question being asked, right? So your KYC, everything is taken care of. The mid sector, which is MSME, which is your backbone, they have to struggle. They need to provide security. They need to provide everything else in order to go and convince the bank to lend money to them. One small area if we take care of, the security for MSME is typically the personal belongings which they have, with the personal assets which they have. Either that's a house or it's a land or it's a gold, those kind of things. If we digitize the documentation for these assets, it'll become that much easier it'll become uniform, first of all. It'll become that much easier for a bank to accept them as a security. It'll become easier for the MSME, the borrower, to transfer it as a security without any tax and borrow money at a short notice, right? So what we need to really work on the mechanism by which the MSME is funded, and it's really a big area, and that's the one area where we need to really do some work. We have, I think there are several representations have been made to Reserve Bank of India also on that. And I'm sure given the focus on digitization, which you talked about earlier, the last budget also focused a lot on the digitization. This could be one area which can be dealt with in the budget this time.
Right, absolutely. Great points. Dr. Kohli, if I can come to you.
Yeah.
The MSMEs definitely, contribute a large chunk towards the GDP, as I mentioned earlier as well. But, priority lending and the lack of introduction of a credit guarantee platform or program has worked against this sector. And, a lot of these MSMEs in rural areas turn out to be less competitive because of the lack of infrastructure. They also, are not organized in the fashion that they should be. Do you think this is an opportunity to fix that part?
Well, it's a Herculean task, Vineet, because to reach the remote corners of the country and to make sure, if I count the total number of small businesses in the country, Vineet, I have the data off the cuff, it's about 6.6 crores. So 6.6 crores small businesses, most of them micro. And when we say micro, they employ 1 or 2 people. I think to reach out to each one of them is a challenging task indeed. And I think during COVID, the emergency credit line guarantee scheme has tried to reach out to the MSMEs who were already borrowing. But I think we should not forget that around these MSMEs, when we say micro, small and medium, and this medium reminds me that the whole of the middle class population, this is weaved around the MSMEs because they come from the the middle class families. And the size of the middle class population right now is about as per my count is 45 to 50 crores. Out of 130 to 40 crore of us, there are about 45 to 50 crore of middle class. And I think the biggest challenge, if I was the finance minister, Vineet, the biggest challenge for me is that you are in the top 10% population if you earn 25,000 rupees a month. So you can imagine, in a country when I was young, Vineet, and I remember I was in class 5 and I had my Hindi class. I was not very good at Hindi. And I came home and I asked my mother that I've been given an essay to write on India. Those times, I'm talking of 40 years from now, going back. And she made me sit on my study table. She said, okay, I'll help you out. And the first sentence she wrote is, Bharat ek garib desh. I can never forget that sentence. So my question is that the challenge in any budget is that you have to alleviate poverty and increase the incomes. People need to start earning, because if 10% of population, which means about 13 to 14 crore people, only earn 25,000 and above. 1% of the population own 40% of the wealth of the country. I think these skewed numbers, they should be the focus of the budget, that how to, India doesn't reside in Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Chennai. There is move out 25 kilometers from a metro city and you move from India to Bharat. I think that borderline between India and Bharat needs to be eliminated. The opportunities for the poor, the opportunities for the underprivileged, they need to flow smoothly. I think the challenge and the focus of the budget, Vineet, should be on this, apart from the factors which I discussed just now, Vineet.
Right, absolutely. And Mr. Marva, let us also not forget, the elephant in the room when it comes to emergencies, when it comes to contingencies that India has had thrown in the past couple of years. The healthcare system is also limited. It's been tested when COVID came by, and that is a sector which definitely is going to be important to the governance, especially in rural areas.
Absolutely, Vineet. I think two sectors that needs to should be taken care is healthcare and education. I think earlier they were the focus was more on in terms of infrastructure and the amount of spendings that we do because of the border situation in India. I think we need to now shift those budgets to education. It is very, very important that and education across the globe is changing. And healthcare. Now coming to healthcare, there are two things. If we go, as Sharaji mentioned, if we go about like 25 kilometers beyond any of these metro, we don't find good healthcare system. We don't have good trauma centers right now. We're getting very good highway system, but the kind of health facility that's there around is not so good. And everyone saw what happened in COVID situation. I think government has taken some steps. They have, came up with the aims. But I think the rural sector that needs to be focused. The kind of 40-year-old program that has held, we need to upgrade those dispensaries into hospitals. We need to have more emergency centers across the country. And despite of second wave, after that I haven't seen some drastic changes, and I've been to the ground level. I've visited a couple of villages, but I haven't seen that kind of changes. Government needs to take very quick action in all those to counter if there is some sort of COVID situation comes again. And education, this has always been since last 9 years. I've been requesting we need to have a better education system. That the kind of dropouts that we have from 10th to 12th is phenomenal. And that's why we need to reduce. The recent figures, I don't have it, but we need to have universities and more graduation diploma courses, and we need to have different fields as well.
Right, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we've run out of time. Sunil, quick thoughts from you. Healthcare is definitely of great importance to the government. A large chunk of the medical equipment which is used in our country is imported. The duties and the tariffs are very, very high. This is also an opportunity for the government to focus when it comes to Atmanirbharta in healthcare as well.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. I'll deal with medical equipment. It's called medtech industry, and if you see the medtech industry, bulk of them, even small part and the large part, all of them bulk of it is imported. You have 3M and Johnson & Johnson, they are the ones who actually dominate, and the bigger ones, Siemens and GE of the world, they really dominate. We are hardly doing any manufacturing. So that's an area which should definitely take a priority now. Just to deal with education and healthcare, I have one suggestion, and very quickly I'll articulate that. We got 766 districts, and we need to move away from the city and take care of the smaller part, which we talked about, Bharat. If we just roll out the central institutions, AIIMS, IIT and IIM in each of these districts, the influx of the population which moves to the city will stop. The investment in the infrastructure in the city, that will go down. The villages which are becoming ghost, which will develop, and we will be able to actually provide these services at the ground level there in each of the district. And I'm sure state government will be happy to allocate the land, and the cost will come down, and this will actually help in terms of rolling out all these three services which the center can actually implement directly, because these three institutions are directly managed by the central government, and it will be an easy rollout meeting the requirement of the healthcare, higher education, and also the medical
All right,
service.
so it's a Herculean task by the government, and small steps have been taken in the past, and that is exactly what also will be recommended here, because obviously we are living in an era where uncertainty plays a big part of any macro plan. Thank you everyone for being a part of this wonderful conversation. We've run out of time. We take a short break here. Be right back.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
Amidst biased news,
क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है, रिजेक्ट हो गया। पैसा बाजार प्रेजेंट स्टेप अप कार्ड बैक्ड बाय एन एफडी। तो सोचो मत, अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद तय करो, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट्स गेन करो, कार्ड भी एफडी भी।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice.
क्रेडिट स्कोर लो है और क्रेडिट कार्ड चाहिए? कोई नहीं, समझो मिल गया। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड एक ऐसा यूनिक क्रेडिट कार्ड है जो हो सकता है सबके पास। बनवानी है तो बस एक एफडी, पाएं एफडी पर बेस्ट रिटर्न्स और अपनी क्रेडिट लिमिट खुद डिफाइन करने का मौका। पैसा बाजार स्टेप अप कार्ड होगा सबके पास।
Well, if a woman wants to do something, her subject is, say, sexuality. Do you feel that the world of art has given women more freedom of expression?
Subjects and themes that we'll discuss.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. The sell-off in Gautam Adani's corporate empire accelerated on Friday, erasing more than 51 billion of market value in 2 sessions as Asia's richest man struggles to contain the fallout from a scathing report by US short seller Hindenburg Research, alleging accounting fraud, stock manipulation and other corporate governance issues. The report left a meteoric impact on both Adani's personal wealth as well as those of shareholders. As we discuss the Hindenburg research report and its fallout, there are some big questions that come to one's mind. One was this report timed to torpedo the Adani FPO. 2, are we suggesting that foreign think tanks are more trustworthy and reliable and intelligent than the SEBI and the RBI? 3, just a coincidence that the Sensex sank just days before the union budget was to be announced? And 4, is there a motivated attempt to tarnish India's corporate governance and image? To talk more about this, we are joined by a few people who understand this realm. Sonam Srivastav, founder of Right Research, SEBI registered investment advisor, joins us on the program. Ram Kalyan Meduri, founder of Jama Wealth, SEBI registered investment advisor, is also joining us on the program. Ankit Jain, he's a market expert, also with us on the program. Dr. S.K. Datta, political analyst, is also with us on the program. Last but by no means the least, Mr. Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, also joining us on the program. And we will also have Mr. Ajay Dua, senior economist, joining us on the show as well. Dr. Datta, I'd like to begin with you. Do you think this is a concerted effort, a motivated, a deliberate ploy to basically tarnish an image of a person who's been doing exceptionally well when it comes to corporate ambition as well as corporate structuring, and all of a sudden the timing of it couldn't have been worse when all of this comes crashing down for Mr. Gautam Adani? Do you think this is motivated? This is some sort of a plan to malign India's reputation?
Yes, definitely. And this is not only in relation to this case. In the past also, we have seen that several Western agencies and the so-called think tank houses in West, they have deliberately done vitiated reports and vitiated studies based without any substantial facts and without any plethora of evidences, just to tarnish the image of India, to tarnish the image of the industries and the corporate houses in India, and also to tarnish the image of the government of India. And the timing is most suspicious, as you see, because day after tomorrow is the budget, and tomorrow is the economic survey. which will be released by the Reserve Bank of India, and then it's going to be discussed in the parliament, and after that comes in the national budget as such. So this is a deliberate move in relation to vested interest and vested agencies, those who are sitting there in the West, that sole and only ambition is to tarnish the image of India. They cannot take they cannot take and they cannot fathom this fact that India is a booming economy now. India has surpassed in terms of the economic outlay in relation to United Kingdom as well as France. India is the 5th largest economic power of the world now. By 2028, we will be the 3rd largest economy of the whole world as such. So those vested interests, those who are sitting there in London or in Washington or in New York, they cannot digest this fact as such, because till the other day, they used to look down upon us and they used to boo us down as such, and they used to boo down all the Indian industries and the nascent industries out here in this country, saying that they are the Indian economy, the Indian industry, the Indian agriculture, and all economic related items here in India are no match for Western standard and no match for Western countries as such. So it is in that kind of a mindset itself that this is a deliberate attempt to tarnish the ruling political class of our country as well as the industrial class of our country, and to tarnish the image of India as such. And I see a kind of a sequence in this, because just a couple of days back we have this horrible video which was done by BBC tarnishing the image of the Honorable Prime Minister of our country as such, and now comes in this sinister report in relation to Adani. I shall not be surprised if tomorrow they come up with some sinister reports in relation to the Tatas as well as in relation to the Reliance and other big industrial honchos in our country, because they are a major challenge against the so-called Western tycoons as such. And Adani's, the Tatas and the Birlas and the Reliance, they have not only surpassed the strength of big Western companies as such in terms of their total outlay, but in terms of profitability, in terms of profit also as such, and in terms of investment as such. So it is very difficult for them to fathom this fact, and they cannot reconcile with this fact as such. So I brush aside this as completely a kind of a sinister kind of an agenda without an iota of evidence, and it is the sole purpose is to malign the image of India across the global world.
All right, Sonam Srivastav, if you can hear me. Sonam?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, well, Adani Ports lost around 16% in the stock exchange. Adani Transmission, 20%. Adani Green, same 20%, and Adani Total Gas also lost about 20%. In fact, investors altogether, Sonam, lost about 4 lakh crores in a span of just 2 days. Do you think this is coincidence or this is a hatched conspiracy?
So I would not comment on it being a conspiracy. See, it's not a secret that these stocks were highly overvalued, right? Like the P ratios and the other ratios for Adani companies were highly inflated, right? So that was not a concern for any of us. But the allegation that report has put in, right, which is about corporate fraud, about money laundering, and price manipulation, all that definitely is concerning, right? And if they can sort of present those proofs, then I would be concerned. But I totally disagree with them when they call Indian market manipulated, or they call the Indian entrepreneur sort of struggling to survive and struggling with all this manipulation. I don't think that's the reality of India. But if a particular group has done anything, then I would let SEBI, come up and answer that, right? But obviously, Adani Group had become too big to fail, and this impact that they are seeing will affect the greater market as a whole.
Gautam, if you're there with us.
Yes.
Gautam, what do you make of this? Analysts have been raising questions about the timing of this entire report which was released, and it coincided with India's largest ever FPO, and sometimes you're just not allowed to believe in coincidences.
Yes, well, it has affected the FPO. The managers are extending the number of days now. does seem very motivated because the Adani Group's debt, which has been cited, is about 10% of the business profile. They have borrowed about 30 billion, and the group is valued at about 220 billion. Now, of course, you knock 48 billion or 51 billion off in one day, it does make a dent. But I'm pretty sure that Adani will recover, and the FPO will also be subscribed, maybe not as thunderously as it might have been,